few.
Welcome to the first ever WaifuRuns Invitational Speedrunning competition. I'm Waifu and I'll be your host for the event. You know, a few months ago before Resident Evil Village ever came out, I was watching my friend Brian Otto organize an insane speedrunning competition for Titanfall 2. It had old and new runners coming together to celebrate just how far the community's come and how awesome it really is. It had me thinking about back in 2019 when Twitch Rivals had an RE2 remake speedrunning competition. This is one of the best times of my life. It was the first time I really got to compete with some of the members of the community that I looked up to so much. And it had a real prize pool and a big audience. It was a really good time, and events like that don't happen very often in speedrunning. Being very thankful for stuff like that, I decided that I would throw an event like that on my own. And here we are. The format is relatively simple. All 8 of our speedrunners will be doing a new game glitchless speedrun on the Village of Shadows difficulty. The use of New Game Plus items and weapons are prohibited, as well as the use of free DLC items. The runners will all start at the same time. The first 4 to complete will move on to the next round, and the other 4 will be ranked based on final times. Each runner will be using their own personal timer that removes loads to eliminate the amount of pay to win. If a runner is to crash, they can pause the timer until they are back in game, and the final time will be adjusted by our staff. The 4 who progress onto the second round will be doing the same thing they did in the first round, all starting at the same time and then ranked in order of completion. The runner with the fastest time in the second round wins the competition. With the format explained, let's see who our competitors are. First off, we have Distortion 2, a speedrunning community legend and veteran. After running for over 6 years, Dis has done many competitions, GDQ runs, and has held several world records, including New Game Madhouse and Resident Evil 7. His resume of games is super impressive, and he achieves a top time in almost all of them. Mostly one to run a new game, especially on release, and get super good at it then to move on to other things. What the community knows Dis for more though is his impressive ability to create new routes for brand new games and be the first to execute it well. Trey D. Trey got his start in speedrunning on the release of Resident Evil 2 Remake. He picked up the hobby fast and became one of the only people that could give Orchelon a run for his money in the long term. Trey was a fierce competitor even in the early days of Twitch Rivals, placing 4th in his first ever competition. Since then, Trey has been streaming full-time and competing in several different Resident Evil games, as well as Ghost Runner. Literally being a clown in his previous line of work, Trey is an awesome performer who is entertaining as well as very skilled. Orchelon. Hailing from Mongolia, this full-time streamer is known for having a bit of a temper, but what really sets him apart is his ability to grind games for long periods of time. If he doesn't win the competition, you know damn well he'll have record in this game at some point, when people have long since stopped running it. He is also extremely competent in competition, winning first place in Resident Evil 2 Remake's Twitch Rivals. At times, he's had all 8 records in Resident Evil 2 Remake at once, and all 5 records in 3 Remake at the same time. Orchelon is extremely competitive in every game that he touches. It is not someone to forget in this competition. A Trance. Trance is a super strong competitor and early routing member. Lots of his discoveries in multiple games have turned out to be fundamental in the speedrun in the long term. In this game, it's no different. His ability to find new strats fast and implement them into his runs gives him a distinct advantage against most other runners. He is also no stranger to competition, only losing out on first place to Orchelon in the RE2 Remake Twitch Rivals due to tiebreaker rules. He is definitely a fierce competitor indeed. Avukamu. Definitely the biggest wildcard of the event, Kamu is relatively new to speedrunning, picking it up late last year with Resident Evil 5. Since then, he has shown himself to be a competent runner who can have competitive times in the games that he runs. He even went from having never done a speedrun before to doing a co-op run of RE5 at Games Done Quick. Initially, he chose to do New Game Casual, but quickly realized that it was a bit too easy, and is only now just jumping in on the hype train of Village of Shadows. QTT is a Taiwanese full-time streamer who loves to jump on new speedruns, helping with routing and running new games and categories. Having been a part of the speedrunning community for over 7 years, he's run lots of different games, from Mega Man X to Resident Evil 2 Remake. A great community member who helps bridge the gap between Western and Eastern speedrunning communities. But he isn't just someone who shows up to make friends, he is also a fierce competitor who is one to look out for. Zarian. Another veteran runner starting out with Super Meat Boy about 7 years ago. After getting good times in Dishonored and a few others, he took a short break. On his return, he went in hard on Resident Evil 7's release, having what at the time was a near impossible record to beat. Since then, he's come back for every major Resident Evil release to test the waters on the new speedrun, competing in Twitch Rivals for Resident Evil 2 Remake, and has been a vital part in helping to route Village. Last but not least, we have Red Zoro. Red Zoro is the other wild card of the event. Not entirely new to speedrunning, having competent times in both RE2 and 3 Remake, this Greek speedrunner I don't know much about. Hopefully we'll get to learn more about his up-and-coming speedrunning career in this tournament. These speedrunners are going to be competing in this tournament for a piece of the $500 starting prize pool. If you want to contribute to this prize pool, I'm going to show you how by doing my own $500 contribution to kick off the event. Firstly, go over to the Matcherino page for Waifu Invitational Resident Evil 8 Village of Shadow Speedrunning Tournament. Then go over to the prize pool section and hit contribute. From here, you can select how much money you'd like to contribute and even leave a comment. Then you just select a payment option and verify accordingly. If the prize pool goes over $750, we'll be adding 4th place into the winners. If the prize pool goes over $2,500, then all of the runners will be receiving some kickback from the event. It's important to note that tournament organizers and myself will be receiving no kickback from any of the prize pool contributions, so all of the money in the prize pool goes directly to the runners. If you want to support this awesome event, then definitely consider contributing. Thanks so much for watching, and I hope you're looking forward to this awesome event. That's going to be it for the intro. I really hope you guys enjoy the event. Thanks so much for showing up. In just a few minutes, some of our casters are going to be taking over, and they'll introduce themselves and be building some hype for the event. So I hope you enjoy it. Sit right tight. You guys are live.
Hello, and
Hey.
welcome to the Waifu Invitational Speedrunning Tournament. I'm here. My name is Jabo, and I'm here today with
Larksa! Hey everyone!
I think this is gonna be an absolutely great event. I think I'm personally excited for what's about to happen. We have 8 of the top runners from across several communities, not only just Resident Evil, spanning from all places on this earth, and I'm actually really excited to see who's gonna come out on top. The tournament right now has 2 formats. The first round, which will be casted by me and Larksa. We'll have all 8 runners running, and the top 4 runners from the first round will then go on to the second round.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a lot going on today. So there's going to be a lot of Resident Evil Village speedruns. So kick back and relax, because it's going to be a pretty good day today.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting too because it's like they can only do like one run basically, so if you die, it's gonna be a very big deal, right? So yeah, they all need to
Yeah.
pay really good attention with what they're doing.
I think what we're going to see is people who are used to nerves are probably going to do a lot better. But
Yeah.
then again, like, we could get upset scenarios, right? Because you look at someone like Distortion, he's ran at GDQ, he's been in a lot of like events like this, so he should be
Yeah.
used to
Mhm.
things like nerves. But you never know, right? Something can always go wrong, and if you've ever seen speedruns live, you know, even the smallest of things can cause the biggest of mistakes.
Yeah, and apparently like the intro is the scariest part, like the siege part, which we'll explain once we get there. So that's pretty early on in the game. I'm very, very curious to see how everyone is gonna do that.
Yeah, me too. And before we started today, I was looking around the board, and a lot of people were doing practice. And I mean, they were putting in a lot of work, but they were clearly trying out, I guess, like not so hidden strats, but like strats that they could use as backups in case things go
Yeah.
wrong. So
Yeah, safe
I was
strat.
watching,
Yep.
yeah, I was watching Trans and I was watching Archland, and they were putting in a lot of like practice into Lady D.
Mhm.
So that is one of the biggest fights that we have to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, you know, a bit. I think today's gonna be great. Also, for people who want to contribute towards the prize pool, you can do so by doing exclamation mark prize and clicking on the link. It's very simple to do. All of the money will be going towards the top times. If we hit 2,500, I believe everybody in the tournament, including the people who don't go through the second round, will be able to receive a prize too. So that'll be pretty cool because a lot of people here are probably coming to be competitive, but also to take part, which is kind of important too. So going home
Yeah.
with something would be nice.
Also, apparently $1,000 has been added to the pool extra, so it's like $2,150
Y-
if I read
Do
it
you know
correctly.
who added that 1,000, Laksa? Do you
I'm
know?
I'm not sure. We can go check.
Yeah, good check, because I think he's a pretty big prominent member of the community.
Well, yeah, I know that 1,000. Oh, it's 100 that got added. Okay, yeah. So
Oh,
100 got
okay. I thought
added
you were
to
talking
make it
about
2,000.
yeah. I thought
100.
you were talking about Enigma's donation.
Yeah, that was a huge donation. Yep, $1,000 by Eternal Enigma. Uh,
Yeah, but
earlier,
we had
yeah.
yeah, we had since we've started, we've had I think it's 160 sent in by you
Yeah.
guys, which is great. Uh Never mind. I just looked away and it went up by roughly 750. I don't know how much that went up by. Um, we're past 2.5K now. We're close to 3K.
That's
So
crazy.
yeah, good job, guys. But yeah, that does guarantee that everybody inside of the event today will take home a small part of the prize pool, and the obvious overall prize pool has went up for the people who are going to be in the top four. But we're starting soon. The first round will start soon. And like Laxa said, if you mess up, you got to deal with it because you only have one chance. This is a one and done kind of event.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot can go wrong. A lot can go right too. But yeah, you've got to definitely worry about that. I'm curious as to whether or not people are going to prioritize flash rounds over things like healing.
Yeah, so they're definitely gonna pick up an extra heal here and there. Like at the start of the game, you can choose to skip the first heal or pick it up, and I'm sure that the runners are gonna, yeah, pick that one up, which is a bit of a time loss, but not much. So,
I think in the first round you'll definitely accept the time loss, especially if you're one of the top runners who have like sub 150 times, because losing time is totally okay if it means that
yeah.
you are guaranteed to go through.
Yeah, and also there will be no saves. If they do mess up a strat, there are checkpoints. So,
Yeah, they can reload the checkpoints. They can't reload hard saves. So if you're in certain situations where the checkpoint's quite far back, you will lose a lot of time. But this game's pretty generous with its checkpoint system, I think.
maybe we can go over some of the donations that we actually just received.
Oh,
Let's see. We
okay.
got $50 from Sniper Sauce earlier, $100 from Mo the Lion, $10 from Kios, $750 from Kevin, $5 from Anne Marie, and another 50 from Sniper Sauce. Thank you. Which says "Go Orch."
Gosh, woo. Yeah, that's actually worth bringing up too. So quickly before we start, what's worth bringing up is there was one of a major event that did happen, which was the Resident Evil 2 remake event held at Twitch Rivals, which
Yeah.
Archon won on tiebreaker.
All right.
So that's yeah, going into this, that's going to be on people's minds for sure. Oh, and we just got 300 too from Somba Hyena. Ooh, big fat stacks.
Hey, yeah, damn, going in. Thank you so much for supporting the event. Appreciate it.
I believe we should be starting coming up soon. I think the runners are ready.
Yep, I can see them.
Let's have a look.
A really cool layout as well. I love it.
Yeah, I do like the
Oh,
fact that we're
alright.
able to follow 4 runs at once. I think it's going to be very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. They've started. Okay, what can you tell us about the starting section of the
Damn it, I
game?
can't reset the intro. Okay,
Yeah,
turn it on
so
quick.
there's not much to the start
No,
until the
I messed it
siege
up.
part.
You're
You
flying
know,
for a
you're it's
second.
basically baby walking, carrying simulator here.
Mhm.
So you know they have to quick turn at the start, go up the stairs, lay rows down, and then go back downstairs, walk through like some snow. It's pretty slow. The intro of this game, you can't lose time here. So so this is still a pretty relaxing part.
And there's also a small section after this too, where you have to waddle through a forest until you get to the official village.
Yep.
So the run is fairly like slow at starting off, but
Mhm.
once we get to the
Once it
village, things
started.
will get a bit crazy, and we'll have to discuss what's happening there because that is a bit of a peculiar spot.
Alright.
The entire village situation and the siege.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we can clear the air on what you need to do and the timing for it because it is a bit weird.
Yeah, the timing is
That's
very
normal, they're the
strict. You
opposite.
actually have to do some math during the siege part, which I always struggled with, even though it's quite simple. But I look forward to explaining that.
And yeah, this is the very monotonous walking section. You just have to waddle through the snow. Canonically, your wife unfortunately gets taken out. You get put inside of the back of a truck. Your daughter gets stolen. The truck then crashes, and you have to waddle on through to safety, which eventually takes you over to the village, which
Thanks
is
for getting
where the
away.
majority of the run takes
I'm not gonna
place.
pay as much attention to
Uh,
chat as I usually do. Except this is the intro, so.
Looks like Red Zorro might be a bit behind, but that's not going to really impact things too much because the timing is done based off of a local timer.
Yeah,
So, he might have just started the run now. There could have been some kind of communication error. Nothing really
yeah.
important. It doesn't matter as long as it's the final time that
Mhm.
matters. So, yeah, he might be starting a minute late, but that if anything just lets us have someone
Am
to
I
come
supposed
back
to
to at
mute
the
my
end
mic?
to make sure he finishes the game correctly.
Yeah, exactly. That's why all the runners have splits up because, you know, starting at the exact same time
I wasn't dull.
is kind of tedious. So
Mhm.
we can just read off of the splits where they are. Also, like this section here where you need to walk through the snow is more complicated than it seems because there is a certain path that's shorter. So you really want to like hug the inside of like the curves, you know, that you're taking, of the
Yeah.
line that you're taking. You can like save a few seconds with that.
Yeah, and I don't see many mistakes coming out of the runs on screen. I think a lot of
With my
them know what they're
voice,
doing at this part in the
it's
run.
been
I'd
stuck
be
in a lot of
surprised if
dick
we have
lately.
any potential maybe 1 second time saves. I'm sure Distortion, Ray, and Archlon and Trans, who going into this alongside QTT, the arguably top 5 runners, maybe top 4. I believe only 4 of the runners have a sub 150,
Yeah,
but
it's
with
pretty
that
tough.
being said, yeah, Trance has been putting in a lot of practice, and before he started this event, he was on
Mhm.
like 50 seconds ahead pace. So I'm sure he'll get a sub 150 at this event, which would be nice to see.
Yeah, I also read a question in chat asking what difficulty this race is, and it's a village of shadow, so it's the hardest difficulty.
Yeah, which does more than just change health values and damage values. It also adds in extra enemies too, and changes up the loot pool a little
This
bit.
is
So
record, yeah,
the way that you have to
on the
play it
map
is a
now.
lot different to the normal game. So you got to take that into consideration too when you see runners pick up items and deal with enemies
Sub
differently.
3 rat cabinet, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so what
pretty
we just
odd,
saw
man.
here was a very new skip. I'm not sure if any of the runners actually nailed
R
it,
splits for
but when you open the
147, 'cause I don't
closet, you
really want to
quick
go up
turn,
against my
and then
fucking
you
breakfast
can
splits.
avoid the cutscene that's playing of the house rumbling, but it's like frame perfect pretty much, so no one has figured out how to do it consistently yet.
But yeah, one thing worth noting is the prize pool is went up to
so here's my
3.3k.
EM,
That's insanely. That's insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
thank
I'm
you,
sure Wife will
anyone.
be really happy with that,
Yeah,
and the runners too. But yeah,
yeah, thank you to anyone who like supported so far and donated the race incentive. Very much appreciate it.
Because yeah, at the end of the day, these runners are, you know, they're taking time out of their
认真
day,
一下哈，
out of their
我
streams
不多讲话。
to join this event. Which it's, you know, the least you can do, I guess, is reimburse them back. But also, if they do really good, you know, they get a nice little prize pool too. So, you know, I'm sure they'll be happy with it as well. But yeah, we're coming up soon to one of the first cutscenes where you get your pistol, and then you got to deal with the siege, which is a bit of a difficult section. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let Laxer explain that.
Yeah, sure. So when we get to the siege part, it's actually a timed event, but you can speed it up slightly by standing outside at the correct moment for a correct amount of time and then going back inside. So what they do is they trigger the siege early by shooting one of the lichens later after they cut open the gate here with the bolt cutters. As you can see, like Trance right now is gonna open the gate.
Yep.
He's gonna start the siege, and then you have to count. Basically, I always do like 2 minutes minus 10 seconds, I believe. It has been a while now since I last did a run, but they have to stand outside for about like 1 minute, 1 minute 49-ish seconds, to speed up like the timed event, and then they run back inside.
And I'm getting note here that 7 Ready did pick up the safety heal.
Oh, okay,
But
that's good, yeah.
Trance didn't.
Oh, that's oof,
That
this
is
gonna be a tough
risky.
one. Yeah, that's very risky.
Considering this is the first run. But with that being said, Trance has been on some really good pace runs lately, and I'm sure he's confident going into this. But we'll have to keep an eye on that, because if he does mess up, that is a lot of potential time loss. But yeah, as expected, the top like 1 to 2 free runners are definitely going to be picking up safety heals here and there, because they'll probably need them to make sure that they don't, you know, because mistakes will cost a lot, and if you've got safety heals, you know, they're not going to affect you as much.
Yeah. So as you can see here, they triggered the siege. So Trance, for example, is now gonna hold the door. It's basically just standing behind the door there and holding W, and the lichens will never enter. Very interesting strat. The hold the door strat.
Hodor strat.
Yep.
Ooh, apparently QDD used his heal item in the barn, so he might have took a bit of early damage there. Might have to use one of his early heals, which is probably going to affect the way he runs a bit. We'll see. That's interesting.
Yeah, so as you can see right now, for most of the runners, it's door pushing simulator.
Yeah, this strat is very interesting. Why does this work? Is it because the Lycan's pushing in the door from the other side too?
Yeah, they're just pushing the door trying to get to you, and there's like a very, very, very slim chance a lichen will come up behind you, but I've only seen it happen like twice. So that'd be very unfortunate if it happened to someone in a run.
But yeah, I think they've got to hold us. Is it for 4 minutes and 15 seconds?
This door holding is 1 minute and 49 seconds. Yep.
Yeah. And that's to hit the time zone where you can then take damage for the cutscene. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to speed up the event timer, basically.
Okay, that's interesting. Another thing worth noting is we're getting a couple more donations coming through. Juhos added $35 to the tally. JP Noda added another 10, and Jan Nima added a $50 as well. And yeah, I think if we're looking at Distortion here, he's coming to the end, or at least he's initializing the second half of the siege, where you need to go and grab the shotgun. So.
Yep, so he's making sure he's avoiding the lichens while going to the house that has the shotgun, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, also, very important to note is that all the runners, when they pick up the knife at the start, like as you can see here, I think that was Dist or I switched over to QTT, they forgot to move the knife to the right. So, with the moment you pick up the knife at the start of the game, you move the knife 1 block to the right in your inventory, and then you never have to do inventory Tetris ever again. everything
I've
just
noticed
works out.
that.
It's so cool.
That's actually pretty neat. I've noticed a lot of runners do that before they pick up the shotgun.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, what does Dist have to do? He just has to survive and not take damage here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So this is like the scarier part of the siege where you can easily die. If that happens, then you'll have to reset. But you know, sure the runners will be fine.
And if you look at the SRT tools that the speedrunners have, you can see the damage. If you look at the bottom left, you'll see that Ray has took a little bit of damage. So you just make sure to look out for the health bars and stuff, because there should be a boss health bar. And there should be Ethan's health bar too. So you can get a general rule of thumb of where the runner's lying and whether or not they need to heal. I do believe the runners, Ethan runs slower in caution.
Yeah, when
so you-
well in danger actually, yeah.
Oh, in danger, yeah. So that's when your health bar hits red, so you've got to make sure to heal to get out of that.
That's a really bad village time.
Yeah, all the runners here need to pick up certain amounts of treasure. They need to shoot crows for money. Crows drop a lot of money on a Village of Shadows. In the other difficulties, the crows drop like nothing in like in comparison to this difficulty, which is pretty interesting to note.
Arch came out with a sub 950 siege. I believe he came out with the best one. It was a 947. Trance
that's really
and
good.
Trey both had like a 950, 953. So
Yeah.
Arch is on pretty good pace here. Although his splits are red, he's only 2 seconds behind. This is really good from him. And I wasn't paying attention.
Top 10 minute siege is really good for any run,
Yeah.
honestly.
Hello? Anybody home?
A lot of the other runners in the field are hitting like 950, 10-minute sieges, so getting a sub 950 is kind of insane.
So right here, they're at Louisa's house, most of the runners. They just have to wait for the door to open and then, you know, just go through, basically.
I believe coming up when the father is infected, yeah, it's better to run into him rather than to fight him,
Yeah.
because it immediately puts you into the next cutscene.
And the funny thing is, as you can see with Orch here, right, there's like a character standing at the car. So we meet like a new character, and she she dies like 5 seconds later. I always thought it was kind of funny.
Yeah, and some people actually really like her too.
Yeah.
I think she's a quite a likable character, and then she dies.
Yeah, she's
kinda
actually
dies.
the voice actress of Jill in RE3 Remake.
Yeah, but she dies in one of the most stupidest ways too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, maybe we'll get like some DLC for that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh. Looks like we're switching over here to Dist, alongside Rhea.
Yep. Let me see. So the cool thing is, in RE8, they reused a lot of the voice actors from RE3 Remake. So, you know, like, the girl is Jill, and Heisenberg is Nikolai. And also Chris is Carlos. Pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Isn't one of... I think I'm wrong, but isn't one of the daughters also voice acted by
Yeah,
one of the main Resident Evil series? I forgot who it is. Is it Claire?
Just give me the money.
I don't know. I think I've heard something like that too. Maybe chat knows, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
What's the fuck? Oh.
And it looks like Arch is at Heisenberg at 13 minutes and 5 seconds, which is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Daniela's voice acted by Jill.
Oh, there you go.
So yeah, Arch seems to be ahead by roughly 4 to 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, so definitely carrying over that early siege into the later
Yeah,
to
it
the
does
heist
do a
mode.
lot.
For your
Like a
life.
good siege sets up your run really well.
Ooh, wait. Did Distortion get a 1303? Okay, wait. Distortion's ahead of Arch by 2 seconds. Okay, we got a bit of a fight on our hands. A lot of these runners are definitely crawling back after what might have been a not so good start. This is interesting. A lot closer than I expected it to be. I kind of expected the more experienced runners to maybe not pick up safe items and get ahead, but yeah, clearly the field is a lot more closer than I expected. When we get into the fight soon with the daughters and
Yeah.
Lady D, maybe then we'll see it kind of like shift and balance, but yeah, this is kind of insane.
Yeah, I think you know, the more experienced runners who've been at events, they kind of know to do marathon safe strats. So, you know,
Yeah.
the time loss
Right, doing
will
decently okay on
is
money at the
honestly
moment.
like
Did
the
we
small
get
time
the
loss for
student
safe strats is
bit?
honestly good because you're gonna be more consistent and, you know, feel safer.
Yeah, and like also if you're a runner who gets like sub 150 runs a lot more consistently, you're totally okay with losing like 20 seconds if it means that you can be more consistent and more likely to get to the end of the run. Because if runners get stuck, that's it, they're done, right? There's nothing they can do to fix that.
Yeah, exactly. So here we see Orch coming up to the castle part. Castle part is really interesting. There are gonna be 3 small boss fights, like 3 of the daughters, and then Lady D at the end.
Yeah. And I believe the order is Bella, Cassandra, then Daniela, right?
Yeah,
And then
I never really remembered their names except for Bella, because that's my favorite daughter.
yeah, I think a lot of people like Bella the most.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe it's Bella, Cassandra, then Daniela. The way that you fight them is a bit different, but different from one to the other. But the main thing you want to look out for is the way that they use the shotgun. Shooting the shotgun with no shells in the chamber, where you feed in the shell and then you shoot, is a faster way to attack. So what you'll
Yeah.
see runners do is they'll have no ammo inside of their shotgun and they'll feed in the shells one by one, which looks odd, but it is faster.
Yeah, exactly. Another cool speedrunning tech with weapons is quick swapping. So if you equip your sniper and then quick swap to your shotgun, like shooting each gun like alternately will also be way faster than just having your shotgun equipped or your sniper equipped. So
And
we'll see the runners do that as well.
just before we came into the castle, I do want to point out that Ray got a sub 15-minute merchant, which I believe is close to the fastest. Yeah.
That's very good. Mhm.
Alongside Arch too. Arch got a sub 15-minute merchant too, so I think this is around about the castle is where we'll see maybe some of the more experienced runners push ahead. But again, like I said, anything can happen. But yeah,
Oh, you don't know if it's somebody being
this is-
racist or just like
yeah, as you can tell, Red Zorro is a minute behind. That again isn't going to impact his run.
just have to treat
It's just
everybody
he
the
started
same
a
way.
minute later than everyone else.
Yeah.
We are definitely going off of
Reset, it doesn't matter now.
The
Don't worry
the
about it.
timers, yeah.
in-game timers. Yeah.
Careful. What do I need? I'm not. You mean careful, man? Shut
So
up.
right now they're making their way up to Bella, the first daughter,
Mm-hmm.
and
Which I
mhm.
believe is where we get the legendary line.
which is
I can't. Something about a mess. Oh, I can't remember what it was.
yeah, that's a little bit afterwards.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
no, that is during that part. I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess.
God damn it, Cassandra. Oh my god.
It's always Cassandra.
Yeah, so if anyone's watched a lot of the Resident Evil Village practice runs, a lot of the runners will have to practice from checkpoint systems. And the checkpoint before the Bella fight, as you run past, I believe it's Bella, and her first voice line is, "I can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess," and you have to hear it on repeat over and over again. It's kind of became a meme.
Yeah. There are much more one-liners. Like, this game has some really good one-liners. I look forward to it.
So Zara is coming up to the Bella fight real soon. And yeah, I think this is going to be interesting. So is Ray too. So we're going to see... We're going to probably try to play by play what is going on with both the fights, but it might be a bit difficult because they'll both be fighting at the same time.
Yeah, the strats have also changed. Like, the strats keep changing. It's honestly crazy. But the daughter fights, so the daughters are weak to the cold. And that's why you'll see Ethan shooting out like the window or blowing up a wall. And yeah, that's how you can damage the daughters, because otherwise they will be immune.
Can't believe Cassandra caused all this mess. But yeah, Zara is just went into the fight now. There's Bella. Here we go. This is gonna make or break a lot of these people's runs, so...
So here
So
you
the
can see how he's like shooting the shotgun from empty, which is way faster, like Jabo explained.
I was just wondering, why do they crouch when they
so
fight?
yeah, if you can dodge the initial attack from her if you crouch, like she'll always miss you.
And it looks like both Zara and Ray get a pretty ideal fight. They both use 2 mines and 1 pipe bomb each, and I believe that is a pretty good Bella fight. That's what you want.
A solid
So
fight.
yeah.
Also, when Bella crystallizes like that, you can shoot her. You know, her like crystallized body, you shoot it,
Yeah.
and then she drops the treasure like 2 seconds faster, I believe.
Distortion now fighting Bella too. He's preemptively parrying blocking the attacks because I guess he's expecting her to attack, but she didn't attack there. He could have probably gotten a few extra shots, but that was pretty good from him. Pretty ideal. Nothing really went wrong, so
Yeah, overall solid fights from everyone so far.
unfortunately we didn't get to see Trance's, but I'm assuming he had a good fight too.
Yeah, his time is still pretty good. And now we're seeing Avu Kamu.
Shall I give you the tour?
Oh, looks like he got a bit of damage there. Luckily he has a heal though, that's good. Oh no!
Oh no, he dies!
That's very unlucky. Oh,
Come on, you
that's
can pull us back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the run is like so long, anything can happen really.
Good luck, Jason.
But if for you guys who don't know much about Avakamu, he is a Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6 speedrunner. He mainly shifted over to the more new Resident Evil titles, not just recently. And he's only been speedrunning for like the last year. So he's doing a really good job going to an event like this and showing up. And I believe this is, this is going to be a good showing from him regardless. So let's see if he gets a good Bella fight here.
Yeah, it's honestly impressive, you know, like, if you're still pretty new to speedrunning.
Yeah. And then you come into an event like this where there's a lot of pressure, there's like a lot of people's eyes on you, and you still show up. That's like, yeah, that is impressive.
And it's Village of Shadows, which is honestly a very unique category.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, he threw the pipe bomb like a bit too close there, but he can still like
heals?
save it.
Yeah, he's still fine. He's 1 HP. I think he's alive here. He heals again.
Heal? Okay.
He's gonna get some damage
There
down.
we go.
There we go, yes. Not the clearest of fights, but he gets through it. There's a lot left to do in this run, so I wouldn't say it's all over yet, but he's definitely got to crawl his way back, unfortunately.
Yeah, and as you can see here, QTT is in the Blood Dungeon right now, or the Wine Cellar, actually. This is where one of the first FPS strats come in play, so QTT has lowered his FPS to 30 while making his way through the Wine Cellar.
Yes, and you'll see that throughout the entire run. It doesn't impact the time, So technically they can, you know, hover around and, you know, wait around a bit while they load their FPS. It doesn't impact the timer overall. And we also have a $50 donation from Mr. Zombie, who says, let's get it to 5,000. Ooh. 5,000 prize pool.
Yeah, let's
I believe,
go.
I mean, I believe it can be done. There's still
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
we're only 20 minutes into the first run, and there's still a second run left to go after this.
We also have
That would be-
$10 from Boner and 25 from Satip. I don't know if we set those yet.
I don't believe we have. But yeah, this is crazy. The prize pool is definitely beyond what I was expecting, and I think it goes to show how strong the Resident Evil community is.
Yeah, just like the speedrunning community in general.
So a lot of the runners now are getting up to Lady D. You don't actually fight her here. This is just your first encounter where she takes off your hand, and then you magically reattach it using the juice.
What? Ai, that goes.
Yeah, the magic green juice. Oh yeah, I should explain why the runners put the FPS to 30 earlier. Like a low FPS makes it possible to squeeze past enemies. So yeah, just putting that out there.
Yeah, the lower the FPS, the smaller the hitbox becomes. So certain enemies you can just walk past if you lower the FPS. The only downside is obviously you have to take your time out of the run to pause and switch the settings around. But again, it doesn't impact the timer. You can take as long as you want. There's not like a faster menuing thing in play. All of the runners here have like, you know, enough time to just menu through and you know, pick it up as in their own time essentially.
Yeah.
Archlon here is probably worth watching because he's about to pick up the iron key. And if he's done the route correctly, he's about to run past Lady D after he's played the piano. Where you run past Lady D here is kind of scary. She can hit you, so he's got to be a bit careful. So yeah, that's just one thing worth noting after picking up the iron key.
What?
Yeah, he needs to make sure
Oh my.
that he hugs the inside of the staircase to take the shortest and fastest path, so she misses you.
Yeah, also Archlon picked up a free heal there too. There, see, sorry, he runs past Lady D there. If you, I don't know, somehow get stuck on something, there's a good chance that she'll just hit you.
Yeah.
And I believe this is the Cassandra fight. Unless we missed that. I don't think we did. Is this the Cassandra fight or the Daniela fight?
Daniela.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's also interesting to note because some of you might have seen runners like pause their game when they're opening a drawer or opening a box. Well, if you pause the game is still opening that drawer for you, but it doesn't count towards the time because you're paused. But the
Yes.
game still thinks you're opening it. So, you know, you just pause and then you can pick up the item immediately. It's a really cool strat.
Yeah, it's a pause buffer to load in items, and
Yeah.
runners will use it in a lot of places to just freeload in the items rather than stand there and wait. And just an update to the times. I think Ray D is in first with a 24:33 on the iron key, followed by Zer, who got a 24:45. I believe I don't think Distortion has a timer there, so I can't really tell. And we have a huge donation coming in from Living Looney Bin, who put in $555. That's
Crazy.
insane.
Thank
So we
you.
we hit a nice flat $4,000. That is insane.
Yeah, jeez. Thank you, everybody. Crazy.
So yeah, this prize pool has exceeded what I believed was going to happen, and I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
everyone is going to be really happy with this. This is insane. Just absolute crazy showing. Also, the room that Distortion's in, it takes some pretty peculiar movement. Very hard to get down. You have to hit all 5 of the bells. I'm sure if you played this game, you've seen this room. And the movement that they take is very, very specific. And if you have bad aim, or if you're just like, you know, a bit slow, you can mess up and you lose quite a bit of time.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. So Ray there is, you know, at the last daughter fights.
Yeah, and this is Cassandra, who caused the mess.
Oh, she's gonna pay for it now. It's all good.
Yeah. And again, just
And-
worth pointing
yeah.
out, if you are new to watching runs of this, the SRT, which is the health bars, will show you a visual aid of the boss's health.
Yeah, it's a very big help having an SRT.
And it looks like Zarian is also on Cassandra too. He's not that far behind. Oh, he takes quite a bit of damage, but he heals. Okay, that is good from him. I believe you used the pistol here to save ammo for the shotgun. Or do you run out of shotgun ammo before?
Yeah, so you basically empty out your shotgun during this fight and then use a handgun for the rest, and also like a pipe bomb.
Do you use the same pipe bomb that you used to blow up the wall to damage?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's a good fight coming out of Radiant Azirian and Distortion too.
Yeah, those fights were all very solid. Everyone did a solid job there.
It's crazy to see all these runners doing so good on one of like the hardest difficulties in any Resident Evil game. This is insane.
Yeah, for sure. That's why, because the SRT is so important for RE8, because a lot of the fights are actually scripted. Like, you know, there are gonna be some bosses which you have to bring to a certain percentage, certain HP number before you can do certain amounts of damage, which, you know, we'll see that later on with Lady D, actually.
It looks like Trance is up to the boss fight too for Cassandra. I believe he is behind the other runners by roughly 30 seconds. I don't believe we caught what happened, but I'm sure he'll be able to make that up. That was a pretty good Cassandra fight from him. But yeah, I'm sure he'll come back into this as we move on, because there's gonna be a lot of ups and downs to this event, and we do have the Lady D fight coming up soon, which is probably one of the biggest fights in the entire game for the speedrun. So
Yeah, I'd say like Lady D and Moreau. Definitely also Moreau, the fish.
yeah, Moreau is probably the biggest.
Get ready, guys.
So yeah, we gotta watch out for that too. A lot
And
can go
he's
wrong in that
best.
fight. And he is the best. Yeah,
He is the best.
I'm sure we'll all love that moment. I can't see QDD's time, but I don't think he's that far behind his PB. So he's doing pretty good too. Just trying to keep up with all of the runners. I believe a few of the runners are behind pace, but Archelon is only 7 seconds behind. That is insane. To be on, you know, a marathon setting like this, where you've got competition going on and you've got like a lot of nerves, you know, he's definitely pulling through here. And
Yeah, for sure.
you got to take into consideration, Archelon did win the Resident Evil 2 remake Twitch Rivals, right? He did win that. So is he going in with a confidence boost, or do you think he's just trying to power through?
I don't know. I think it's a bit of both, honestly.
Yeah. For sure. Yeah, I think it's, you know, he's probably coming in thinking like, you know, he does have one of the top times. He did win Resident Evil 2.
Yeah.
And, you know, you got to have a bit of a confidence boost going in here. And also his community is pretty strong too, and they're probably rooting for him. So that's got to take into consideration as well. But obviously, as the runners go, they don't know. I don't think they know what the other times people have, so they might be putting pressure on themselves. Distortion looks like he's on good pace too. Just a reminder, Distortion does have the current world record, I believe, at least on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
So, you know, him only being 5 seconds behind is really huge. That's actually kind of dirty, because he has roughly, by estimates, around about like 1 to 2 minutes of cushion room to just mess around with, because, you know, overrunners are roughly about 1 minute to 2 to 3 to maybe 4 minutes behind him on average, and if he's only 5 seconds behind his PB pace, he's doing really good. And it looks like Rhea has initiated the Lady D fight, so we've got to take note of that.
Yeah. So, you know, Dist and Ray are currently at the Lady D fight. The way this works, she has like several phases. So her first phase, they need to get her to around 77-75% because she will heal, right? She needs to do a complete round, like around the building. She needs to break each tower before she flies away. So they don't want to pump in too much damage because she's gonna heal back to 77%. and then they need to shoot her out of the sky. So this fight is very scripted and very like strict.
Yeah, I saw a lot of the runners practicing this because they wanted to make sure they didn't mess up because this is a very influential fight.
Yeah.
So that's why you use the sniper rifle when she's in the sky like that to shoot it down. When she sends the flies, I believe you've got to go underneath the little towers there.
Yeah, and you also need to let yourself get hit by the flies because they will leave faster.
Yes. So it looks like Ray is having a really good Lady D fight here.
Yeah.
So is Distortion too.
Mm-hmm. You can also see them do like the weapon swap tech. You know, like Ray has been switching back and forth to the shotgun to make shooting slightly faster, like right now.
And it also looks like Zirian has made it to the boss fight too. There's a lot to take note of here. A lot of the runners are really close to each other. This is insane. It looks like Ray gets to the final phase pretty well.
Yeah, it was pretty fast.
Yeah, you don't have to mark this off yet though, because you can still die in the next phase. It's still dangerous.
Yeah, so they want to kill her when she's in the sky, right? You want to get her to like 1 HP basically when she's in the sky, because then she will go over to her dialogue, which is more blood, more blood. If you kill her when she's on the ground, she is going to want to break every tower again, and you lose like 40 seconds. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like both Archelon and QDD had a good first phase too. Or first and second phase. So that's good coming out of them. These are two of the sub 150 runners going into this.
Yeah, I believe.
Wow. This is obviously where the practice pays off, right?
Yeah, for sure. I've seen so many runners practice Lady D for hours.
Yeah. Does shooting Lady D when she's in the sky with a pistol do anything, or is it just
No, it just like you can do it to speed up her dialogue, but we actually don't know if it's like good or not. You know, when she's gonna go over to the more blood, more blood.
Yeah.
People just leave it. Like pistol in the air doesn't really do much. So.
I could be wrong here. I believe if we want to go off of numbers entirely, I believe Ray is in the first place. I could be wrong. I'm just going off of rough numbers right now because they do have different splits, of course. But Ray got a 34-28 boss fight, which is really good.
Yeah, that's really good.
So we'll see what happens when we switch over. We'll probably get more concrete numbers going out of this once they all get the flask. But that is insane from Ray. Good to see him show up like that. And one thing worth noting is Archelon only has 2 pistol bullets left. So he didn't pick up the extra ammo at the end of the boss fight.
Yeah, risky move.
Very risky move, but he might be thinking that he needs to save up time. Because in his head, he might think he's behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that he's got to like save up that time. QDD overall had a pretty good Lady D fight. He's doing pretty good for himself too, and he does have extra ammo. He's 35 seconds behind on his splits, but like we were talking about before, a lot of these runners are putting in a lot of practice for this event, and in general, and we might even see them PB. So, you know, being behind like that isn't that big of a deal because their overall time save that they can get throughout the entire run is quite insane.
Yeah, of course. And we also see Avukamu now coming up with Lady D. So far he's doing pretty good on Lady D. So yeah, he's definitely like trying to catch up. It's nice to see.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he did struggle with the Bella fight earlier on, which just was really unfortunate because you saw him try to heal, but he didn't get it off in time, which was, you know, happens to the best of us, really. So hopefully we can see him crawl back and make up more time. We'll see how his Lady D fight goes, but a lot of the runners here are probably going to be moving over to the baby section soon.
Yeah, first they have to go pick up a key, a winged key. Oh, right. There's actually a very interesting skip to explain here. Orch just passed it, but they shoot a lock in the distance, and that
Yes.
lock unlocks a door, which you have to go all the way around to go and unlock it. But they actually cheese it by unlocking it from far away. So that's a bit of an oversight from from Capcom.
Yeah, I
didn't
always
really
wondered what that
notice.
was. That is, I realized in my casual playthrough that you can shoot it from on top of the little hill, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, the prize pool for people who are interested, if you do !prize in the chat, you can contribute to the prize pool. It is well beyond what we expected it to reach, but there is an extra goal at 5,000. So if you hit that, I believe all of the runners will get a bigger chunk of the prize pool in general, and the overall output of the top 4 times will go up. All of the prize pool will be going towards the runners today. They will be getting a sizable amount depending on where they come. This is the first round of the WaifuRuns Invitational Speedrunning Tournament. This is the Village of Shadows Glitchless runs. And after this round, the top 4 times will go on to the second round, which was technically the finals, where
Yep.
they will be seeding based off of final times. Ooh, apparently Ray got hit when he was crawling under the truck, so he had to heal, so he might be missing a safety heal now. Obviously
Yeah.
being in first, that's kind of nerve-wracking for him.
Yeah, especially because after Beneviento, which is a very interesting part in the run, a bit slower but still interesting, after Beneviento will be a huge boss fight, so having a safety heal there would have been nice.
Mm-hmm.
This is so bad.
Yeah, and we're just switching over to... I believe we're switching over to Ray now as he picks up the wing key. Distortion picks up at the exact same time.
Yeah, look at that, side by side the exact same. This is really cool to see.
Okay, wait. Distortion is 30 seconds ahead. What? Okay, that is insane.
This is really cool to see. Oh, so right here, where Dist and Ray are at, this is called map skip. So the Duke shows a map, right? And you can save, I believe, 6 seconds. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. 6-7 seconds if you load in the map before you do runs. So you get to that part, you start the game, you load in the map, and then you do a run, and the cache of the game, like, knows that you have already seen the map. And you can skip it instantly. So that's called map skip.
Coming up soon is... Okay, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. Can you pronounce it for me?
Oh, wait, what, Beneviento?
Beneviento. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
This is kind of like a weird area in the game. It's very famous for being the baby section.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah, very PT inspired.
Yes. Kind of creepy
so I don't need to...
is what it is. A lot of the runners do have premeditated movement. I don't think they'll vary it away from it. I think it'll be very, easily done because it's a... I don't think there's RNG in that section at all, right?
No, but there is a very scary section. It's called baby skip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very scary, but it's pretty free for pretty much all the runners. So I look forward to seeing everyone pull off baby skip.
Just a little update with the times. Arch picked up the winged key at 38 minutes and 34 seconds. Trans got it at 37 minutes and 32 seconds. Ray got it at 36 and 24. So we're seeing a bit of variation between the runners. Yeah, Zer's doing pretty good for himself, but yeah, this is we're kind of getting a gap to form now. If I had to put someone in first, I believe it's Distortion or Archlon. Unfortunately, they're on opposite sides of the screen to each other because we can only have 4 runners up at the time, so we can't directly compare, but I believe it's between Distortion and Arch right now, which is kind of insane. I do believe Ray will crawl back at some point. He is, of course, second place runner going into this, judging by the leaderboards, and I believe he'll be able to pull something back. Or maybe we'll see someone mess up somehow.
Oh yeah, a lot can happen. Oh god. Because speaking of RNG, Beneviento at the end, the doll fight. you can have some really good RNG there. She spawns in certain locations, so yeah, runners can easily win or lose 20 seconds there.
And I'm just getting word that we missed it, but Zer did die inside of the castle. He
really?
lost 60 seconds, yeah.
Oh,
So that is
damn.
incredibly unfortunate for him.
Mhm.
I was wondering where the time loss came from.
Skip,
But yeah, we're moving into the
walk
baby section
outside
and
for a moment,
very
it gives you, like,
scary
an
section of the
outside
game.
speed buff.
Because I think this is where the game alters between the action stage to the horror stage.
Yeah, yeah.
And the entire Beneviento section is entirely just horror.
Where does the speed boost come from? When you're outside, you move faster.
There's actually a very, very new skip. I think we can watch Surian do the skip here.
Speed is different.
So, or Strat rather. When you go into the Beneviento house, your movement speed cuts down by a lot. But someone figured out that if you go back outside and then quickly go back inside, you maintain your outside movement speed. So let's see if he's gonna do it. It's like right here as he's opening the door.
It's crazy to see that Distortion and Ray are still like identical. Since like way back.
Oh, there you got it. Surian got it. The movement speed tech.
Yeah, if you could run that speed
Oh,
throughout
is
the
that...
entire house.
Yeah, I can see that actually. That's insane.
Yeah. But it saves like, I believe like 5 seconds or something. It's not that much. I mean, for top record paces, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, doing the lock first.
Zorro, just want to reiterate again. Zorro is roughly 2 minutes behind.
I think
This is purely because he started his run later than other runners, so that is not because he is, you know, behind on time or anything like that. It's purely because he started later than everyone.
Yeah.
We will judge this based off of final time, so we'll let him obviously finish his run after everyone else. And it's not a case of who finishes first. It's a case of who finishes first, judging by the timer.
Yeah. Oh, there's a raid that came in. Thank you very much. Welcome everyone to the Waifu Invitational. And it's really cool to see Dist and Ray right now. They're like it's like a play-by-play, like identical right now, the run. It's so cool.
Oops.
So the Beneviento house has a lot of puzzles, basically. You need to like, you know, there's like a doll at the center, and you need to find a way to pick off the objects of the doll and use them in puzzles. One of them is a music box.
Two runs.
The other is a movie reel.
It's like if you get into the
And so
second round,
forth.
you do another run.
Like right now, Trans found a key in the doll's leg, and that key can be used for the music box. Right now, Orch is cutting open the doll here, and he is going to take... like right inside there's a dial, and he can use that dial to open up the other part of the house. The Beneviento's house.
Be nice.
Like, that door is actually also a puzzle. Those two symbols, you need to figure out which symbols you need to put in by examining the rest of the doll, but obviously... obviously the runners skip all of that.
Did you notice the donation? Did you notice that?
Was there
Do you
a
s-
donation?
No, do you see what the total is?
No, you can tell me. What is the total?
Oh, I can't read it. Can you read it?
Wait, can I read it?
Yeah, what is that total? I can't see it.
Fourth. Oh! 69, 640, 69, 69.
Nice.
Nice. Oh. Say the number, Larksa.
But yeah, overall, this is pretty good Benvenuto from a lot of the runners here. Showing up pretty well. Arch is coming up to the end of it here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna see the baby real soon now.
The one thing that creeps me out is the baby animation when it eats you. I don't know if you've seen it, but
Yeah.
This checkpoint restart is so stupid.
She said the marijuana number. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've heard Arch never looks at the baby. He's probably really terrified of it, so he
Oh.
just doesn't look at it. He refuses to.
Huh. That's gonna be interesting for the baby skip.
Yeah. Did you explain the baby skip?
Yeah, I'm actually going to. We're really close though.
Okay,
Let's
that's
see. I
fine.
think, yeah, Orch. Yeah, Orch is gonna hit the baby skip real soon now. So basically, this baby will be in the hallway, and you can't pass the baby, right? You get out of the kitchen, and the baby is coming down the hallway. So the runners, they are going to pause buffer and move at the exact same frame the hand leaves the staircase, and they can squeeze past the baby. But I've never seen Orch's setup here, so let's check it out. It's very
Orch is-
tense.
I think he's refusing to look at the baby. Like,
Oh, that is so weird! He
yeah.
indeed did not look at the baby.
That is an
didn't know you could
that
do
is
that.
interesting. Yeah.
That's weird. I've never seen that before, honestly.
I mean,
If you see the baby, it's way scarier because you're literally running into the baby, but you like squeeze past him, you know?
but yeah, that was a successful skip from Arch, and that's definitely going to save
Yeah.
him a lot of time. I would be surprised if the runners don't go for it, but we might see someone here or there not to go for it out of safety.
Oh, so you saw QTT there, squeezed right past the baby. That was good.
Did we miss seeing Distortion do it? I think we
Yeah,
did.
yeah. He already
Okay.
did it. Or... Oh, there you go. Oh, QTT was about to hit...
But yeah, Distortion, Ray, Arch, QDD. I believe they all got a pretty good baby skip, which is obviously good for them. These are some of the top 5 contestants, alongside Trans too, so...
Alright, let's watch Zurian pull off baby skip.
Come on, Zarian.
Hope for the good RNG.
Yeah, I just want to see chat be terrified of how clutch the skip actually is. So, let's see what Zarian's setup is. Okay, he's gonna do the pause buffering, switching to 30 FPS to make it easier.
And a bit cold here, I should turn off the fans, but...
And as you can see, the baby's right there, he's pause buffering. And he needs to leave at the exact same frame the hand goes down, and boom! There you go. Awesome.
What the runners used to do was they used to hold a doll, similar to the siege section, and they would like alternate between the door, and you would be able to basically time it so that when the baby went through the door, you could just go through behind it.
Distant Ray here are at the doll fighting section. So this doll section has RNG. Her first spawn is always upstairs, but then her second spawn is RNG between 2 places, and then her third spawn is also RNG between 2 places. So you can definitely win a lot of time or lose a lot of time due to RNG.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this. This is RNG, yeah.
It's safe here.
Because when I've done multiple playthroughs of this, they've always been in the same spot, but it was kind of crazy to find out that the second and third placement's RNG, but...
Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
Seems like Ray is walking around a bit, putting on his jacket.
Are we gonna see him juggle again,
7
like he did
seconds
in
of fun save
the Resident Evil
compared to
2
worst
tournament? That was
RNG,
great.
so-
Oh, did he juggle?
Yeah, he took like
Funny.
a break to juggle.
Yeah, it seems like this got some bad RNG there. Feels
This
bad.
is on pretty good pace right now, so that shouldn't really affect him too much.
Mhm.
Cold.
Uh,
Maybe it's just. my
it was
nerves are
between
making me feel
him and
cold.
Archlon who was in first. I believe
I guess it's
Arch
towards the
might
night,
be in
eh?
first now after that, but yeah, that's an unfortunate
it
time loss, but
balcony
I'm
as
sure he'll
well?
be fine. Because right now, what's important is that you get through to the second round.
Yeah.
So as long as he just keeps on pace and he keeps running, the position that he ends in at the end of this round doesn't matter if he gets
Yeah.
through to the second round. So. Yeah, QTD also got bad RNG too.
Oh no. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Honey? You maybe come and close the door. The balcony door.
So yeah, we're coming up to Fish Molly soon.
Yep, the best.
The best. This is probably the most influential fight in the entire run, so probably we might see some crazy stuff happen. I hope not, but yeah, this is where we gotta be paying attention on all 8 of the runners, because we can see mistakes, we can see things go wrong. Yeah, we've got to be paying attention because we could see a switch in the balance.
Yeah, and
coming up.
Fish Molly or Moreau is also a very like specific fight, so the SRT will definitely help out here as well.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's Trans. He manages to get through to. Believe he's pulling back now. Like he lost quite a bit of time, but he's saving it up. I do believe he's on pace with his PB. We were talking about it, Trans, before we started today. And although his PB is a 152, he definitely can get a sub 150.
Yeah.
Because he's put in a lot of practice and he's saved a lot of time to the point where, like, I mean, going into this event, we believed that he was probably going to get a sub 150 in the event.
Yeah.
Right now, he might be struggling to keep a hold of that, and he might have to pull out all the stops here to save himself for the second round.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he had like a death in his run.
Mhm.
Like without that, he'd definitely be on a really good PB pace. Seems like Avukamu is coming up for the baby skip. I always love watching the baby skip.
I have you. Find some quality ingredients and bring them to me.
Hopefully, we don't see anyone messes up.
Mhm.
A farewell.
But yeah, the baby skip is quite probably the scariest part so far. But it looks like all of the runners have it down, so not too much to worry about.
Also, something interesting to note here, now that most runners are at Moreau, like Orch here, the elevator goes faster on high FPS. So someone timed it. You can lose 8 seconds if you're going down the elevator on 30 FPS. So you want to make sure you're on 120 FPS in elevators at all times.
Yeah, I believe if your FPS is uncapped, it still saves time. So that's why the runners are capped at 120 FPS.
Yep.
Is specifically to make it more fair for all the runners. So there's no pay to win, which is also why the loading times are removed too, because you want to make it as fair as you can across the board. So yeah, right there you'll see that the elevator is definitely faster 120, but not insane.
QTT might get attacked here by the big wolf lichen, but it seems like he's...
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, that was really close.
Oh. Yeah, I saw that he was walking behind it, which
Yeah.
seemed abnormal. So, but he gets past it. He's looking pretty good. I think going into this, the 4 people we probably want to. It's kind of hard because they're on the opposite side, but the 4 people who we definitely need to keep an eye on are QDD, Archlon, Distortion, and Ray. They seem to all be on really good time right now.
Because I could just run out.
There's not much deviation between the times, which is kind of scary, actually.
Yeah.
Damn freak.
Wait though.
Camu is also at the dogs as well. So it is worth noting that they pick up the grenade launcher here from the Iron Key door.
Yeah, the grenade launcher is very important for the Moreau strat.
Zer took damage there.
How do I get out?
He had to use his herbs to make heal, which means
Yes.
he's gonna have less for flash rounds. That's really unfortunate.
This game. when you
Yeah,
pick up
in
this
Village
herb,
of
they
Shadows,
definitely need
materials
it.
are it's a very tight with materials. So if you make one heal too many, it would mean that you have like 1 or 2 flashes less, which
The
is a
series,
very
I'm pretty
very
sure,
big
like
deal.
multiple
Yeah,
episodes,
it's a
times
balance
the
of
revive,
herbs that I
right?
did mention at the start of the run
Infinite
that
Darkness.
a lot of the runners are probably gonna make less flash rounds and more healing items, to be safe. Yeah, Zerion did almost die there, which would have been his second
happy
death.
we
So
got-
so thankfully he didn't die. But you know, when you're working from behind like this, you got to make sure that you do everything flawlessly. And yeah, that could have been
Got
risky
the,
for him. But Distortion and Ray have made it up to
I'm a drop.
where we're about to be introduced to Fish Molly.
Usually
So
this overall is good.
they just got the key for the boat, which is how you get there.
Mhm.
But yeah, this is like the kind of the calm before the storm, because coming up soon we
Definitely.
have
Yeah, it definitely is.
yeah, we have like probably what is one of there's a bit of like an auto walk, what do you call it, auto scrolling section before the fight, and you can still die in the auto scrolling section because you got to wait for the fish to do all of his moves.
Yep. Like he can definitely knock you off the platforms.
And this is where you're seeing it from Distortion, Ray, and Archelon. They're all doing the chase now with the fish molly.
Yeah, right now they're making their way through these platforms, and Moreau will sometimes try and grab you from or eat you from a platform, so they have to be fast enough that he doesn't do that. And right here where Orch is, there's a really good reset checkpoint. I don't know if he's gonna do it, but once you pull down this lever, you can do reset checkpoint, and you don't have to wait for the platform to raise.
Yeah, he just so that's a little small time save. But yeah, they're coming up to the latter end of the auto scroller now, which is good. And then they're gonna move into the boss fight, which is, yeah, that's where we gotta be paying attention.
Yeah, the boss fight is gonna make or break a lot of runs here. Oh, there goes one of the best voice lines. I'm the best.
I'm the best. I think that and Cassandra are like the two.
yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
When you're in the boss fight and he goes, I've been saving this one.
Yeah. This is for the Twitch chat. There's a copy pasta. I've been saving this one. Everyone needs to spam it when they're at that part.
Ooh, also a little thing to note here is both Trance and Archelon got explosives, which is a very rare drop, which is
Oh,
really
nice.
good RNG. So that should speed up, I believe, the boss fight coming up for them, but we'll see.
Yeah, explosive rounds drop RNG is really good.
Yeah. I think what you'll want is explosives and herbs, because herbs again can be used for flash rounds, which is very important.
Yeah, and also the boss fight. So, you know, RE8 has a lot of FPS memes, like they're switching between 30, 60, and 120 FPS. For this fight, a lot of the runners, if not all of them, switch the fight to 60 FPS because this fight on 120 FPS, Moreau tends to break certain platforms faster in the boss fight area, so it's very important to switch your FPS there.
And we're getting to that point now. This is going to be hard to cast, but we're gonna have multiple people inside of the boss fight at one time, and we're gonna try and obviously we're trying our best
need
to
more
basically
distributors
commentate it all, but
sometimes.
it's gonna be a bit of a tough one. Purely because we're gonna be switching between runs back and forth. But yeah, this is where a lot of runs are gonna be maked and braked, sink or swim,
Yeah.
sink or swim. That's a better one. But yeah, a lot on the line here, dude. Arch did deviate from the original route. He decided to get handgun attachments before the boss fight,
Oh.
which I guess helps in his
interesting.
overall DPS.
Mm-hmm.
You got a hold chat. You're spamming too early.
Can I pause buffer the case? I don't think so.
Premature spam. Hate to see it.
Yeah. Affects 1 in 5 males.
Damn.
But Archlon is coming up to the fight now, and he does get ahead.
Yeah, so you see how like Orch was clipping into Moreau there? If you're fast enough, after you like put in the code for the sluice gate and you're fast enough, you get to clip inside of Moreau.
So this is going to be kind of hard because both Trey and Archlon are at the boss fight now. And obviously we can only keep visuals on one of them, so Archlon here coming up.
Yeah, so right here Moreau like swims in and they want to, so there's a lot of like weapon swap tech, which I explained earlier. They're gonna be switching between sniper and shoddy to make it go faster. They need to pump in enough damage at the start, so he doesn't, you know, they want to kill him as fast as they can, but also not too fast, because at certain HP thresholds, he's going to do the "I've been saving this one," right? The acid rain, and that's like you lose so much time. So
Archlon reset that.
yeah, exactly.
That's a huge time loss.
I don't believe he got. I believe he messed up.
Yeah.
But yeah, distortion's in the boss fight now. He just switches to 60 FPS. And one thing worth noting as well is when they're using the shotgun, they will empty out the chamber so that they can feed in one shell at a time. It is faster that way. It is kind of an oversight by the devs, but it makes you it basically lets you fire faster without upgrading the fire rate of the gun. But yeah, like you said, they're alternating between the sniper rifle and the shotgun to increase their DPS here. And the SRT is worth watching, basically, because you can see both the players and the boss fight's health, which is very important information throughout this run. Distortion and Ray both on the boss fight, doing pretty good, I believe.
Yeah, they're doing pretty solid right now in the fight.
What are we looking for here?
They want to keep him at like they want to keep Moreau at like a very sweet spot of health, so he doesn't like stagger too early. He doesn't do "I've been saving this one" too early. Like it's very, very specific.
And a lot of runners will save up their pipe bombs and the mines for this boss fight because they can just like basically dump them on Maru throughout the fight, which just increases damage. Oh, here we go. Oh, he's been saving that one.
I picked this one. Let's go, chat.
Yeah, let's go, chat.
The best copy pasta. There's a very, very cool speed tech coming up. So Dist and Ray here, they're going to place mines in the corner. And you can play mines incredibly fast. Like, you need to check this out. So they keep space held in. And because space is held in, Ethan will spam mines. I'm not sure why, but he places them twice as fast. So they place 10 mines here, and Moreau is gonna swim into it and basically get completely destroyed. Very cool. Boom.
That's a lot of damage. I think he went from like 40% HP to like 5%. And Distortion had a really good fight. He actually he saved time. That's really good.
That was a very good fight, yeah.
He was already ahead, but now he's... Whew, that's going to be a huge time save here. And Ray gets a good fight too. Yep. So that's overall pretty good for the two people in the lead right now. And here we have QDT and Ray. I think they're both in the fight as well. And Trance as well.
They lost
QDD and
one
Arch
minute.
one, sorry. QDD's going for the mine spam.
Yeah.
So you have, I think it's 10 mines at this point, or is it 9?
It's 10 mines, I believe.
Yeah, Arch just got out. Even though Arch had the reset, he did get out of the boss fight before QDD. Well, we'll see actually, because it depends on how good QDD has his fight here. Ooh, I think QDD might be actually slightly ahead, but Arch did recover. He didn't lose too much time. Although he is a minute behind his splits, like it is worth noting that he is still on sub 150 pace, which is really good.
Oh, okay, it's 9 mines now instead of 10. Wait, what happened?
QDD's on 1 HP. Oh, he's fine. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought he was gonna die. Okay, he's good. Never mind. But he does lose time because he's doing a second. I've been saving this one, but I mean, overall, he's good. He didn't die. That wasn't the worst case scenario. But I thought he died there. That was so close for him.
Yeah, that's a lot of time loss if you get a second. I've been saving this one. Kind of sucks, but that's all right as long as he doesn't die. He had like 1 HP there, literally.
Yeah, that was very unlucky for him, but he didn't die. That's what's important. He's still on good pace. Trance is up to the boss fight too. He's placed his mines. Let's see how much DPS he goes down from.
Yeah, and Avokamu is also heading to the boss fight right now.
And Nacy, I've been saving this one, $20 donation. Thank you, Nacy. The 40, 69, 69 has been diminished now. But Trance,
Oh, no.
Is he gonna get DPS down fast enough? Oh, he didn't.
Yeah.
Oh. So just like QDD, the exact same thing happens.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for the runners.
It's a lot of time loss. The fight is so, like, it's a really tight fight.
Yeah. It's also just really unfortunate because you're losing so much time here, and there's nothing you can do about it because he's got 1 HP.
Yep,
Now,
exactly.
although-
1 HP.
Although
what is
we
the status guide?
like, you know, unfortunately not have 40, 69, 69, we can get 420, 69, so...
Yeah, and the ultimate goal would be like 69, 69, you know?
69, yeah, true.
Speedrun.
But yeah, that was a pretty... I mean, you know, Trance did save time over splits, like I was saying before. He can still get a sub 150, despite the fact that he didn't have a perfect boss fight.
Yeah,
This man is probably one of the best runners going into this event, and he can still get a sub 150 this run if he pulls out some good stops. So definitely not worth like routing him off just yet. He's pulling back, and I think we're gonna, you know, we're gonna see some movement around the board. But yeah, we're over an hour into the run now. We're into the second half now, so this is where things will get a bit more cautious, a bit more scary.
Yeah, and a bit more FPS memes in the factory.
Yeah, factory is very tight. It's got a lot of corridors, a lot of like big enemies. There is a lot of FPS switching that the runners will do, so you gotta look out for that. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of these runners are pretty happy with their time, especially Distortion. He's doing really good.
So many flashes. I need to make more anyways. And if I make 8 right now,
Oh, Red Zoro is also heading towards Moreau right now.
Yeah.
It's like the same
Just to reiterate one more time, Red Zoro is 2 minutes behind because he started late, but that does not affect his final time. So although he is visually behind by over 2 minutes, it's the final time that counts. So don't write him off as well, because he can become a wild card essentially.
Yeah,
going into
definitely.
this. But Distortion is a huge amount ahead of the pack, and I think he's got a bit of cushion room going into this, which is obviously what he's been wanting. He has been doing a lot of practice alongside a lot of the other runners, but you know, when it came to the run, he's been, I mean, we haven't seen him mess up anything. That's all I'm gonna say. So
Yeah, coming up now, they're heading into the den, the Lichen Den. So they have to open the gate here, and once they pull both handles, it will take a while for the gate to open. In the meanwhile, they need to make sure not to die. It's pretty stressful, this part.
This is where flash rounds get used.
Yeah.
If you want to use them and have them to spare, you'll use your flash rounds here. Just because it flashes all of the like and stops them from attacking you. I mean, it's pretty
Fucking
yeah.
guy blocking my way.
Yeah, it's pretty helpful.
What's funny is I've mentioned this a couple of times, but Distortion and Ray are pretty much like on equal timing, at least visually here.
Yeah. That's been very cool to see.
Yeah, Ray is like roughly 50 seconds behind, but they've been kind of identical going into this. So coming up is the big boss fight. I believe his name is Uriah. Is that what you said?
Uriash.
Uriash.
But everyone says Urias, so it's all good.
Alright. But yeah, Uriash. Uriash is quite a scary boss fight. He has a lot of HP.
Uh-huh.
A lot of things can go wrong, but I think they should be fine.
Yeah, so they want to pump in as much damage as they can while he's spawning in. So we're gonna see the runners shoot him from far away already.
Yeah, when you see him pop up at the beginning of the boss fight, you can damage him. So they'll try to put in quite a bit of damage before he comes down, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But we're switching over to... Oh! I was literally about to say, Avu Kamu is on the Fish Molly boss fight right now, and I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing good so far.
He had quite a rough start to the event today. He died in Bella, and he had to come back from that. But he's making his way through,
Yeah.
and he's doing pretty good for himself. Again, using the pipe bombs to deal damage and then the explosive rounds is pretty much standard at this point. And I think we might get a last chance spam at I'm the best. Oh, not I'm the best. I've been saving this one. Oh, yeah, I've been saving this one.
Yay!
Yeah, he said it. Because, yeah, I mean, he's doing pretty good. We'll probably see him put down the mines and, I guess at this point, finish him off. Hopefully he kills him before he does his, his second phase of, I've been saving this one, but yeah.
Here,
hopefully it should be
Orchard's at the Urias boss fight.
So yeah, it is worth pointing out that you can damage him. He misses a magnum shot. Oh.
He
Magnum
wasn't too
shots is-
happy with that.
He wasn't, yeah.
Oh no. He shot
God.
the hammer twice. A mistake. Oh, no.
Archon is a... Oh, no. Yeah, like I was about to say, Archon is a very emotional runner. He, you know, he'll often get very angry at times. So
Yeah,
you'll see him... You'll see him, you know, visually showcase how annoyed he can get. We did miss it, but Distortion had a really good boss fight. So he's doing pretty good for himself. Ray is still in the boss fight himself. We'll see how he does it. Picking up the loose ammo there, but I think he's gonna have a good boss fight. His damage seems about right for the ammo that he had, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, hitting the hammer there is really unlucky.
Yeah, it's also very easy to hit the hammer because you want to do headshots, but from that angle, his hammer is pretty high up, so it's like, ugh.
Apparently off screen, Archon did a second reset in Uriash.
Yeah, yeah. Because of the shots that he missed.
Yeah. But Ray had a pretty good fight. I think you gotta be happy with that. So nothing too bad there.
Yeah, they also like skip the treasure that he drops because it's just easy. Like it's just way faster to run out than to wait for his body to crystallize and break.
And the QDD has just arrived to the Uriash boss fight too. Zarian is getting close to starting it. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the others do in that boss fight. It is pretty influential and it can set the rest of the run before you get into factory, pretty much.
Mhm.
But Distortion, clearly setting the pace here. He's doing really good for himself, and I think he's he's pulling away. I'm pretty sure he's got a few safety heals, and he's doing pretty good on ammo, so he's got to be
Yeah.
feeling good going into
Overall,
factory.
pretty solid run.
That's
Arch
really
did finish Urias with 1:15:35.
Hmm.
So that's pretty good. But yeah, I do want to reiterate one more time. Not Archland. Distortion 2's PB
Oh, no,
is the
what
world
is
record.
this?
The fact that he's 10 seconds behind that is insane.
Am I dead?
Yeah,
So
for sure.
yeah, this pace
He did like
is
one
crazy.
of the worst attacks you can get. Well, that's
Yeah, especially for doing a race, you know, it's pretty good.
When you're doing a marathon
I've
setting,
never
you're
had to
supposed to
deal
be
with that.
safe, man. Like
Yeah.
God.
you're supposed to take your time
forgot
and
whenever
pick up
you
extra
get
ammo and
this
healing
checkpoint,
items,
you
and
just
Distortion
get to
didn't get the
shooting.
memo. He's
haven't
just
dealt with
running.
that
He
attack very
doesn't
much. I
care.
really
He's
don't
just
know how
going
to
crazy,
handle
and
it,
this is insane
so
to see.
Unfortunate.
Zirian died.
Never get it in my
Oh,
runs,
no.
Yep.
like, actually ever. So
We're seeing a lot of people mess up this Urias fight.
Yeah, it's again like very specific, you know, you want to kill him in one cycle, so when he drops down there, that's when you want to kill him. So it's very, very important not to miss any shots.
super unfortunate. And then his hammer grabbed me, and it.
Okay, let's
pushed me
see if
away,
Ziran can
so-
get a
I don't know, man.
good
Like, I
boss
feel like
fight
I'm
this
just getting
time.
Really, really unlucky.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
what
doesn't
the
sound too
fuck?
happy, but
He did it again.
it is like I do have to agree. It is kind of unlucky when you hit the hammer. Like you can be really, you can have a really good shot, but you know he lifts that thing up really fast, right?
Yeah,
and it's not really
exactly.
something you can react to. So it's just a matter of like hitting him in the right time and not hitting his hammer, especially with the magnum shots.
Oh, Zurin almost has him. There you go.
That was good. I mean, yeah, unfortunately he did die, but overall pretty good. Archlon is 2 minutes and 32 seconds behind his PB, which means that is not looking good for him. Still wants sub 150, I think, judging by his PB, but
Yeah,
that's-
and anything can still happen, honestly. Like they're going into the factory. They have a few bosses left. They have Sturm left, or I like to call him Gyro Man, and Heisenberg. So
yeah, and again, just want to put it out there. The time of your run isn't that important if you get through to the second round. So if Archlon gets
Status
4th
update.
place in the first
Status
round,
update. I
he
wasn't
still
meant to
goes through
reload
to the
that.
second round,
Actually
and
don't have
then
enough
times are
ammo.
reset for the top 4
Maybe
runners.
tough.
So
Yep.
you know, it's
Fifth?
not that
By how
bad. I
much?
mean, I think he's giving himself a hard time. I can tell by looking at him, but I don't think he's got too much to worry about realistically. And yeah, Trans unfortunately didn't have a good Urias fight.
And if I
He
didn't
lost
die,
around
there
about
would be
1
so
minute and 20
many
seconds. He's not looking too good
man.
either. We did mention he was on sub 150 pace. Not anymore,
Man, I can't believe
unfortunately.
it.
But a lot left to do. There's just a lot going on. A lot can go wrong, and
for sure.
we'll see.
Not to play it.
yeah, the factory is I think
I'm
for
gonna have to get
every
some
runner,
sniper
the
ammo from
factory is
some
kind of like
boxes.
one of the harder areas because it has like so many strats, so many FPS switches,
Yeah.
so many things can happen there. It's honestly crazy.
Yeah, and then you're not forgetting the crit section at the end of the game, which is
Oh,
really
yeah, for
quite
sure.
difficult.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah.
That's not like an auto scroller. It's actually really hard.
Mm.
I've seen a lot of people mess up that part of the run, like even the best runners. So you know, if you're a couple of minutes behind, you've got to keep that in mind. You've got to keep in mind the fact that you still have roughly 1/3 of the run left to go. And I don't know if this is necessarily true entirely, but I'm pretty sure the Miranda fight's pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
for-
yeah.
if they have the right utensils, so there's not too much to worry about there. But again, things can still go wrong. I don't know. A lot of the runners might suffer from nerves. and stuff like that. So
Maybe
yeah,
the elevator.
we'll
Yeah,
see.
I could do
sure.
that too. I don't know. I guess it's probably just a combination of my like menuing plus the boat plus the.
But yeah, Ray and Distortion are
Yeah.
in the factory. They're looking pretty good.
Yes. I don't know.
So it's really hard to remember the route actually in factory. Like so
Yeah,
many
it is.
corridors and stuff.
Yeah, it's like a maze, right? It's also
Mhm.
like very densely packed.
Yeah.
So yeah, you gotta remember where you're going. You've also got to
Ooh,
remember when to switch
yeah.
FPS too.
Trey got hit there. That was unfortunate.
Yeah. Fortunately, he had a backup heal, but if you're just tuning in, this is the WaifuRuns Invitational Speedrun Tournament. This is the Village of Shadows Glitchless category. This is only the first round. This is to see who goes through to the top 4, which will then have a second round after this. If you want to contribute to the prize pool, !prize in the chat. All of the prize pool will be going towards the runners, including the 5th to 8th place runners in the event who don't make it through to the second round. I am your co-host Jabo, and this is Laxa. Right?
Yeah, any kind of like donation, greatly appreciated. Our total prize pool is 4,089 and 69 cents. Crazy.
Yeah, that's really, really insane. Oh, also worth pointing out is Red Zorro has made it to Urias, and he just took a lot of damage.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's actually on pretty good pace compared to his PB, actually.
Mhm.
Although his PB is at 154, he might be looking at getting a pretty good run in here, actually. His start wasn't the best, but he's pulling back. That's nice to see. And it looks like his Urias fight is going pretty well, despite the fact that he took damage at the start. Let's see, he's just got a little bit of health. Oh,
Probably could've
Ooh,
made
has to
that
heal
side
quite
move
often.
Earlier, but I just...
yeah, he didn't pick up one of the... pipe bombs, which kind of threw him off, I think.
Oh yeah, Trey here. He's making his way through these, yeah, machines, pistons. I don't know what to call it, but we put the game there to 30 FPS so you can squeeze past the enemies as well, and you just have to basically time it correctly so you don't get crushed by those machine things.
Yes, I've just been informed at 5,000 on the prize pool, 5th to 8th place
All I
will go up
need-
from $75 to $125. So
Ooh.
the runners who don't make
Yeah,
it through to the
full
second
drops.
round will receive $50 more,
All of them.
which is kind of big actually.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So
For
yeah,
safety purposes.
but overall this is insane, and I believe this is going a lot better than I expected. I'm not too sure about you, but you know, wow, you guys are showing
Yeah,
up
I
in
think
force.
it's amazing. Yeah.
QDD almost died, but he's getting some gold splits. Wow, actually, oh, that's insane. Last time we checked on him, he was like roughly like 1 minute 10 seconds behind, and he saved roughly like 11 seconds back.
It's fine. Totally fine.
So that's crazy.
Orch is also making his way through the deadly machines. Oh, we did it. It's really good.
But yeah,
And that
trans.
part is very like scary.
Oh, what, the pistons bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does it instant kill you on Village of Shadows, or does it put you to 1 HP?
I think it puts you to 1 HP, but I'm not too sure. I know in hardcore it puts you to like danger status, so.
Worth checking out here. Camu is onto the Urias fight. A little bit behind, but good to see that he's fighting here, and he's doing some pretty good DPS. Doesn't miss a shot. I think he missed 1 sniper shot, but overall pretty good. You'll see here once he's done a bit of the damage with his guns, he'll go over and pick up all of these pipe bombs, and then he'll throw them. This is pretty good DPS from him so far.
Yeah, the fight's going pretty smooth right now.
Ooh, hits the hammer. Come on, Camu. Yeah, he's gonna switch over. He's gonna do his damage with the pipe bombs, and that's a pretty good fight from him.
Yep, you got him. That's very smooth, actually.
Yeah.
Good to see.
Now, I don't know if Camu runs or splits normally, but Yeah. So we can't really compare to his PB. I actually don't even know what his PB is, I don't think. Let me see. Yeah, I don't, so... I don't know if this is a good run for him or not, but he's doing pretty good.
Right now, Arch is like shooting the bulbs on the door. Another strat is to actually use an explosive round. So if you got like good RNG drop from the, from the crates and you have extra explosive rounds, you can just like shoot a round and all the bulbs will be like exploded and the door will
Yeah.
open instantly. Which actually saves it saves good time if you can do that to each door.
Yeah, it saves time because you don't have to stop. Because
Yeah.
you can throw it as you're running. I've seen runners use pipe bombs there too, if they've got any excess ones. But yeah, you shooting it one by one is kind of slow, but it's not that bad. But if you got an explosive round spare, you'll obviously want to use it. And what worth pointing out is throughout the entire run, the runners will be picking up treasures, and that's so that when they go to the Duke, they can buy upgrades. So that is kind of important to point out, and it's all premeditated. They'll know what they need. They'll be picking up specific amounts of treasure to buy the right upgrades, but
Are you kidding me?
yeah.
Yeah, the most important thing to upgrade is the sniper at the end of the game because Miranda is weak to the sniper.
Sandbagging is,
So they're gonna make the
cities
sniper
from
OP
They load
by the end of
actual
it.
sandbags into their cars.
And Archlon is talking about Formula One, which is typical Archlon, in my opinion. But yeah, it looks to me like Ray and QDD are on really good pace. So is Archlon. He is a bit behind, but not that bad. But ultimately, Distortion, really far ahead.
Yeah.
And I think he's got to be happy with us, you know?
Rest in
Like,
peace.
I don't know, Distortion's always someone, in my opinion, who puts in a lot of time and effort. Especially when, like, it's a run that he cares about, and
Yeah.
he put a lot of time and effort into this run, and it's showing off. Like, not only is he the world record holder, but he's doing really good.
Yeah, he
in this...
definitely lives and breathes RE8, I can confirm.
Yeah, and I mean, like, people know him from all sides of communities, whether that's, you know, Dark Souls or Resident Evil games, and he is pretty much like this all the time.
It's not actually faster.
Ooh, we got a $20 donation from Nacy. Thank you, Nacy. Hitting us up to 4,109 and 69. Yep.
Of 69 cents remaining. Nice.
Oh no, it was BKDD. Sorry. Yeah. Overall, I think this is going pretty good for a lot of these runners.
Alright, so we'll have to buy shotgun.
Like we did say before, Camu and Red Zoro are pretty much wildcards going into this. You know, they don't have sub 150 runs, but they definitely can take a spot away going into the second round.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so throughout like the factory, you'll see a lot of the runners switch back to 30 FPS because they do have to squeeze past a lot of enemies. So they'll be doing it quite often here.
Ooh, apparently Zer died to an explosion. I don't know if
Oh no.
fuckhead. So that's a bit of an oof.
How?
I think that's is that the third death or reset that Zer's had?
Yeah, I think the third.
Man, come on. Can I... Dude, all the stuff I've lost so much time to... Dude,
Looks like Distortion's
Oh
gonna
my
be
God.
going into the propeller head fight soon.
Please.
He's getting closer
I
to
have
it.
to actually,
So
like,
the propeller head is
practice
right
that
before
or
the end of
something.
Factory,
I need to figure
before
out
we
why
fight
that does
Heisenberg.
that.
And it's kind of a scary fight. He is a
It just...
quite
I
a scary
don't
enemy.
understand if
What
it's
is the
a
strat
spot
for
on
that
the
fight?
wall,
Yeah, so the
like,
propeller
what
head
it is.
fight is actually pretty RNG. Going into the fight, you basically shoot a flash round, and propeller head or Sturm can go either left or right. Depending on where he goes to, it'll make the fight easier or harder. So I believe runners want him to go to the right. So he, like, you know, starts to bonk into this wall, and then they can absolutely destroy Student with the Magnum. But yeah, it's like pretty RNG, so it's gonna be a very nerve-wracking fight.
I believe there is a strat to avoid that RNG. If you flash him as he's going in one of the directions, he'll switch direction.
Oh, okay.
So if you have an excess flash, you can use it. Then again, some runners won't have that because they'll be using the herbs for healing
yeah.
instead. So yeah. Ultimately, you wouldn't want to use it there anyways because you'd want to be able to save it. But as you can tell by distortion, there's a lot of dodging here going on. Wow. Like, switching between FPS is kind of annoying, but like, when you're able to move past all of these enemies without fighting them, it saves so much time.
Yeah, for sure. So now he has the key, he goes to B1, and that's when the fight will start.
Yep.
Oh, also very interesting here, the Magnum. They get the Magnum chamber from the Duke. But you don't want to... I don't think they have bullets left here, but like in hardcore, for example, if you have bullets in your Magnum, you don't reload. So you buy the chamber and then attach it, and you get free ammo, basically. You get extra ammo, which is a very nice strat.
Distortion got really good money drops this run, and he's buying a lot of excess items for safety, like excess items like healing and stuff. So that's good to see. I don't really see a world where he loses out now, but a lot can happen. Yeah, I don't want to cast a curse him, but here we go. We're going into the propeller fight, and this is where you go head to head with this guy.
He goes to the right. Okay, very good. Now he basically has to spam shoot the red spot there.
Yeah, you want to make sure you don't miss.
Yeah, this fight is basically perfect. Oh.
I did not want to miss that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's... I mean, there's nothing more to say. That's a pretty good fight.
So if you're unlucky, he can go anywhere. Like, this propeller guy is too excited. He will break walls. He'll keep running. It's a mess.
Yeah, that's really good for Dist. He's had some really clean fights today. I'm curious as to whether or not he's going to save time here. I'm pretty sure he is. But he's got to be happy with that. Ray coming into the fight. He's getting some good DPS down. You do not want to miss a Magnum shot.
Yeah, definitely don't want to miss one. Yeah, also pretty good fight from Ray.
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean...
very solid.
This did save time. He's only 8 seconds behind the world record, which is insane. Now let's see what Archlon is up to. He is 2 minutes and 32 seconds, 2 minutes and 31 seconds behind his PB. He's about to get into the propeller. So we'll see how perfectly he runs this fight. But yes, Distortion is in first by roughly 40 to 50 seconds, which is really good. Yeah. Oh no! I'm gonna wait for the confirmations of the donations to come through, but our 69 has been ruined.
No! Who did that?
Yeah, who did that?
Thank God that didn't deal major damage to me.
Yeah, we need the 69.69,
dude, this event isn't the same about it now.
Even though he ran into his...
Archlon had a pretty good fight. That was pretty clean from him.
Yeah, it was good too.
And then our attention's gonna move over to QDD as he has his fight.
哎，等一下，我问你们个问题哦。
I'm not too sure because we can't see, but I'm pretty sure.
有
Oh, it was DM. DM, why, dude?
有吵吗？你们有没有人记得？
QDD taking a second to talk to his chat.
有要没
See
有
what he's
吵？
see if he gets a good stem fight.
Taking a second to talk to his chat, yeah. Make some
I mean,
courage talk to him.
Yeah, he's riling them up, dude. He's
Yeah.
getting them ready. Come on, this is what you want to do. Come on, QDD, let's get it, dude.
Oh, he's grabbing some safety items.
I mean, I think you've
Not a
got
bad
time to do it.
idea.
Yeah. Let's see what he does. Flash. He goes, right? That's perfect. Interesting that he's pulling up and like in and out of the aiming down the side.
Yeah,
Is
it
that-
actually
is that
ups
faster?
the accuracy if you do that.
Oh, yeah. He did miss a shot, so
Fuck.
So like
unfortunate.
with the Miranda fights, at the very end, you're gonna see all the runners scope in and out the whole time because it like ups the accuracy a lot.
QDD's fight's not going too well. I don't think he has a flash round to deal with it.
Yeah.
And he also missed a shot, which is unfortunate. Because he's been doing so good.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
really
it's-
hard to hit him in the
Yeah.
second phase because he turns around too fast.
Yeah, Propeller guy loves to just, you know, go everywhere he pleases, as you can see.
Come on, QDD. No, come on. I think he's got this fight now. I think he's got it. But that was so
There
unfortunate.
you go.
Yeah, he gets it. Okay, thank God.
That was really bad.
Oh, we hit it! Sorry, 4,269.
Nice! Awesome!
That is insane.
There you go. The energy is back.
Yeah, the event has been saved. Yeah, and as we said, Distortion and Ray have moved into the Heisenberg fight. Heisenberg fight isn't as important as Propeller Head because it's pretty one-dimensional. But yeah, this is pretty good. Elias, thank you for fixing it, by the way, the tally. Very appreciated.
Right, so the Heisenberg fight. There's like a strat here as well. So you have like just the normal shooting, and then you have the bombs, or the rockets rather. You can shoot a rocket every so often. When coming into the fight, you need to shoot open the gate with the rocket, meaning your rocket will be on cooldown. So the runners, they reset checkpoints coming into the fight, and boom, free rockets at the start for Heisenberg.
Oh, okay. I believe that's Distortion's Heisenberg done.
Oh.
Pretty
Didn't even
fast.
realize.
Yeah, we missed a majority of it to watch the Propeller Head fight,
Right,
QDD,
right.
but he only has Miranda left, and yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes, but I can't imagine it goes that bad.
Hey, Hazeman.
So to make Heisenberg really fast, you want to rocket his weak spots. It actually does matter for damage. And like Heisenberg's last phase, so you want to shoot him in position, like you want to rocket him to the center of the boss area so that he goes straight over into the cutscene. It saves quite a bit of time, so I believe both Dist and Ray got it.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about Chris. Oh yeah, there's still Chris coming up. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Front row. That could go wrong, so. But Ray is doing pretty good here. I think he's having a pretty good Heisenberg fight.
Yeah, everyone is doing all right with the fight so far.
Yeah, I mean, QDD a little bit behind Archlon, but nothing too much. Here comes the Papega aim part, though. the shooting part. It's kind of a crazy fight in comparison to the rest of the fights, but I kind of like it. Yeah, and this is where we've got to, like, when it comes to Distortion, we've got to start thinking about that Beneviento
Yes, Beneviento.
RNG, because he lost like 8 seconds there, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he'd be like a second ahead now if it wasn't for that RNG, which is, at the time we didn't point it out because it wasn't that big, but now it's like very, very like detrimental to his run because he might have,
Yeah, definitely.
he might still world record. I don't know if he's got enough time save, but he might. We'll see what happens, but yeah, that's unfortunate. Archlon overall had a pretty decent Heisenberg. He's had a gold split on Propeller, so, you know, yeah, his fight there went pretty good. And Trance has made his way into Heisenberg too.
Yep, and Afukamu is now slowly heading to Propeller Boy. I mean, he's still doing pretty good, honestly,
Yeah.
for the things that happened, so...
Yeah, for sure. Alright, Distortion's made it to Chris. This is the part of the room that you gotta take not take the time, but you gotta take notice of what is going on in your surroundings, because things can go wrong. So let's hope he doesn't mess this up.
Yeah, the first part here, all you do is throw some flashes and grenades, and then you have to shoot the laser on the building. Now, this is where a lot of runs have died. The laser, you'll point it straight at the building, and sometimes the laser just doesn't work for some reason. So yeah, everyone hates this section.
Yeah, it's like instead of the calm before the storm, it's the storm before the calm.
Yeah. for
Because the
sure.
Miranda fight is pretty, not basic. I wouldn't want to say basic, but it's you pretty much know what you're doing for Miranda. This
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
section, not so much. Like a lot of things can go wrong.
One more attack.
Yeah,
So,
and apparently
these
Odgelon
are-
practiced Chris for a while. That's
Yeah.
all.
So yeah, this is aiming at specific spots that have never failed him so far. So yeah, that's good to see.
And yeah, after this he has to fight Urius again as Chris.
Yeah.
That fight is not easy. It is a pretty difficult fight. So, yeah, I did see, I believe it was Odgelon and Trance both practicing the Chris Urius fight. So hopefully that works out for them too, but yeah. This is pretty good from Dist. Pretty good.
Ooh, he nearly got hit there though. That was very, very close.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Wait, Ray's made it up to the Chris section too, so he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, and Red Zoro is about to head into the propeller fights.
Here we go, Dist. Urius, let's go, man. Again, the SRT, which is the health bar you see in the top left with distortion screen, very useful information for both the runners and the viewers. Lets you see the health bar of the enemy and yourself. Dist getting some pretty good damage. Urius has a soft spot on his back that you have to hit to do extra damage, and then you can use your laser as well about halfway through the fight. I believe, is there a health pop-off for that?
Yeah, so the laser is timed. You can basically kill him before you have to use the laser like 2 or 3 times. However, dealing damage to this guy is harder than it seems. You always want to stay like near the soft spot at his back, and as you can see, like this reloads at 5 like bullets, right? So the gun reloads way faster when it's still full. So when it's empty, it takes much longer. So he needs to make sure to reload the gun before it runs out.
He nearly died there. That was insane. That was actually kind of clutch.
Yeah.
Distortion was at like 30% HP, and he was charging up an attack, and he blocked it and healed. It was pretty insane. That was pretty slick. Anyways, yeah, he gets the first laser down. As you can tell, a lot of damage done. This fight is really long on Village of Shadows.
Yeah.
It's a long time to survive. A lot of things can go wrong, but whew, I mean, he's doing pretty good for himself right now. That was really close. You will take damage in this fight. It's pretty normal, but not dying is the key goal, of course. Whew. But yeah, as you can tell, doing pretty good DPS. I don't think, yeah, Chris's health doesn't matter, right? Because you switch over to even for the Miranda fight,
Yeah.
so...
Alright, seems like Zurian got the Heisenberg fight down, and Red Zero is heading into Heisenberg.
For people who are asking who's winning, Distortion is roughly ahead by about 40 to 50 seconds, considering he's the world record holder too. That puts him quite comfortably ahead of everyone else. He hasn't done anything majorly wrong. He's got some pretty bad RNG here and there, and I don't think he was happy with his Urias fight too here. So,
Yeah.
but overall, he's definitely pulling ahead, and I think that's kind of expected. It would have been an upset to not see him in the final, but yeah, he's definitely showing up here for sure. We also, I think, trailing behind Distortion is Archlon, Ray, and QDD. I could be wrong though. Then I believe it's Trance in 5th so far with current timings.
Okay, Captain. I'm reloaded.
And Camu is about to start Sturm, propeller head, so that gives you a rough estimate of kind of where the runs are at right now. But yeah, here comes the even section.
Yeah, and Red Zero also started late. He did reset at the beginning, so. But luckily it's the timer that counts, so we will check their split times.
Yeah. Ooh, Distortion? Is he good? Oh, no, it's not Distortion, that's QDD. Yeah, QDD
Yeah.
seems fine. He took a bit of damage there. Yeah, unfortunately, we did get to see Waifu's browser of choice for a second there, but I mean, that's
the
fine.
third time! Or fourth time, oh goodness.
Home Depot stream.
Sponsored.
But yeah, Red Zoro as well making it to the Chris section. It looks like majority of the runners are in Chris section, apart from Distortion. The names up on stream right now, I think they're a bit behind, but that's QDD in your top left, Archlon in your bottom left, bottom left. I think that's Trance in the top right and Camu in the bottom right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, QDD had a pretty good fight. He doesn't seem too happy with it, but he's doing pretty good.
We have 63 sniper.
Yeah,
And the last
good.
fight is Miranda, so
Uh-huh.
all the runners are gonna use
Alright, we pause at the bottom here.
the sniper is the main weapon here, so they're gonna fully upgrade the sniper, and I believe they also use mines and pipe
Hey,
bombs
what's up,
unless the
Commander?
strat has changed
I'm glad I
to
was able
melt
to get
Miranda.
raid.
The fight is
I don't
pretty
think I've ever raided
straightforward.
that
It's one of the
before.
easier fights actually in the run.
Yeah, it's not casually, but I do remember watching Distortion practice and did find, I don't know if it was him who found it, but I was watching his stream and yeah, there's a pretty surefire way of killing Miranda.
Yeah. And he's also zooming in and out, so zooming in and out is really good for accuracy. Also, Miranda, just like the daughters, Miranda does not have a weak spot. So it doesn't matter where you shoot her, it's more important to shoot her at the biggest part, which is like her feet, kind of, like the base.
Also worth noticing is Dist has a lot of sniper ammo. The runners have mostly been conserving it for this fight because it's one of the highest DPS outputs, apart from the Magnum. But yeah, he's essentially quick scoping Miranda right now.
The quick scopes.
He did lose time in Urias, but this is really good from him. He might get a sub 146 here. Phase Distortion.
So you spam placing mines here in the like the dark phase. Miranda's dark phase, you can interrupt her. But you know, we're gonna interrupt her with tons of damage, so that's why they place mines during that phase.
And Trey is just entering the Miranda fight roughly around the time that Distortion is coming up to the final 10% of the health bar. So if that gives you a perspective as the difference between first and second, yeah. It's kind of crazy,
Maybe.
Wait, this might be a world. Is this?
That was a really
Wait.
good fight.
Pause champ? That was a really good fight. That was really good. Wait, this could be this. I can't tell. I think this might.
Yeah,
be
there's still a few things, yes.
Was that him in the back?
Yeah, he's cheering in the back. There you go. Yeah.
Oh my god, he does! He pulls out the world record. That's insane!
Crazy. He was like behind us wall the whole time on the splits, so that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, he
That's
got bad RNG. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, he didn't get good RNG in certain points. That was crazy. Oh, we have a world record. That's insane. Oh wow, well played.
Yeah, that's
I didn't
awesome.
expect that, dude. Like, why would you pull out the hard strats in a marathon tournament? But he does it. I don't know why he does it.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Oh, well done.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That is crazy. Oh wow. Yeah, that is world record in a tournament, which is like
A race,
that's like getting.
yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh no. You have enough ammo.
Yeah,
to
well
do this,
played.
but this fucking blows.
Looks like Ray might be our second person to finish here.
Yep.
I think he's in the dark phase of Miranda. He's looking pretty good. But yeah, that's insane. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was actually crazy because like he's like behind the whole time and then like at the
Yeah.
end like a super good Miranda fight. That was very solid.
He was 20 seconds behind.
Yeah.
Like,
that's-
and he had bad RNG in Beneviento.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a good second Urias fight. And his Miranda fight was so good. Like, I just be straight up, he's been
Good
practicing that quite a bit, so I mean, that's deserved. That is insane.
What a horror.
But yeah, Ray is coming up to the end of the fight. He survives. The end bit here is pretty much just one-dimensional. There's not really too much to do. I mean, he's gonna get a sub 148, I
Yeah.
believe this might be. No, this won't be. No, sub 149. I can't see. That's pretty good. I mean, he's gonna be happy with that.
Yeah, solid time too, honestly.
I am getting word that Camu forfeited.
Aw.
So that is unfortunate to see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's unfortunate. He was doing pretty well, honestly. Like, despite like the rough start, he was doing pretty well.
Yeah. I really wanted to see him finish, but he apparently soft locked on buying the Magnum.
Oh, okay.
Like he couldn't afford it.
Mm-hmm.
So that is rough.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
Archlon
It
finishes
happened.
too. So Distortion, Archlon, and
Nice.
Ray. Reminder, this is not finalized as of yet. You gotta wait for Waifu to announce that after us, but yeah. QDD in the top left. Looks like he might be the fourth to finish.
Oh, we got a donation from Sheppy and Puppy. $20.01. Thank you.
Wait. Okay, wait, what? Oh, 69 cents got ruined.
I know.
That is
Someone
actually, that's
please
so
fix-
fucked up. I'm not happy.
Yeah, the vibe is gone.
Yeah. I think we might have to revoke Distortion's world record.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it.
But yeah, QD.
Oh, Archlon's cats!
Oh, he's got his cat out.
Look at that.
Dyra? I forgot what her name is, but
Yara?
Diara? Yeah, I think it's Diara. But yeah, QDD in the top left right now. He's having a pretty good boss fight. I think if he finishes this off, he might be the fourth person through. That's the way it seems. But overall, Distortion, Ray are done. Trance is only just
I think it's time
buying ammo before the Miranda fight. So there's quite a bit of a gap between him and QTT. So reminder, the top four that go through to the next round, it doesn't matter what the time is.
Javo, I have the world record here right now. World record.
Oh wait. Oh hi, Dist.
What's up, Javo?
You gonna commentate? You gonna take over?
I don't know about that.
Dude, that Miranda fight was sick, man.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I saved so much time.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I mean, I knew if I played it really well, I could probably get records, so I just went all in.
Yeah, and you had bad RNG too at Beneviento.
Yeah.
Angie.
Yeah, Beneviento was unfortunate.
Like you were behind the entire run, but that Miranda fight like saved. That was crazy, man.
It's definitely an epic finisher. You want anything to drink?
No, I'm fine, thanks. Yeah, good job.
I mean, that's crazy that I got world record. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, very casual. Like
yeah,
no-
he's very casual about it, right? He's like, oh yeah, I got world record. Smile.
I guess I
Me
got
too.
record again.
Looks like Trance is starting off the boss fight. Kiryu just finished. Again, Kamu did resign after he couldn't afford the Magnum ammo, but he put up a really good showing. I think that's something to be proud of. He
sure.
only just got into speedrunning this game, so you know.
Yeah, he did great.
He did really good. I think him coming up and running here and showing off like his run, like he did a really good job. He wasn't too far behind the rest of them. So I think he's got to be happy with that. I mean, obviously he's going to be a bit sad that he didn't finish, but
How much easier the
you know,
fight is.
I think he did really good. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
and
think-
I mean, like, you know, Village of Shadows, it's such a rough category.
Mhm.
Like, you can soft lock easily, you know, by healing too much, or your money management is bad, so, yeah. Like,
Yeah,
understandable if something like that happens.
Yeah, there's also nerves too, right?
Yeah.
Like anyone's gonna like succumb to nerves in a situation like this, and to keep it together during a run like this high profile, like yeah,
That's not ideal.
that takes a lot of effort.
Mhm.
But Trance is coming up to finalize Miranda. I don't think he's quite happy with how this fight's going so far. I did see him reset, but gets it down to 50% HP. There's different phases to the Miranda fight, and it's, I believe, is it randomized every time? It is, right?
Yeah, so she has like 3 phases basically. Like the first phase, you want to get her to do like the big ball attack in the sky, and then she
Yeah.
goes over to her dark phase, and then you can like finish her off and she does the 3 AoE phase. So again, like the HP thresholds here are very important, and they want to do a lot of damage in her dark phase. So like this right here now where Trance is at, this is her last phase, like the AoE.
And then she has like a short like ending fight section.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. I do want to point out that Kamu's camera.
Yeah, that's when he when he noticed he got soft locked, I believe.
But this has been quite kind of insane because we've had runners from like across the world, right?
Yeah,
Of all
pretty
different types of
much.
levels.
Mhm.
Like we've had people in this run from Ireland, Mongolia, Taiwan, free runs from the United States, Finland, and we've also had a runner from Greece. Like
Yeah,
to
crazy.
have such a global presence in a community like this is actually pretty insane. And you know, I also think that like these runners are coming from different backgrounds, right? You have people who are mainly running things like Dark Souls to Resident Evil communities, and even people who run Bomberman, you know? Like, it's insane to see all these people come together,
Yeah.
and Archland's practicing. He doesn't take a second off.
Yeah, he keeps on grinding and practicing. It's pretty
right.
crazy.
And Arch, I think Trans finished with a 154.26.
Chieftains, no matter what. Thank you very much, man.
Who's from Greece?
considering
Red
it's costing
Red
us that
Zoro,
full
I
pub cup.
believe,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, Red Zoro.
Same.
So yeah, maybe you can like explain how the second part will happen, like second part of the race.
Okay, so after this, we're gonna have a short break. Me and Lax are gonna go away, unfortunately.
Wait.
You can't stay forever, but we're gonna be switching over to 2 different casters. I believe it's Vash, and Enigma, I believe.
Yep.
Yes, it is.
The one and
They're gonna be
only.
casting the finals, and that will be the top 4 runners. We're waiting on confirmation for who the top 4 runners are, but I do believe Waifu knows, so he will probably announce that before we switch over. But it'll be the top 4 runners going into the next round. They'll do the second match. It'll be the exact same layout, pretty much, but instead of 8 people, it's gonna be 4. And then we'll have first, second, third, and fourth seed, which will get their different contributions of the prize pool, which is also run by you guys in chat. So, yeah.
Yeah, thank you to anyone who like donated so far. Much appreciated. This like the whole race and incentive has been honestly insane and amazing to see. Very
Mhm.
impressive. Impressed by everyone, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, for the people who turned up to run from different corners of the world, to the people in chat who, you know, showed support, everybody who donated towards the prize pool, you all did a great job. This has been insane. There's still one more match to go, and I think we're all excited to see how that goes. I believe I can confirm the placements. So yeah, I guess we can do that. Distortion came in first with a 145.45. New world record, by the way. Second, we had Ray with a 148.30. In third is Archelon with a 149.58, so he just got a sub 150. And the fourth contestant is going to be QDD, who got a 150.51. Those will be your finalists for the next round. Red Zoro is still running. He's going into the Miranda boss fight. So he can still finalize his run. We'll probably wait till he finishes, of course.
For sure. He's gonna finish strong.
Yes. Like, you know, Red Zoro, I'll say quite a bit about him. He was considered a wild card coming into this, but he does have a second place run in the Resident Evil 2 remake, which I believe is not an easy feat to do at all.
Yeah.
He has quite a strong community. He's a content creator from Greece, so, you know, not a really thriving content creation community, but it's good to see that we have people from different corners of not only Europe, but the world, of course.
Yeah.
And, funnily enough, he has a few world records in Phasmophobia.
Oh,
that's
I
kinda
didn't
cool.
know that. That's so cool.
Yeah, he does. I
Awesome.
checked his speedrun.com page out, and he has a few Phasmophobia world records, which I guess helps with the baby section somehow.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, let's see if he gets a good Miranda fight. He's doing pretty good. Dude, I'm definitely gonna be watching the finals, though. Oh my.
Yeah.
Because I want to. Well, you never know. We might get a new world record again.
Yeah,
Something like this.
that'd be crazy. If we get a new world record again, I will come donate some subs. I'll put extra money in the prize pot. There you go.
But yeah, he's into the dark phase. He's dropping down the mines. Like Larx has said, she'll pop out and swim towards him in a way, and he can just, you know, do a high bunch of damage.
Yeah, look at the damage from the mines.
Yeah, it is crazy. There will be an intermission before the finals. I'll let Waifu talk about that before we switch over. But yeah, the finals will be after a short intermission, and the commentators for that will be Enigma and Vash, who are two really great guys. So that'll be insane. I think we might get Ray's juggling, which is
Ray's gonna
perfect.
juggle? Let's
God,
see it.
I love Ray, man. Come on, Ray, show us. For people that don't know, Ray used to be a clown,
Oh, really?
like an actual clown.
That's so cool. I didn't know that.
Also,
Oh, look at
Hobby.
him go!
Yeah, look at this. It's insane. Hobby donated $100.99, which goes us back to 69, which is really poggers. So thank you.
Nice.
And Red Zoro reset his Miranda fight, which I guess finalizes the top 4 if it wasn't before, but yeah. Hopefully you can get a sub 2-hour run. Look at Ray go. He's so clean, man. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Ray has a lot of like channel point rewards on his stream for like stuff that he learned on the circus. So, you know, he utilizes his skills well, which I think is cool. Fun little fact: I can juggle 1 potato.
Oh,
that's cool.
Lovely.
Yeah.
1 potato.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, great.
he can juggle 4 things. I can juggle 1 thing. So who's the better clown? You tell me.
Well, I mean, I'd say you're the clown, but. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? You're the entire circus, Loxa.
Okay. Save me, chat.
Red Zoro doing pretty good here. Got her below 50% HP. She's probably gonna go into the dark phase. Yeah, he's prepping the mines.
Yeah. Gonna do huge damage.
Big DPS. Oh, she got it. Okay, nice. So yeah, like the sniper ammo is really important. I believe they upgrade the sniper throughout the run, right?
Yeah.
And the DPS you get from it's kind of insane. So they have roughly about like, is it like 50 ammo going into this fight? I think it is.
Yeah, more around like 30, 40, I'd say.
Okay. And it's enough to just basically finish the fight, and you have
Yeah,
the
for
excess
sure.
mines too. He did take damage there. Oh, he's low. He heals. Okay, thank goodness for that. Think this might be Red Zoro finishing up his run.
Yeah, he got this. Yeah. There it is. She's gonna go over and do the cutscene.
Yeah. So yeah, unfortunately, not making it through to the finals, but because the donation is above 2,500 and we're close to 5,000, I will say that again. Because the donation is 2,500, he will receive $75. If the donation pool gets to 5,000, all of the runners from 5th to 8th will get $125 each, which is kind of insane. So yeah, if you want to contribute, !prize, which I think is in the chat right there. If we get that prize pool up to 5,000, that will be insane. And yeah, a lot of the runners, all of the prize pool, all of it is going towards the runners, whether they become 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all the way down to 8th. So yeah, there we go. Red Zoro got a 157.40.
Hey, there you go. Awesome.
Strong showing. You know, like an event like this is kind of hard for someone who has never done anything like major before. So to get past the nerves and to come out and to actually finish a run is really impressive. So, you know, props to him.
Yeah, GG to all of the runners. That was amazing. Thank you guys, Jabo and Larks, so much for casting for us. That was fucking awesome, huh? Sick.
Yeah, you're welcome. It was great. He got a world record. That was insane.
Yeah, that was insane. Awesome. Well, so thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to take a 20-minute break intermission. We're going to be switching commentators after that intermission's over. So say goodbye to Jabo and Larksa. Thanks so much for doing this with us.
Bye, Larksa.
Bye. Bye,
Have
Jabo. Bye,
fun.
chat. Bye, wife. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, have a nice night, guys.
So
It was
coming
really
up,
fun.
we're going to have the finals. It's going to be Distortion 2, QTT6, Orchelon, and 7 Ray D. They're going to be going for the top 4. The top 4 get larger cuts of the prize pool, but 5th through 8th still do get some of that prize pool. And if that prize pool does reach over $5,000, 5th through 8th will be getting more. So if you want to increase that prize pool, GG's to all the runners and stuff. Yeah, when we come back, we'll be joined with Vash TSB and an Eternal Enigma on commentary. And we'll be back in like 20 minutes. So thanks for watching. I'll see you there.
Oh, we're here. Okay. All right. Hello.
Well,
Vash, I think we're here. I think we're live on the internet.
we love to see it. How are you doing, Enigma?
I'm fabulous. How are you doing?
I am pumped. We just had an excellent first round of competition. It's time to see if the world record holder Distortion 2 can solidify a lead, take home the bag, or if someone else is going to swipe it out from under him. It's all competition from here on. It really is.
It absolutely is. And as we saw in round 1, you just don't know what is going to happen.
No.
Either way, you don't know who's going to fail. You don't know who's going to succeed. We saw a world record in round 1, and we saw some shocking deaths in round 1 as well. So we just don't know. I was glued to the monitor during round 1, and I am ready. I know this chat is ready, and I think everybody else is ready. We're getting ready to start round 2. We have QTT6, we have Orchelon, Distortion 2, and Trey D. I think we are waiting for a countdown. I am ready to go.
I'm ready too. Let me see this go stream. Where's it at? There we go.
I do want to give. Oh, here we go.
I do want to give a secondary shout out while we have time to Kamu. It is his birthday today. I don't know if he made that known to anybody. He was saying he had that going on in the midst of the tournament. We're about to get this started. Let's get it.
Here we go.
The go is in.
Round two has begun. I think.
Want to see it? Where are they at? This man's just sitting down.
Our stream may be a little delayed.
That is a beautiful
there we go.
sweater.
All right, here we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
It's
the finals have begun.
The schmicks. It's beautiful to be here with you in sunny Las Vegas. I am cooking inside of this room right now. but that's all right. The runs are hotter.
Me
Got
too.
AC.
I am down near Atlanta, Georgia, and it is 97 degrees right now.
What's the humidity? What's the humidity?
The humidity is probably too high. Probably too
This
high.
guy is swimming right now. I feel so bad for you.
I feel
That's all
like
right.
Moreau right now. I'm
Ugh.
also not the best, but you know. Oh, actually, I take that back. 43% humidity. It's not that bad. Not that bad.
Now, see, I don't know what water is. I live in a desert, so I'll take your word on that one. That's rough, buddy.
Normally, there's not a whole lot going here, but there's sometimes you go outside and you feel like you're drowning. So it's time. Not
Just
a good time
entering
at
the
all.
lungs straight away.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
it's too brutal. Some nice house movement here. We love to see it. We're just walking through the forest right now. Car crash percent. Always drive safely. Don't put any corpses in the back of your car, especially if they're secretly the villain of your game.
他们没有把那个分成是一
Important to
个
know.
一
Hopefully
个小
James
图档
Sunderland heard that. He's known for those things.
感
and
觉
so
应
I
该要
mean,
直接临
Some
时
people are just
切
weird
割
like
一下
that. You know, what
They
can you
are.
say?
they are.
They're
Alright,
meant for
we
these
are-
kinds of games, though.
We are done with baby hype.
要切一下
So we are now in snow hype. We are going through. We're getting ready for our survival points with the lichen. We are just snow walking. We're just chilling in the snow.
At this point, I'm very interested to see who handles the barn lichen best. I hate to put it like this, but I think everybody who struggled with barn lichen, Zerian comes to mind, Kamu had some issues with it. I think that got left back in the first round. Although, if memory serves, I think Orch did get hit in the barn.
He might have. There was a lot happening there. But,
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be. I think Distortion hit a tree.
他们是
And
只收一个人的
it's
声
just
音
one
还
of
是
those
收四
things
个
that can happen. It's just one of the you just don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen in a tournament setting with this prize pool on the line.
Exactly.
We're at, by the way, speaking of the prize pool, $4,321.69, and it is still open. Shout outs to everybody that has contributed to the hype. Thank you all very much.
There's so many reasons you may want to watch an event like this, Enigma. The first one is you want to see your favorite runner eating. You want to see them get this prize money. You might want to contribute to that. The second reason is kind of like a NASCAR race. People love accidents. They want to see Orch's desk get annihilated. Shreds of wood everywhere. They want to see QTT start cursing in English. Horrible stuff happen. The third and final reason, they want to see incredible tournament play. Because like you said, everything and anything can happen in this environment. We saw some big upsets in the last round where some players lost in rounds and fights that they shouldn't have. I'll say it, Orch should have had a better Moreau than he did. It's unfortunate that he didn't, though. We're hoping to see a clean slate for him this time. Nothing that happened in the last round happened. We shedded 4 runners. We have these. That's all that happened. Everything else, it's history.
Absolutely correct. In the past, it's done. We're on a brand new clean slate, and with that can bring some added pressures. This is the finale. There's a considerable percentage of the pot on the line. That could bring new pressure to our final 4 runners. So we may see some new things, but we may see some smoother things. It's the beauty of the tournament. You gotta watch to see what happens, and I'm here for it. And I know Vash, you are too. And we're gonna see what happens coming up here shortly, as we get ready for this standoff, so to speak.
Yeah, this man's about to lose a couple of digits.
He is.
Honestly, after a while, I'm not used to seeing Ethan with a regular left hand. I'll just be honest, it's kind of weird.
It's very jarring when you go back and you see the beginning of this game, because you see him, he looks at his hand, he's got blood all over it, and you're thinking, Ethan's thinking, oh God, this is horrible. How can it get any worse? Oh, it gets worse, Mr.
What is it with Capcom lately and just messing with people's limbs?
I don't know.
Devil May Cry 5, our boy Nero lost his arm. Ethan, he can't keep his body together. What's left of it anyway? You hate to see it.
Capcom definitely has a thing these days for limb removal and appendage removal. So
regardless, while we have this time, you can take your eyes off of the stream for just a couple minutes, head on over to the Matcherino and make a donation. I want this pot bigger. You can donate right now if you tell yourself it's the Distortion 2 Fund. Don't think of it like that. Anybody can grab this bag. Personally, I want to see Ray get there. I'll keep it honest. Why?
We will see what happens. I don't have a preference. The only preference I have is that we get some hype. And if you add money to that prize pool, we will get some hype.
I swear, every time Orch just looks off into the distance, it's like he's thinking about his life decisions moving up until this point.
It's like you know what's going on. And you, like you said, you got to keep an eye on the status of that desk. You never know what's going to happen. We might need to keep an eye on it.
Ooh. Big ups to the ARC for $123 direct contribution to the prize pool. I hope your favorite runner gets it. Smooth movement and our first enemy encounter of the run.
Here we go.
Technically. So far, so smooth. It may be a little jarring with the different time starts for the runners, but trust, we are basing this off of in-game time. We're neck and neck right now.
Pretty tightly bunched.
Now, also, another thing to note about these rich full-time speedrunners, they have the best hardware out there. We can maintain 120 frames per second on this staircase. Who gets it? QTT in there for a good start. He's backing up. Let's hope he doesn't get grabbed.
Oh, not good.
You need to maintain a high FPS if you want to stay safe while this Lycan is trying to get in your face. At the same time...
And just to clarify the timing, the in-game timer is a little bizarre. So when we refer to time, we're referring to the time that is being displayed on the splits on the runner screen. So just so we're clear on that.
This is an international run, by the way. It's very tough to sync up everybody starting at the same time. The timers help us manage that. Big ups to Live Split.
Right, Orch started his siege. It looks like it's 6:02. So we will keep an eye.
There's a lot of numbers that are going into this routing. Everybody is trying to understand what's going on here because they want to get a quick exit out of this siege section. The sooner you can get out of what's basically sort of an auto-scroller, if you want to call it that, the sooner you can get on to the pure execution parts of this game. And I've seen many runners try this. While they're sitting behind the fence, they'll try to swipe through the door. They can maybe clip a hitbox. If they can get that down, they might get an item out. It's a small bonus, but you need everything you can, especially in the final round of the tournament.
And just to give you an idea of how tightly things are bunched right now, we're keeping an eye on the timer on when considerable events started. The siege starts for Distortion at 6:01. Orch started at 6:02. QTT started at 6:04. Trey started at 6:06. Only a 5-second difference from first to fourth. It is tight. So keep an eye on everything.
We are about to enter the part where they have to run free, get to the door, because we still need that shotgun, buddy. But it's not safe out there. There's wolves in them trees. Any second now. QTT will likely be the first one to break formation here. Lest my eyes deceive me. Ooh, Ray's letting that door swing wide a little bit.
Yes, it is.
It's spooking me out a little. They're letting this one rock. Now, the reason why timing is noteworthy is that there are many theories as to how the start of the siege works. Again, we're trying to get it so that as soon as Ethan steps outside after a time, good dodge there by Orch, he gets shot in the arrow, exits the siege section straight away. But it's tough, man. Not everybody knows the secrets. Into the house we go.
Just want to give a shout out real quick to some of our recent contributions. We had Cosplay Let's Play with $10. We had the Arc with $123. And we had Harvey VG with $199. Thank you, everybody that has contributed. Our prize pool is up to $4,454.69. Thank you all again.
Y'all know you want Enigma to read your name live. Go ahead and donate on the Matcherino. It all goes to a good cause.
I've got some history doing that.
You know what? I dare say I've heard you somewhere before.
Yeah, somewhere.
Somewhere.
All right, so we are here. Let's see. We're about roughly, see where Distortion is, 842.
Now, the start of this is a cluster. It really is. But right now, QTT is in a good spot where he can just focus on defending the window. The siege should be coming to a close here within the minute for QTT. But of course, we got to pay attention to how the world record holder handled it. I don't know how good his siege was last run. I don't know if they'd even measure that qualitatively.
I don't either. But like you said earlier, what happened in the first round is gone. It is all up to this one here.
It's a very good point here to point out that Dist grabbed a safety heal there, which may save him a little bit of money at the Duke run.
That is correct. I think the Duke, correct me if I'm wrong, I think our first Duke interaction will be coming up in about 15 minutes. But yeah, grabbing that heal is going to hopefully save him from having to acquire one at the Duke.
Economy is a big part of this run. Now, Jabo, I didn't really expect him to understand this. He's Irish. But, you know, Enigma, you and I can understand the reality of a foreigner coming in to a rural part of the country and just looting it for resources. And that is exactly what we need to be doing here. We need a lot of lay by the first time that we get there because we want to upgrade our shotgun for our lady fights. And also, we want to make sure that we have heals if we need them. We can't afford deaths here.
The shotgun is crucial. That is correct. Got to make sure. And there's going to be a little bit of a variance of what you see just with, you know, random things that drop and this, that, or the other. There's going to be a little variance of how much lay there will be available at the Duke. So it is going to be very interesting to see. I think we had a... I think Orchelon's siege ended at 9:51. He did have to use a safety heal, so that may be something to keep an eye on later. QTT, I think their siege ended at 9:55. It is still very, very tightly bunched. I think Distortion is going to get some good money RNG, or did get some good money RNG from the Crows there. This is what we're saying, like, it's a little RNG. There's going to be a little variance in currency when you get to the Duke, so it's very important to keep an eye on what they acquire. All right, we're in the Elena house now, or Louisa house, where we will meet Elena. So we're just kind of going through the motions here.
I'm really liking Dist's economy at this point. If he does save himself from buying that heal, he will have a little bit of a safety net to maybe purchase a little bit more ammo. He might choose to dump that into Lady D early on. There's a lot of big build-up points and resource dumps, for lack of a better term. The boss fights are good examples of this. Even though they do replenish you, there are a lot of checkpoints for your resources, and exiting the castle's a big one of those. The more resources you have, the better it sets you up for the next segment, and it's a domino effect. Unfortunately, we saw that a little bit with some of the runners last time, where as soon as something started to spiral out of control, they needed to commit a couple of extra healing resources, or they needed to use herbs where they didn't want to. That set them up poorly for later sections of the run.
Okay,
yes, it did. And one thing to note that maybe, you know, a casual viewer may not know or may not even think is that in this game, flash grenades are so important, and flash grenades take herbs to make.
Yes.
And that is totally new. A new concept to this, so it is going to be interesting to watch. Resource management is very important.
Such a critical decision here, but we have our first, well, another segment of real RNG here. Where are the crests going to fall? You might think they're consistent. They're not, actually. Orch there had a pretty good demon crest. He had good crests. What is this guy? Wow. Sir, may I see your computer? Judge? This guy may have cheat engine enabled. What's he got for resources? Good money RNG out of the Crows, too. What's with this guy? Okay.
Goodness.
Meanwhile, Distortion 2. On his end, sorry, buddy, you just got world record. Hold that bad crest.
Really, really good money drops,
unfortunate.
The Guardians have a way of evening things out, that is for sure. But Dist is getting some good money drops, so things are evening out there.
I'm interested to see how this impacts his economy. We talked about Orch needing to use a safety heal there. And just as important as getting resources is the spacing of those resources within your inventory. So as he uses a heal, that frees up two spaces vertically for him across his attaché case. So it is a give and take. It may present a difficulty later on, which you would hate to see a death, but it does alleviate some pressure as his inventory starts to fill up through the castle. So far, all of our runners are damn near neck and neck.
They really are. Coming out of the crest, I think there was only a 9-second difference between Distortion and Orchlon. It is that 9 seconds. That is not a lot. That is very tightly contested right now.
Indeed. And for the record, you might think, yes, this is a very tight run. What is 9 seconds, really? It could come from anything. You know, let's say as he's leaving the 4th mask, Distortion descends the ladder for some silly reason. That's never happened in a PB before. That's 6 seconds lost. So it can add up, and it can add up quick. Even if everything else goes perfectly, you can still lose a lot of time.
You certainly can. Shout outs real quick to a few more prize pool contributions we had. I think we had the Ark with $15 more. We had Radio Bob with 25 and Jabbo with $10 and 1. Thank you all very much. We're up to $4,500 on the prize pool. Thank you all very much.
Oh, Jabbo, you lovely Australian, you.
You are beautiful.
What
Jabbo
a nice
did
Welshman.
that to disrupt the 69 cents. We're at 70 cents, and he's laughing about it in the chat. So,
no, what are you gonna do?
Some people Jabbo chose violence today. So
they're pranksters. Hey, he had to deal with the flickering of 8 different streams at once. He can do whatever he wants to.
That is true.
Good for
we
him.
are at the Duke. I see a few
Indeed.
of us at the Duke. QTT is at the Duke. Orchlon's at the Duke.
Our goal here is to buy the trap mine recipe, get a heal, get some shotgun shells. Why? We're going into Lady Domitresque's castle. It's not safe here. We're here hunting goth girls. A different way of hunting, but we're still after them.
And mines are very important to this whole run. They do so much damage to bosses, so that is why on all these runs you're going to see them buy the mine recipe immediately. And mines are going to be very, very important to a lot of our fights here.
Nice observation there. With so much lay in his stash, Distortion absolutely flew through that Duke. Another thing to note as well, when you are dealing with somebody who has as much time with a run as Dist has, the smallest things become very refined and smooth. So when he menus, he's gliding through, probably has both hands on his keyboard, just tic-tacking away, purchasing, spending money, getting goods.
And to catch everybody up on where we are time-wise in terms of the competition, the castle entry is another barometer. Distortion at 15:18, Trey at 15:19, Orch 15:25, and QTT at 15:29. So there is about an 11-second difference. They're all hanging pretty tight, but Distortion does look like has a tiny, tiny lead over Trey. But Distortion and Trey are right up there. But anything can happen. We're coming up to our shortly. We're coming up to our first considerable moment. The is it Bella or Bela?
I'm pretty sure it's Bella
in the game.
Bela, you know what? They just be saying weird stuff. These are some
how
weird
they
names.
want. They pronounce it the way they want. I think that is clearly established.
I think they're lying when they pronounce Domitresque's name, but I'm not going to judge. In any case, our first fight, I think Dist has a very solid advantage when it comes to the routing of this fight because he's done it so often. He has many, many, many early game attempts. He's practiced a lot of sections as well. I think 600 attempts total, and that's going to show here. We're going to be seeing pretty consistent, I want to say 5 shotgun shells into the lady first. And then we're going to start dropping the mines. That's coming up in a bit, though. First, we got to descend through the catacombs. And I do want to give a big shout out to the hash slinging slasher 9150 bones into the prize pool. Big
Beautiful.
ups to you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Where Jabbo's from, that's probably $1 million. You could probably buy a house there.
Yes.
Crazy. It's crazy. And the Ark coming in again, $14.99. Any oil princes in chat? Thank you.
I got to say, I'm personally, as somebody that put in a considerable amount early on in that prize pool, I'm blown away by all the support. I think we all are. Just want to shout all of you out again. It's unbelievable to be a part of this. Thank you all very much.
So far, so clean into the Dungeon of Secrets. Before long, we'll be at our first major boss encounter. I wouldn't even know if I'd call it a boss, but a lot can go wrong. It basically
a lot can go wrong indeed. I've been there. I've seen it firsthand.
Well, you know, and of course, even after the fight's over, you're not safe because ads will run in, as we saw with Kamu's run, I should say. Rest
I
in
just
peace.
want to say that I'm no speedrunner, but I was able to complete this without using a mine. I think I had one pipe bomb, and I was able to do it after about 80 deaths. So there is a lot that can go wrong here, even on a speedrun standpoint. We saw it in the first run. We had I think it was Abu who died on this fight.
Yep, and we are.
So it can happen. There's so
running
many
in
things
now.
to go.
Orch is first on deck to execute the strategery. Not too far behind is QTT. We're in the mix. Startup, you're going to run up to her and try to shoot her to get her to attack. Good stuff. Now you're in the corner, buddy. What are you going to do? This guy has shells for days. Where the hell did he get this? Kendo? That's crazy.
All right, there's
Mine's
the mine
going down.
deployment.
It's important to place those appropriately so that the ads don't get too close like they are right now. Someone snuck in from the back. He's not safe here. Oh, he had to use the safety heal. We shoot the corpse to get out quicker. That's nuts.
There we go, and Orchlon is out.
Likewise, QTT out there safely. Now it's on Ray and Dist to execute the fight properly. Ooh.
You heard the familiar battle cry, move your hands!
Can't believe she said it like that.
She
throwing
did.
the pipe
She
down
sounds
on
like
her.
She's in the club, move your hands.
Move your hands. Where does she come from? Any lore fans in chat?
Yeah, chat. What do we have?
Fuck's sake.
This is, ooh, Dist taking a couple of wild swings there, putting him at an
All because
awkward
of
health
the fucking
percentage.
menuing.
I think there is still one shot protection. He'll be at least left at critical HP, but you'd hate to see it. And the traditional Distortion 2 battle cry, something, something menuing. Something's always gone wrong.
Important to note, Dist, I don't believe, had a shotgun equipped for the start of that fight. May have thrown off timing just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Probably did, actually.
So everybody did get out, though. No deaths, no deaths. So we're still playing at a very, very high, tight level here. Trying to get some timings here on when they got the wine bottle. Let me see here. I think Dist got it at 1925. Trey got it 1 second later, 1926. Orch got it at 1929. QTT got it at 1937. There's still only about a 12-second difference. This is intense. They are right there neck and neck.
This is what we want to see. There won't be a breather. There won't be a breather for some time, kids. Get those inhalers ready.
That's right. Get comfortable too. Get comfortable. Get hype, but get comfortable. We're gonna be here a good bit.
1918.
QTT got some good money RNG right there. Trey is gonna enter the courtyard at 2021. We're keeping an eye on the timings for everything. I know things. If you just joined us and you're wondering why everything is a little desynced, we are going ultimately by the times that are on the runner screen. So with the international flavor that we have on this tournament, it is hard to kind of sync everything up, but we will be going and we'll be finalizing everything to the time that is on the screen.
And speaking of what's on screen, do I see $10 down from James Ward? Bet your
Yes,
ass
you
I
do.
do. Much love and all that jazz. Back to you, buddy.
And Orchlon, you may have seen the frame rate change. For those of you that may be new to this, and you may be wondering why that happens. If you lower the frame rate to 30, it actually shrinks the enemy's hitboxes or collision boxes, and it makes you able to get by them a lot quicker. So if you see, they see Orchlon going to go change the frames back to 120. If you see that random frame change and you wonder why, they are doing that so they can get by little enemies a little easier.
The whole time, skating by everything. Distortion 2 and Ray making their ways out. I need to stop saying that. The Domitress key is in the hands of Orch, now at 22 minutes and 9 seconds. Opens up a door, but not before the man's going to lose a hand, unfortunately.
You hate to see it.
You hate to see it. See, folks, this is what happens. You think you want a hot Dommy Mommy.
Yeah.
You really
But
don't.
then
You're gonna-
reality sets in.
Yeah, and it said in round about the time he lost his whole right hand. That's crazy.
Important to
My man.
note, Important to note, Orch appears to be getting more handgun ammo than money. Some of these drops are RNG, so his route may be getting a little tighter than the others because it does appear he's just getting more handgun ammo than money. So important to keep an eye on.
Everybody trying to kite around Lady D as they struggle to get their hand back. Right then and there.
All right, Orch has got the first mask.
Yep, first match down at 23 minutes and about 6 seconds. Goes for the heal there. It's nice to note that even if you are sustaining a bit of damage going into this section, as Ethan reattaches the Old Faithful, you do get a full heal out of that. It's good to see. You love it, in fact. Although after he's chained up and he uses it on his hands, both of them, he doesn't get a heal there. There's just no justice. What can you do?
There's nothing you can do.
There's no.
All right, so I think... All right, everybody, I do believe, has the first mask. We're trying to get some unification on times here.
The only manipulation
get an idea
is
of where
that
we're
if
at.
you're out of chem fluids or green herbs, boxes will be more likely to drop those. That's it.
Running through this section, we are in the mix with Orch. As he's running off to the piano room. I wonder how good his menuing is. Let's listen into the keycaps. Oh. Beautiful.
He got it. Very well done.
You golf claps all around. A symphony.
Beautiful.
A symphony of cherry reds.
He's a natural at the piano.
All right, I have a
what I want to know is what happens with the rest of the notes. Is Ethan playing that?
I don't know. That is interesting. Does it turn into a player piano? I don't know.
I would hope so. The dude's missing a couple digits.
Do you need... I'm not a piano player. Do you need your pinky finger to play the piano? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you need all of them.
Yes.
If you can.
Anyway, Orch is in with the second daughter.
Wow.
Now, this one's a bit more of a bullet sponge. Before we do our best to mitigate shotgun shell usage with mines, we don't have that luxury here, especially since the arena is so much larger. We also want to mitigate the number of times that we have to run off and open the vents to bring in the nice cool air to weaken the daughters, because they're all just made of flies.
Cool air right now. Good.
I bet you could, buddy.
Very jealous.
Keep that air conditioning flowing.
It's struggling right now to keep up.
Regardless, right now looking like a decent fight there for Orch going down.
Yep. Why are you doing this?
Just starting
that at about 25-30. We'll keep an eye on the rest.
QTT now chasing the bag.
Orch's extra shotgun ammo that he was picking up earlier definitely did help. We were talking about the handgun over the money, but there is a positive juxtaposition there because it looks like he was getting some extra shotgun ammo too, and that definitely helped in this fight for sure.
There's a lot of confusion and debate as to whether or not the game tries to give you resources that you are lacking. Like, let's say you're out of shotgun shells. Does it try to give you some? Jury's still out. There is no difficulty adjustment on Village of Shadows, though. It's locked at the highest. As QTT unfortunately had a bit of a rougher fight
here.
And Orch struggling with the Kovac section here. Distortion 2 always putting off a clinic with these bells.
QTT struggled a little bit to get that one swinging bell, it looked like.
You know what? You got to spend a little bit more time in aim lab, buddy. No shot.
Dist, I do not believe, had any issues there, though. They weren't the greatest, but they were there. Let's keep an eye where the times are.
It's so back-to-back. This fight can be so painful here for Orch. He's a little low on health here. If he takes a wry swing, it could put him in bad territory. Yeah, thankfully.
46% health.
Cassandra's running herself around. She's getting kited.
It's all about ring around the rosy. Professional ring around the rosy for a lot of these fights.
That's pretty true. If they can't catch you, they can't eat you. Oh, she tried to go for the grab. Ooh. Thankfully, Ethan barely topping a slight jog as Trey does take a bit of damage in that fight. He will have to use a heal.
Orch had a very good fight with Cassandra.
Throwing down another pipe. There is a bit of a difference here between how the runners will use their pipes in this fight. Oh, Trey taking another hit. That's going to be brutal. I don't know if he has the resources for this. Oh, he does die. He will take a reset.
Oh my goodness.
That is the first major time loss, separating the runners here as Trey falls behind everybody else.
That is the first death overall as well, but there's still a lot of time. There's still about an hour and 20 minutes, so there's still time.
As mentioned here, something to note about Trey's difference between how World Record handles it. Dist will front load his pipe bomb damage, chucking both of them straight away here. I wonder, that's likely a bit more consistent because she's standing in the same place. Although here, you kind of have to wait for that opportunity to open there, as it just did for Trey. Meanwhile, Orch is headed up to the attic. We're looking for the Blicky. Getting some good resources from the crates.
The sniper. Here we go. Let's see what happens out here. Out on the balcony rooftops.
There's a couple of tough spots up here as well. Orch did almost get caught by some of the flyers trying to leave with the mask. Same thing happened with Zurian, as memory serves. You never know.
All right.
Anybody's game right now.
Trey has gotten past the daughter now, so second time was the charm. So we'll see where this pace is.
All right.
You got to imagine that. And another thing to note, too, you got to figure these runners don't have perspective on what other runners are doing. So you have to stay in your own head. You cannot worry about what's happening over in QTT's stream. Nothing's happening over with Dist. You have to focus on you right now if you're Trey, because otherwise you're not going to be able to capitalize on other opportunities.
And that is always an interesting angle with these tournaments, because it can kind of come down. You can be as talented at the game as you want to be, but it can also come down to the mental aspect, how much you can block out all that other stuff. It does separate first from every other place beneath, so it'll be interesting to see how Trey reacts to that.
All right, we are back in the mix. Our boy Orch is descending. He will grab that jewel. There is a trick to inserting these masks. Believe it or not, you are trying to dodge around Lady D, just like Orch did.
And Orch is going to install the masks right now at about the 30-minute mark. Gonna go to the Duke.
Now, right now, Orch is a little concerned with his finances. Oil Princes can't help you here, buddy. This is rural Europe. He will fork over the resources into the sniper rifle.
Alright, I'm gonna have to craft a heal.
Ammo capacity up for the full clip. Looks like a decent buy. I'm not sure that he was really missing anything there.
He definitely. We were
a couple
concerned about the handgun ammo drops, but he did have enough cash. Let's see. So we had some RNG sniper ammo drops, I do believe. Yes. QTT got one. Ray got the same RNG sniper ammo. That could be important to watch. So let's keep an eye on that, because some of these drops are RNG. It looks like QTT and Trey both got pretty good fortune on that one.
As Dist and Orch are now heading off into the Lady D fight. Orch starting off strong. Ooh. Take that back. That was kind of a big hit. That's unfortunate.
This got upgrades to Shotty and the Sniper, a considerable inventory. He still has a heal in his inventory. He's still doing very good on money management as well. All right, we've got Lady D starting.
It's worth noting, not to confuse anybody, but even though on Orch's stream he started Lady D sooner, Dist still had the faster start. 30 minutes to 50 seconds versus Orch's 31 minutes 3 seconds. And right now QTT is beginning his fight as well. As Dist is kiting around. This fight is long and it's lingering, but there is a big execution segment coming up here for Orch.
And she can deploy, if you get the timing wrong, she can deploy these bugs that you have to run into the cubbies to avoid, and those bugs do big time damage.
Good hit. Let me see it. Beautiful. Fantastic sniper shots going down for Orch there. No bugs out. I'm not sure if he hit that sniper shot as she was going down. It sounded like he did.
It sounded like, but I'm not sure.
Yes, use that time in Valorant, buddy. I want him on my team. It's Dis turn on the runner now. He rarely misses these. We don't blow these.
He's still fine. He's still fine, otherwise this
Big
fight
dubs
is
on him.
for this guy.
Important to note in the middle of this, while we're watching everybody meticulously do this, Distortion got a world record on his last run, and right now he's only 0.4 of a second behind that pace. So it'll be interesting to see where he is after this fight.
The consistency is out of this world. We should all aspire to it. As QTT contends with some bugs on his own screen, will use a heal. The only way to get that heal back is if he resets the fight, heaven forbid.
Keeping an eye on Trey down there, too, to see if he can recoup any time from that death.
Meanwhile, Orch had a pretty good first phase, not gonna lie.
Very quick phase.
Gets into the bell tower segment at 33 minutes, 23 seconds.
And it is interesting to note, we were able to see what some of the runners were practicing during the intermission, and this is what Orchlon practiced the most in the intermission. He was really focused on this fight.
Many a man was struggling with Urias. This man said, nope, give me the D. Crazy. Trey, though, hitting good sniper shots, hoping he doesn't see bugs. Now, right here, this is a bit of a sticking point for Orch, I've noticed. You want to make sure as many of these... Oh! Big
Orch
damage.
took some damage, got to use a heal.
Oh, it's running thin for him. He still has plenty of shotgun shells. You want to make sure as many of these go into D's body as possible. If they hit the big beast, that's not optimal.
And you may be, those of you out there may be looking at how Orchlon is shooting, or you may be seeing how any of the runners shooting. I think the shotgun's rate of fire is actually faster if there's no ammo in the clip, so they'll reload one, then shoot, reload one, then shoot, and it's actually faster. But Orchlon was able to get by.
That's true in real life too, kids. If you're ever in a live fire situation, side loading is faster.
Translates over. All right, so Orch is going to pick up the flask first on our visible screens, but we'll keep an eye on the time. All right, Dist is going to get the flask at about 34:07. Dist is now ahead of his world record pace by a second and a half almost. He's got 2 golds on this run. And Orch is low on heals.
He seems to be good on handgun ammo. QTT will be rounding out the fight kind of low on shotgun ammo. It should be enough to get him through the next village section, but he will be hurting if he attempts, if he gets starved for munitions going into Moreau. It's going to be tough. Again, every little bit will help here, because what's next is the village run to the crank, and then we're off to the dollhouse. Not before Trey rounds out his fight, throwing a couple of buckshots down into the big beast. He's getting some good crits in, though. Oh, he also takes
damage. Had to use a heal.
Right. This one is a bloodbath.
Yeah, this one is getting... This one is wild.
There we go.
All right,
Trade down
35-10. Finished at 35-10. Distortion at 35-10 now already on his screen too. So Trey does have a bit of time to make up. We'll see what happens.
Resetting to Cassandra like that, it's a small fight, but it does add up when we have such clean runners in competition.
Absolutely.
But there's still so much left, and there's so many scary sections. So many scary sections.
Yeah, I mean, we can save...
Picking up some vert,
makes
me want to go out and start shooting some crows. Maybe I'll get rich.
I still haven't had double good RNG.
If you do the conversion to USD, it's like one of them carries up to $300.
Makes you wonder where they got that. Where do the birds get all that money?
I mean, you gotta figure it's from the villagers, right?
Yeah, possibly.
But then the villagers are stacked.
Food, they got some money.
That's crazy. I mean, to afford all this nice stuff, you gotta have some dough.
You gotta have a little bit. Speaking of dough, we had a few more contributions to the prize pool that I kind of want to go over here. Hash Slinging Slasher with $50, with the Arc with $14.99, James Ward with $10, the Arc with $117, IP Man 0601 with $10, and the Arc again with $63 more. We're at $4,700. $69.69.
Metal scrap drop,
Nice.
baby.
Thank you, everybody.
QTT is going to be getting through that gate there at the 37-minute, 54-second mark. A little bit late by comparison. Do bear in mind, it does not match up necessarily with what you're seeing on your screens. Reason being that is quite a distance to travel the stream. Ooh, Orch taking a hit
damage and had to use another heal.
Eyes on Dist right now, trying to see if he can get through this without taking a hit. And he does. He is safe getting under the tractor. Good for... You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see the boy eating. Regardless now, Orch, what we're hoping to see here is that there's a Lycan in here. You want him to roar. If he roars up, Orch didn't get that. He has to extend resources if he wants to get out of here in one piece.
QTT shot a Lycan before going under the tractor and was able to get through without taking damage.
Now it's Trey's turn for it. Dist grabbing the wing key then at 37 minutes, 48 seconds. Ooh, an unfortunate swipe for QTT, even after he got through the tractor section.
Distortion is beginning to kind of create some separation a little bit. He picked up the key at 37:48. Orch picked it up at 38:13, I do believe. So about a 25-second difference.
And if you want a sense of just how not solved this match is, the second place runner from last bracket, last round, isn't even near the key that the other runners have grabbed. If you want to get a sense for how... Oh, and he also took damage. That's horrible for the economy.
My goodness. And I don't think he's got a heal.
He's contemplating his... Ooh, he's looking at that.
He does have a heal. It's his last one.
Bear in mind, every heal you make, especially in these smaller sections, oh, like right there, that keeps you from saving it for a big boss fight. It keeps you from making flashes for the factory section.
So just to clarify, Trey did not have a heal. He had to craft one. So he had to do that, and the herbs are very important for those flashes. A new concept introduced to Resident Evil. Can't make those flash grenades without herbs. They are crucial towards the end game.
And right now, 3 of our 4 runners are making the trek over to House Beneviento.
And this is a interesting part of the game. We had a very action-packed section of the castle. You know, we had the 3, I guess you can call them mini-bosses to a degree, especially Bella. But now this is going to take a little bit of a turn. This is more about movement, and this is more about economical puzzle solving, and there is a skip. There is a baby skip here. So it'll be interesting to watch and see how this is done, because this is quite a different style from what we just saw in the castle. Not so much combat, but more movement and economy of movement. And we're going to see what happens. Tides could turn here, because this is where things do change a little bit.
Absolutely. In order to get into House of Beneviento, you must make a sacrifice. Ethan carries a photo of his family. He's got to shove that in the shot. Shove that in the slot, even. Sheesh. And all the runners are so good with menuing. Just right here, QTT says, man, screw my family. Get that shit in there. Not much long after, Trey will be behind him. Enigma, you mentioned the baby skip. It's important to note that this is technically the horror section, big air quotes. A lot of people were freaked out by this part of the game. Personally, I didn't budge an inch. But if you did, that's good for you. The biggest factor of this, though, when we talk about the baby can kill you in one hit.
One hit.
You don't have a gun, you don't have a heal, you don't need them. You don't really get resources in this part of the game. Just like you said, it's all about economy of movement and survival. As the skip comes up, we will focus on it. But until then, man, this has been a crazy start of the round.
Very crazy.
Especially after...
They both seem to overlap.
Very tightly contested too, yeah.
Yeah, especially after everybody had so much time warming up in the first round.
Okay, so basically,
but it's important to note, we can round up and reach the next milestone. If you are loving what you're seeing and you want to support these runners making great progress, trying their asses off for better times, trying to beat each other Because speedrunning, of course, it's a race against yourself. Nah, buddy. We want the bag, race against each other. You want to support that? Get us to our next milestone. Make sure more runners can eat more food. Get us to $5,000 in that prize pool. We'll love you for it. Links in the chat.
Important to note, a piece of information that I learned in the last run, Orchlon will not look at the baby. Will not do it.
He doesn't like
Not
it.
do it. He does not
Why not?
like it.
Does it spook him?
Possibly so.
I noticed that too. He had his eyes up the entire time.
Our fantastic commentators on the last run, Jabo and Larksa, were pointing that out, and I did not know that. I'd never even kind of paid attention to that, but he does not take a look at it.
I don't know if it's a frame rate thing or if he... I mean,
It's almost 6 a.m.
the problem with it is when he goes for the skip, you can't see if it's going to work unless you get sniped.
Yep.
I don't know.
You got to see. We'll see what happens.
You got it. You got to pray. Up, down, left, right, baby. That's it. As Orchlon does grab the tweezers. The menuing here for this little puzzle is always so nice to watch. It's so satisfying, too.
Yeah. The click, 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 and just the smooth movements.
You layer that top with the mechanical keyboard. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Beautiful.
Now, an interesting point here. I wonder if he will slow down and try to aim at the chest. Dist is known to be a little paranoid. Oh, Orch messed it up.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I was looking at him fumble the bag as I was talking about it. So this little autopsy scene, you can have multiple interaction points on the doll. And if you look at the chest, instead of looking at the mouth, it's a small thing. You just got to glide your mouse over a little bit, but it costs you time widening that gap.
And he knows it. He's talking out loud about it right now. He knows what happened there.
The desk survives another flub.
Another frame.
Enjoy your time while it lasts, kid.
So Orch sets off the projector video at 44:10. It looks like Dist is going to set that off around 43:35. So there's about a maybe about a 40-45 second difference now.
Right.
We were talking about mods. I wonder if you can change what the projector is doing.
No, possibly.
I don't want to know what I would put there, but it'd be fun to see nonetheless.
I don't want to know what anyone else would put there either. It might be might scar me a little bit.
I've seen what y'all did with Lady D, but you know.
Important to note that Distortion did sort of kind of mess up the order of the film, but he quickly corrected it. What saved him there, he did not press the play button, or else he would have to wait for the misfire. But he did not. He corrected it before that, so he still maintains quite a lead. But he did make a little fumble there, but was able to correct it quick, and that's what sets people apart. It's like QTT6 is going to hit the projector at about 44:37. So Dist is creating a little bit of space.
As of now, Dist is using the scissors on the bandages. Meanwhile,
because of Genghis Khan.
If memory serves, Trey is still trying to get the scissors.
Yep, Trey just now hitting the film at 44:48.
At least extend to Singapore, right?
QTT now grabbing the scissors as Orch descends into the well. I'll be honest, I thought this is where the scare was going to be. It just makes sense.
You play enough survival horror games, and you just have an instinct for these sorts of things. And I'm known in the Silent Hill community, and there was this little demo called PT that came out that had a little baby in the sink as well. And it's sort of this child is sort of like a spiritual successor to the PT sink fetus.
I'm a big dude. Okay, I'm 5'4". All right, I got a big bench.
Huge.
Yeah, huge, massive guy. I could not sit through a round of PT. I just couldn't, especially like what Orch is about to see. He doesn't even look at the baby. He doesn't like the baby.
It's an intense experience. By the way, speaking of big things, we just got the Ark dropping $679 into the pot, which brings our prize pool to $5,475.69. You gotta get hyped for that. Ark, unbelievable.
This one's out to you, buddy. Thank you so much for that. Thank you to everybody who's contributed to this massive prize pool. This could not have been done without you. Now that the baby is in play, we are going to see the baby skip inbound here.
Can we get some dadas in chat? Dada. Can we get some dadas in chat? I think we
Did
can.
they sample you for that clip?
I don't know, but I tend to replicate things pretty well, so
I need to pay you.
Possibly.
In any case,
I might need a side deal. Who knows?
Hey, Capcom's getting sued right now for using stuff without permission, so you can cash in on that. I believe
read about that.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh boy,
So,
those 1996 CD-ROMs, you know.
nothing is more scuffed right now than this. Orch is going to be looking up at the ceiling. He doesn't want to see the baby. We're going to run right by the baby. It's on approach. No pause buffer. He's holding W. Oh, he doesn't get grabbed.
Man.
So that's the baby skip, everybody. Congratulations. Absolutely insane, man.
Gotta time it just right.
It's worth noting, too, that to be competitive, there are no marathon-safe strats for this run. Not here. There are slower ways to get around the baby effectively, but even losing a couple seconds is not worth it. As Dist goes for the skip.
And gets it.
Gets it.
Pause buffer is so important. That frame rate, gonna switch it back to 120. You can see everyone do that.
I don't think Orch did he? I did not see him do the,
Did he not do it?
I didn't see him open up the menu. Now, granted, I need to get my eyes checked, but...
Granted, I'm also paying attention to the ARC dropping another $94 into the prize pool. My goodness, and Z-Dep with $14. Okay, so Orchelon, it appears, did not do the pause buffer, and Dis did it just for safety, but was also successful. So there's a variety of ways they can go about this.
Absolutely.
Dist has the time, not that he would be aware of this if he's focusing on his own run, but he's got the time to do some sort of safety strats, so it worked out.
QTT there getting a successful baby skip, and now Orch is heading into the doll fight. Air quotes.
So on this doll fight, there's going to be 3 placements. This first one here is always in the same spot, but the other 2, they can be, it's sort of like a 50-50 coin flip. So we'll see what happens, and we'll see what's different for each runner.
Now we will see if he gets the quick one. I hope he does, man. It's time for Orch to start eating.
The first one, if he can get the quick one and Distortion does not, it will close the gap a little bit. So let's see where the second one is.
Every little bit helps. The RNG is not... It's not crazy in this run. You know, I mean, it's more focused on your economy and your environment.
It's not going to play a major part in your time. It's going to play a passive background part in your time, but it's still important to note nevertheless, because it can influence things that are happening very tightly. Looks like he got all right. Ooh, he's got the tight route, I do believe.
Orch, quick,
my
baby.
goodness.
Get the doll out of here.
RNG.
And the second doll spawn for Dist was not the quick one. Oh my goodness.
Please at least give me the good first one.
There it is.
Please. Just stupid fucking bitch.
I want to know how the doll pushes.
He got the good one on the last one.
Better be there.
He did. The second one here was not. Let's see. Will it be there for Dist? Yes, it will.
Yeah, it's good to know that the doll spawn for the third and final is much more important. The second one is only a couple extra steps, but the third one could lead you going all the way down the hall or up the stairs. Not good.
He was very audibly annoyed by that as well. You could possibly hear him not happy about that, but he got the third one.
Well, it's important to note too, like you hear him, you know, complaining about small things, but really that's all that's left at this point in the runs for him. The run where everything falls into place is what you want and what you need. As Trey starts it,
I think QTT6 may have gotten the good one on the second one.
Looks like he did.
What happens with the third one?
Do we close it?
No.
No, we got to go upstairs. Oh, he's going into... Yep, by the elevator.
There it is.
Okay. So... Overall...
All right, Trey got the, I think the slower one. on this one here. Let's see
7
where
seconds
his
time
final
lost.
doll placement is.
It might not be 7.
See if he
but-
gets a little bit of a boost here with a good spot. If anybody needs to close the gap, it is Trey, and he does get the good one.
Bless up. Meanwhile, topside, after beating Donna Beneviento, Orch and Dist are on their way to look for guns. Orch got himself a nice upgrade to the shotgun, as well as big RNG sniper ammo. When we talk about sniper ammo RNG, you can get, I believe, as low as 2 rounds, but up to 7 I've seen. And that's what Orch just got there. That'll be a big help for him throughout the rest of this run, especially if he wants to keep those rounds for Urias, whatever it might be. And Dist as well, getting a nice little boost of shotgun shells right next to the pickup. Now we are heading back to the Duke, because
Really
we have
hoping
some old
for
guns,
the
Enigma,
werewolves
and
to
we need
behave.
money. There's a transaction to be
Wish I
made
had
here.
consistent
Orch
thread there.
approaches the table.
Miss Angie, just adorable.
This menuing is, it's all right. I'm not gonna be mad at it. So we're selling our old guns and we're upgrading our new ones, as well as buying a couple of recipes for the flashbang rounds and buying some ammo reserves from the Duke. All of this will be a big help as well for the whole rest of the game. But right now we have another trial ahead of us in the doggies. This section, our goal is to get the grenade launcher and then start moving over to Moreau. But there is a bit of RNG here. Where the dogs are, those big boys, that plays a big part in how quickly you can route around and get to the windmill? Question mark? Orch looking to the ground. I like this strategy from Orch. If he doesn't see it, they don't see him. He's safe. You saw it with the baby, you're seeing it now with the lichens. It's good to note, too, that if the dogs catch you, they can combo you and just outright kill you. It's brutal.
Okay, sweet. Sweet.
And as we are heading off to the Moreau section, want to give a big thank you to everybody who's been donating to the prize pool for this tournament. Not only did you get us into the next bracket of distribution, but the money keeps flowing in. $25 from Platypoop and $25 from Lamites. Big thank you to everybody. QTT getting through the dog section pretty handily. So did Dist. No problems here.
No, my PC hasn't arrived yet. It's supposed
Stray,
to be
if
here on
memory
Monday,
serves, is
so
going to be heading
what is
over
that,
to the
2
Duke
days from
right
now?
now to make his sales and purchases going into Moreau. This section leading into Moreau, it's not that big of a challenge. In the seat here with Orch. The goal here, we're looking for the flasks. He's going to pick one up right now. And now we got to move on over to the fight itself. We saw a bit of a tragedy here last round. A couple of runners, I believe it was just actually Kamu, died to the instant kill section. Thankfully, they're a little rare in this run. Some Resident Evils aren't known to be as kind with their instant kill segments.
It looks like QTT getting the bad RNG with the dog. He's very bummed. Enigma's internet went out, so I'll be spotting him for just a minute until that comes back.
Oh, you hear that yell. You know what it means. He is not happy with that. Shooting the door
lucked out.
Help you here. Oh.
Lucked out. That's a really bad... If he were to die there, you actually have to redo the entire merchant section, too.
Yeah.
It's extremely brutal. It's probably the worst death you could possibly have in the entire run.
QTT just now getting to the ladder. Wonder if he encountered an issue. And Trey will deploy a whole sniper round to get the goop down quicker.
Yeah, you're really going to change up what ammo you're using to open those goops because, you know, a lot of the ammo routing at this point in the run is random. If you don't get good drops, sometimes you might end up here with like 100+ pistol ammo. And so you might see runners shooting walls and stuff with the pistol. That's just to get pistol ammo out of their inventory because they can only upgrade their inventory so much in the run because it's very expensive. So that pistol ammo fills it up quickly.
And speaking of right now, I know we'll get a couple more drops, but even after all that, Trey is looking a little light on pretty much all of his ammo reserves. As Dist is still riding that shotgun high all the way through. And I do believe our lad is inbound.
There's a reset here, don't forget.
Looking now to the prize pool as we take a little bit of downtime here. Thank you so much to the ARC. Again, the real oil prince of the tournament. $36 a direct contribution, taking us now up to 500. Oh, 500. Sheesh. $5,669.69. Big ups to you. Thank you.
Nice.
QTT getting the flask at 56 minutes, 9 seconds. Still, the gap is definitely widening here for Trey.
Yeah,
the second place runner.
Yeah, I think that
round...
gap. Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead, buddy.
I think that gap is probably going to maintain until we get to Moreau. The big gatekeeper for this section of the game is going to be that one cycle Moreau. He has been in fact saving this one, and if you get more than one cycle, you lose at like at least 30 seconds. So that gap is either going to be really defined after that fight, or it's gonna catch some people back up, and we might see a really close race again after that.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, you're back.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I had a full internet outage. I'm back.
That's beautiful.
No idea what happened. It all went out.
Hey,
it seems to happen to me. It happened to me during AGDQ when I was hosting. I don't know. It seems like someone at the internet company doesn't like me. So
it's all good. I was about to tell Waifu to load up the FanDuel right now, put on the bets to see who was going to flub up the fish moly. I will be honest, I don't think it's Orch. I think he's learned his mistake from last round, and he's going to have a clean, nice, good fight this time.
I think see what he's learned.
What I would like to see, though, is a clean fight out of Trey. I will not lie. The biggest reason for that is between the dogs and Cassandra, the man is hemorrhaging time and hemorrhaging resources. I want to see some big ammo drops to him just to keep him and get him back into this race. Orch right now getting through the instant kill section with the best line in the whole game. Moreau coming over top. I'm the best! He loves himself.
You can look at the top
Beautiful.
left and see the
That made him my favorite character, easily. No question.
That and the random vomiting, I think, made him very endearing to the internet.
Definitely. Everyone was so mean to him.
Treated him like scum. We don't treat him like scum, right, chat? We don't do that. We respect Moreau.
Yes.
Is he the best?
That's what I'm talking
As
about.
we go into the Moreau section right now, this is the real deal. But it is a consistent fight, I will say. And, you know, for as much time as Dist has put into this, as much time as everybody has put into this fight, we should see a clinic here. I'm praying up, down, left, and right that that's the case. But time will tell shortly, as it is a mad dash to drain that water.
We had some updates to the prize pool, I think, while I'm away. We're at 56, 69, 69. My goodness. I think when my internet switched back on, you were talking about our oil prince, the Ark, I think.
Yeah, gotta love him. You have to. He's paying the tournament.
It's beautiful.
Well, of course, everybody's being so generous. And it is, you know, of course, we mention, you know, the big hitters, but naturally, more hands make light the work. A community effort is a community effort, and every dollar that goes to every runner came from you, the viewer and supporter. And for that, we cannot thank you enough.
Absolutely. Well said. Well said.
All right. The zip line over to water control for Orch. As he approaches a demon from the last round.
So taking a look at our times, Distortion hits the crank at 59:54. Orch hits it at 28 seconds. So there is about a 24-second difference, it looks to be. 34-second, excuse me. No, I think I had it right. 26. There we go. There we go. Math trophy. Math trophy, everybody. 26. So about a half minute
the calculus scholar in the building.
I do have a math trophy at my mom's house. I am a little tired though. I'm up a little
Ooh.
earlier than I normally will, but that's no excuse. We get it right.
Definitely.
But this is still a little bit ahead.
This is where either a time crunch could happen or a time gap could become wider and wider. Moreau, when he's done correctly, is so smooth, so clean, it's insane. But of course, if you have to reset, we're talking, upwards of a minute lost, depending on when you drop the one cycle.
And that is what happened to Orch in the first round. We're going to see if he's learned from that.
What the hell,
You
man?
think
Not
he
again.
might. He very well might. We will see what happens.
In the saddle with the man right now. Oh, something's not going right for him. Something to the effect of, oh, not like this.
It's so crucial that you're careful because that acid spit can clip through a lot of things and it can get you when you think you're totally safe. So it's going to be wild to watch what happens here. I did this fight enough on my Village of Shadows run to know everything that can go wrong here with the slightest movement.
As with a lot of fights in this game, it is very important that you center those shots on the baddie themselves. The monster is not the objective. We will ammo dump, but only because it's all that we can do as he starts spitting acid. Right now, the explosions are going down onto Moreau. Solid side-loading action, loading up that body, dropping some grenade rounds.
Keeping an eye on Dist, he just began his journey. See what happens here. Dist entered the fight at 101.44.
So far, we're looking clean for Orch. He slipped past him. Now we just got to make sure the mines are triggered appropriately and he mag dumps adequately.
Mines very important here. They do a lot of damage.
Oh, he does have to reload here. We're good.
This is
Crafting more mines.
This is not good. I think I'm gonna end up 2 cycling.
They do the mine stack. Important strategy. That damage will stack with the mines. Very, very crucial for Village of Shadows.
And thankfully, the mines don't damage you.
Exactly.
Because if they did, you'd be dead.
That would be some big, big trouble.
Just now throwing some pipes, waiting for Orch, sitting patiently, waiting for his present to pop.
Oh, huge damage.
Oh, that's a little bit less than he needed.
Huge damage, but
good.
not so much.
Oh, is it a miss one
He
cycle?
finish it off. There he goes. He finishes it off.
That was scary as hell. As soon as his mouth closed as they popped, I thought it was done.
Yep. Yeah,
Thankfully
just
not the
finished it.
case.
He did finish it off. We'll keep an eye on Dist and see what happens. It looks like Trey is beginning his journey in QTT6 as well.
Right now, the mine's going down for Dist.
Interesting to note, QTT is sticking with 60 FPS on Moreau. We'll see how that turns out.
No.
You do have to wonder how much of that is a calculated risk and how much of it is just a happy medium for the whole hardware set.
Dist also on 60 FPS.
Ooh, I wonder what's going on with Dist.
See what happens here.
He's approaching. Ooh, big damage.
There it is. He only needed one shotgun shot after the mines.
And that's really, that's another nice thing too. Being able to carry over resources like that, especially shotgun shells, you love to see it.
And it's worth noting that was Distortion's best ever Moreau fight. That is a gold split. He is currently 9 seconds ahead of his world record pace that he just set in round 1. Unbelievable.
The sheer amount of dedication and execution displayed by Distortion 2 earns him this spot. These runs don't get handed to people, Enigma. People work for them and they get them. Big ups to Dist.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, QTT now trying to get his dub. Throwing some pipes and chucking some grenades down. And now we start mag dumping into the fish.
Keeping an eye on Orch, he just created some flashbang ammo.
Yes.
We know what's next for him. The big man.
Not quite sure if Orch is too stressed about the stronghold entry itself. Although he is looking a little slim in shotgun shells.
Still important to know, we are talking a lot about distortion splits, but we can see the splits for every run of distortion also on a PB pace. He did lose a little time on the last one, but he's still ahead by about 5 seconds. So we'll see how it plays out for him. You can kind of, that's the good thing about having the splits on the screen. You can kind of get an indication of how well they're doing compared to their previous best. You can also see QTT is ahead by about 4 seconds, but you can see Trey slipping a little bit, about a minute behind.
Oh, there we go. And that's also a nice bit of time saved there for QTT. We should hopefully see a PB for him too this run. Although now that's just getting Moreau out of the way. We've been hyping it up. Ooh, nice. Big sniper ammo down for QTT. Hopefully he makes good use of it.
And just a heads up, we do have a few more donations that have come on in here. We've hit a pretty big milestone. The Arc again with $100. My goodness, Arc, thank you very much. Sequenza, the gamer, dropping $50. Kevin Villado dropping $250. And our prize pool is now over $6,000. It is at $6,069. 69 cents. Unbelievable. This is far surpassed, I think, any goal we could have come up with. All of you are incredible. Thank you very much.
Of course, we would love to see it hit 69, 69, 69.
That's the magic.
We have a little under an hour left to go in the tournament, all things considered.
See what happens with Orch in his Duke. He's going to upgrade the Magnum, it looks like. Yep. Upgraded the power up Magnum.
Guy's got handgun ammo for days.
He got a lot of handgun ammo in the very beginning.
I swear.
And he's not doing too bad for grenade rounds either, at least flashes. Oh, but he does get the GOAT. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate when wildlife interferes, but it just be like that sometimes.
It just happens. That's the way it goes. That's nature for you.
Indeed.
Bigger than Zeus's ult.
Moving on in to the section here for Orch, what the biggest thing to keep in mind is, of course, you're going to be dodging around a lot of Lycans, and that can get very ugly very quickly. Of course, you have the flash grenades there as a safety precaution, but you don't want to use them too much on either him or Urias. We want to save as many as possible for the factory because we don't want to overstress those herb resources. Speaking of a heal, 2 heals get used for Orch.
Oh my goodness.
What the hell? Big unfortunate.
Also, there is a channel point poll going on in the channel if anybody will die to Urias. So if you want to increase your fortune in Waifu's channel with the channel points, interesting to throw in on as well.
If you get enough of them, you can make him wear cat ears for at least 60 minutes.
For at least an hour.
Oh, boy. I wonder if Orch... You have to wonder how hard his mind is racing now, economically.
Yep.
In terms of
2
resources.
heals. Big right there.
Back to back. That's got to be demoralizing, too.
I hear some bastards behind me.
And right now, QTT still on PB pace, lost a little bit of time to that last split, about 3 seconds. Have to wonder if that came through in menuing or routing. In either case,
a little column A, a little column B.
Well, in the case of Distortion, he also got hit by a stray arrow and had to use a heal.
It is so random almost, or just it's so unpredictable, rather, I should say. Those arrows, they just can hit you. If anybody has ever played Halo 2 on Legendary, you know about the Jackals and the Beam Snipers. Not too different from that.
As of right now, you gotta hope. I mean, of course, it always sucks to take damage like that, but ideally, Dist is still on PB and therefore world record pace. The only thing that has me concerned is what that's going to do to his resources heading into the late game. And we are in the late game, folks.
We are in the late game. Interesting to note as well, you know, on that arrow, he did have to use a heal, and at this point, heals are so crucial to have, and he had to use one there because of the arrow.
Now, Orch making his way through the fortress into the den, has a nice bit of routing to start. Bear in mind, we are dropping FPS to get past the first big dude on the bridge.
And Orchelon just had a huge bump in his personal time. He's now 41 seconds ahead of his PB pace going into Urias. This is going to be interesting.
Now it's
QTT just had a gold split on their last one as they go through the stronghold. So very interesting. And we'll keep an eye on Trey as well to see where he goes. Trey is only about 20 seconds behind QTT. Things may be... We'll keep an eye and see how this time tightens as we get later and later into this one.
Well, speaking of tightening, get the baby powder ready, because as Orch squeezes through this tunnel, it's time for the big boy, Urias.
Chafing, yes.
Oh, you hope not. The reason I say it is because Orch spent a considerable amount of time practicing Urias as well. He did wind up missing a couple of Magnum shots in practice. Now, of course, when the big timer is on, he's not known to choke, but let's hope
Let's
that
see what
nothing
happens.
happens
It's so
here.
different. When money is on the line and prestige, it's so different. It can change the game, quite literally. Using grenades and now the Magnum. Here we go.
Good positioning. All that time in Kovacs, buddy. You need it. Swaps
Orch's
over.
health, interesting to note, is at 65, so it's not at full. Looks like he's already got Urias down to about 45%.
He will jump. Let's hope he dodges. Good. Good. No complaints there.
All right,
Getting out of the way.
reloading the grenade. Distortion is going to squeeze into this fight now. Interesting to note, Trey did have to use a heal when going into the gate as well. So we're seeing that stronghold section prove wild.
Die.
This is a bloodbath for everybody involved.
Ooh,
Pipes
Distortion took
going
a
down.
hit. Excuse me, Orchelon took a hit. Had to use a heal.
He needs to create some distance between himself and Urias as he goes in for a big one. Ooh.
Ooh, and
all the swiping.
Oh my goodness. I think he got him.
Orch is so low on shotgun ammo right now. He almost ran out of shells there. If one shot went wide.
You do get a heal in this area, so that is the one fortunate thing about the Urias area. You will get a heal. All right, this Dist is now on Urias. Looks like he's handling him well. Dist is going into this fight with full health, 100%. Successfully dodged that one.
The blocks on deck.
My heart's beating. I can't even imagine what it's like for them. All right, we got a flash grenade.
They always run under at the most scary times. Dist putting on a clinic right now. Constant damage output. Good routing. The pipe's down. He commits the fourth. Oh, he has to unload in an unreasonable time. He gets the kill.
Got it. Beautifully done.
Nice recovery there by Distortion. Nice recovery by everybody right now. As Trey poised to head into the fight now. With his set of resources, I hope he has enough for everything. And QTT, after a solid, flawless even stronghold, he's getting his resources ready for the Titan himself.
We saw Dist and Trey had some issues going through the stronghold. QTT did not. Also had some good luck with the drops as well. So let's see how QTT handles Urias as he jumps in.
Lobbing the launcher down.
As you see it on QTT splits, 12 seconds ahead. Also a gold split. Everybody, to a degree, is bringing it. But let's see how Trey now enters the fray.
Trey throwing down.
Let's see if Trey can make up some time. He goes into 100% health.
Urias is chilling on top. He's just now coming down at about 35% HP. Right now, hopefully no missed shots for Trey. So far, all good in the mix.
Both looking very good.
Nice parry there, it looked like, by QTT, although he's in a blender. Ooh, he dodges the spin to win, gets the flash grenade off just in time. That's got to be such a tight angle. Meanwhile, back in Trey's world.
And that's it.
He drops the
Clean
flash.
by QTT. Well done.
The final mag round's going down, but there's still so much health left. This is where things get scary if you're Trey.
If the ads come in, it could get wild.
Yeah, full health or not. This fight can have ads if it goes slow enough. I thought I saw a body on the side. It's swiping so quickly. The dude has health for days, though. 3 med kits.
Yes, he does. And there he goes. He got him.
And Trey, thankfully, having quite a bit of shotgun ammo in reserve, getting ready now for the factory. Very solid recovery there. At this point, QTT on PB pace, Orch PB pace.
That was a strong finish.
Distortion 2, another gold on Urias, world record pace for this absolute madman. This is something that we've talked about a bit. Tournament nerves are one thing. That's when you don't know what's going on outside of your realm. But when you look over to live split, you start seeing greens, you start seeing golds, gets into your head. This is the best I've ever done this. I better not screw this up. It's nerves on top of nerves, and I think definitely the bloodbath we have seen up until this point has proven and added additional stress on top of everything that's going on throughout this whole tournament. It's beautiful to see as the prize pool keeps getting bigger in one of our final sections of respite, rest before the factory, and then, well, then it's just a straight shot from that point. From here on, it's straight execution, and I want to take a minute to say thank you to Zaniel for the $200 direct contribution to the prize pool, $6,269.69. You're watching the WaifuRuns Invitational on twitch.tv/waifu. If you like what you see and you think that speedrunners should be rewarded for their hard work and dedication, I think you owe it to yourself to donate whatever you can to the prize pool. It doesn't have to be a big number. We're not looking for oil princes. I might be, but that's for personal reasons. You have yours. You got your bills to pay. Even a small amount can help make someone's day better. Even if you think you're just contributing to the Distortion 2 fund, who cares? He's a god. He's on world record pace for 2 runs in a row. That counts for something.
Yeah, it's also really important to note, like you said earlier, with the nerves of live split and the tournament nerves, we don't know what the runners know either. They could potentially, I mean, all these runners here do have a substantial following, and their chats are probably either watching this stream or watching the other runner streams as well. And you never know what you might accidentally see when you're looking in chat. And man, if you're anyone but Dis right now and someone tells you that Dis is 12 seconds ahead of world record pace, like that's got to add some pressure. Yeah, now 15.
Damn, you're 16
I'm back. This guy.
It went out. My internet went out again. I apologize.
Thankfully, it was a quick flicker this time.
I don't know what's going on, but I do know that these times are looking interesting. Gold splits everywhere.
Right now, Trey trying to stop the bleeding, just trying to get back to where the other runners have been, I should say. Regardless, we cannot stop celebrating the amazing accomplishments of all of these runners. Everyone's been performing so wonderfully. And ooh, nice movement there by Orch. So the factory section. This place is a blender, man. I'm not just talking about the fans either. This section is tight corners, tough enemies that can't easily be staggered. You have to make big commitments and resources, which you've been hopefully saving and hoarding all run, trying to stave off using heals, to keep herbs, to craft flashbangs. Why? So you can get by these tight spaces without having to overcommit or lose health.
Flashbangs are going to be crucial in this area, and that's why the herbs are important, and trying not to have to make health first aid drinks and things like that. First aid elixirs. You're going to need those herbs to make those flash grenades. In this factory, ooh, it can get wild. It can get wild here real fast.
Old dats. These boys are big, and in Village of Shadows, you see, the normal run is one thing, right? I did standard. I was a simple boy. Village of Shadows, these boys are big. They're tanky. They got armor. And there's more of them. They have one Soldat guarding here, the key mold, which we're seeing. So every time someone interacts with a 3D printer, they got to run out of the room to they got to let the big beefy Soldat go back to sleep, let the Lunesta kick back in. Then he can run back in and claim his prize. Oh, man.
I too went from normal to Village of Shadows. I don't know. I don't know if that big boy is there on hardcore, but it is definitely not there on standard. So
No, he
that
is
was
not.
a nice little surprise for me on Village of Shadows.
And right now, as Orch enters the pendulum room, there's a lot of risky ways to approach this, but it seems as though Orch is going for the Kovacs method. If he hits these, ooh, he gets under. Ooh.
Oh my goodness. All right, he dodged that one.
Beautiful. Oh, he's got to slip by this one.
And he does. Wow.
It's excellent. It's incredible. Clean saw blade room. Blocked a couple of hits, but nothing substantial time loss wise. Had to commit 0 resources except a few handgun bullets. You'll love to see it.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Looks like Trey's
Like
stream may
somehow
be
that guy's
experiencing some
positioning
technical
advanced, even though I was,
difficulties.
like,
Yeah,
in the
hopefully my internet issues are not contagious
Like, that guy
to
was
Trey
not
right now.
supposed to be there.
We're having some technical issues.
I can't.
It's
I
been
couldn't
sent
have
over.
played that cycle.
The dist viewers.
Kinda sucks.
They're sending out the DDoSes.
They would never.
They say, no, I'm the best clown in chat. You can't get paid to do it. They're gunning for him. Oh, man.
Just
Well,
getting
I
by these ads here on the saw. Gets right
Oh, but
by.
one's body blocking him. Ooh. Oh, he gets through the pendulum room,
Why did my
still
character
safe.
punch or push?
Good adaptation there.
Like,
it might not be the factory
it's
that
because
he
I let
wants,
go of-
because
like,
everybody
I
wants
blocked
what's
that other
perfect,
guy, and then I
Enigma, but we
pressed-
can't always
I, like,
get
let
that.
go of space
And
and
regardless,
then
They
pressed
say
it
that's what the
again.
old song says.
And
You
because of
can't
that,
always
it,
get
like,
what you want, but sometimes you get what you need, and that's what's
pushed
going to
the other
happen
dude.
here.
that's true. I cannot get over these minus
Like,
times
I
here
let
for
go
the
of space
runners.
so I could like run
I'm so proud of
forward
these
for a little
guys.
bit before I blocked the other guy.
If we can, in case
Then it just
anybody's
kind of
wondering
ended
what
up
is happening
screwing me.
behind the scenes, we are trying to get Trey to pause, and we'll try to pick up where we can. Hopefully, he didn't lose internet.
And 1 hour, 20 minutes, and 9 seconds, our boy Distortion grabs the cog mold,
Not that bad.
heads back to the press.
And now Big Boy will come to life.
That-
It looks
that
like we're
saw
getting
room
word
was
that Trey
really
did
rough, though.
lose
I
internet
actually
connection.
lost,
He
like,
has
7 or
paused his
8
game,
seconds there.
and we're going to
because of
see what
cycles,
happens to
mainly.
if we can get him reconnected. Internet issues seem to be quite a thing today, unfortunately, but he is paused.
Technical difficulties, they are a part of life. Ooh, and so are pendulum difficulties. Oh no, QTT is he takes a death in the pendulum room.
He takes a death. Unbelievable.
That is massive time loss.
That is.
You've got to hope that he can still PB off of this. I hope it doesn't go into the red, but still. That's got to be a heartbreaker.
Oh, took a hit on the blade. Oh, there may be a little discombobulation going on right now with QTT. Maybe thrown off his game a little bit after that death.
Ooh.
Had to use a heal.
He's making it through. He's taking the heads off of him. Ooh. Has a clean set after that. He commits a heal to the room.
All right, I think we got Trey back. Good to see.
Beautiful. You know, you just got to hope when that stuff happens that as a runner, you don't get too thrown off your game. You may see it as a lost run, but you can still PB somehow, right?
Took a hit and had to make a heal as well. This is getting dicey. We're gonna see what happens.
I'm curious to see what's going to happen to his overall splits, but the man himself, haven't really been focusing too much on him this run. It's Orch. Still so far having a nice little run of the factory.
And
We're not
Orch
quite
audibly remarking that he thinks he's good on money too, so that may play a part.
as to what he can buy with that. Well, okay, as to what he can buy with that, for reference, I do believe Orch is going to hold on to his grenade launcher for Miranda to stun her. So if he has that extra money, he may still be able to dip a bit more into his sniper rifle upgrades, or maybe some ammo. We'll see. But now, Orch heading into the propeller room.
And just a reminder, since this event is timed locally with the local timers, since Trey was able to pause the game, he's still in the race. We'll have to see where his time is when he completes, and no time is final until everything is verified. So just keep that in mind.
Yes, and big ups to the tournament organizers for making sure that everybody, regardless of their technical situation, is allowed to participate. And it looks like QTT overall lost about 24 seconds due to that mishap in the room, but is that still a substantial gold IC? Good gravy. I wonder what happened in his PB.
It absolutely is huge.
That's for propeller guy I need.
Regardless, right now, the man is on an insane pace. And a remark from Distortion reveals that he's a little conscious about his money, but overall, he's still good in ammo reserves. That may prove to be a bit more important in the end, because there is a bit of a mag dump coming up in the Heisenberg fight. Ooh, Trey gets hit by the last section of the propeller room. Insult to injury. Thankfully, Trey had a full stack of like 3 health kits. Last
he
he
has 3, yes.
No, in the story I read, the turtle says, I can beat you, and then right before they start, he just jumps and grabs onto the hare's back. And then after the hare finishes and thinks he's won, the turtle jumps on and is like, yo, I've been here this entire time.
Is this guy talking about tortoise and the hare?
He is talking. I had to stop and listen. He's talking about the tortoise and the hare.
This guy's crazy.
That is hype right there.
What if that's his meditation?
It might be the thing that centers him. It might very well be.
He thinks of children's books. I love that. He doesn't look at the baby. He thinks of children's books. That's great.
It's pure and wholesome. And did you see him with the cat after round 1? Beautiful.
Oh, no, I didn't. He has
Very
a cat?
popular. Yes.
Aww. That's wonderful. Good for him. That cat is the only thing that's keeping that desk standing on 4 legs. All right, so Orch going into this next section, apparently without a heal. It's going to be danger-esque. As now,
keeping an eye on things here.
Trey is hitting up the generator right now after dropping off the cog as he goes in search of more parts for the press. Meanwhile, we're in the sideline, side by side with QTT6 on his way for the key mold. Hopefully not suffering too much time lost there as he enters the propeller room. He will be committing a sniper rifle shot to the propeller.
Interesting. Yes, he did.
I wonder, well, in fairness, he is quite low on handgun ammo.
That could be a thing, yes. 3 handgun bullets.
Oh, fuck.
So he did have to use 1. I think there may be... Oh,
that angle is wrong. Oh, he's getting blended. Ooh.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow.
That's terrible.
That is a... Oh, oh my God! That is a death. Oh my goodness. QTT6 took a death. Has to restart again.
That is a heartbreaker. Now, if
Break City right there.
The only way that would have been okay is if as he exited the blending, it pushed him back to where he needed to go. But it only pushed him further into the loving hands of the dude that was behind him.
The good old stun lock.
Coming soon to a Jamba Juice near you. Ethan Winters.
All right, so we'll be keeping an eye on QTT's recovery. Orchelon here. The flash grenade on that one.
Yes, this is the section where we start committing a lot of flashes to this dark section here. Because this is like running back through the... Oh, that section always scares the hell out of me.
It's tight.
They try to scare you with it. I don't think that's standard. I think that's Village of Shadows exclusive. They're trying to beep you. Picking up a bit of Magnum ammo here.
Please.
Fortunately, that time loss is coming back to haunt Orch. Still PB pace after getting the Heisenberg key. Dropping another flash
20
grenade.
seconds on pace, but it's still PB pace.
Meanwhile, Dist making the same dodge on his way to drop off the key mold. It may look tight and frightening, but I promise it is a consistent way to dodge around the Soldats.
There you go. Yep, the crouch dodge. Perfectly timed. Got the key.
As Trey, hoping to close the gap by any means necessary, has to contend with the same spot that QTT just took a death to. And it's looking like he's safe out of the propeller room. Blessed be. Oh, wait! Okay, we're good. Commits the grenade for it. We'll take anything we can for him at this point. As Dist now tries to get past the armored Soldat. Oh, he does. I've seen many runner get caught on that, even at 30 FPS. That is a run killer right now. A nice, overall smooth factory.
And we did have a few more contributions come in. We had $10 from Bo and Noah, and we had $100 from Brit ECU. That is going to get us to $6,379.69, getting us just $620 away from the magic number that I know everyone wants. But thank you, everybody. Zaninal as well with a $200 donation. Oh, my goodness. I think that may have come in when my internet was gone. Thank you all very much. Unbelievable.
An interesting Sturm fight here for Orch. He's not going to commit the second flash grenade. Oh, but it could get dicey for him. He's in the blender. Oh. He commits the heal. He may not have a choice. He's going to commit the grenade anyway. Oh, that's got to be so brutal for him. He's going to get behind and start sniping away. Oh, the aim sway is brutal. Should have played more Apex, buddy.
Ah. All right, there we go. The health is down. Use the sniper rifle. Dist is now using the Magnum on Sturm.
This should be ideal for Dist. Let's see him flop over. Second flash, yes. The consistency here is, oh, that's, I guess that's good enough. The point is, oh no, he misses one. We've never seen this.
The Magnum shot, and that is crucial.
I knew he was going to recover too, and I should have waited.
It could be huge.
Oh, you can hear him. He's disappointed.
Fuck me.
He is disappointed. That was a big miss.
Oh.
Fuck.
Ooh.
I knew he was gonna fucking turn. This fucking cunt.
He lost a couple of seconds.
He is upset. The salt is flowing right now with this. He missed that one and he knew it. Good grief. That was wild. That's what we're saying from the very start. No matter what it looks like at any point, this is Village of Shadows. This is the big time. This is as difficult as it gets. Anything can change. Anything can change in the snap of a finger.
And speaking of, oh, this is interesting for QTT. His inventory spacing meant he had to do a bit of menuing that gave the Soldat time enough to close the gap, climb up the stairs, and come for that booty. He had to commit the flash grenade instead of going for the skip.
Also, Orchlon, huge time gain on that split, 28.2 seconds.
You can see the smile. You'll love to see it.
Going and feeling it, and Dist is feeling another kind of way.
Oh, lost.
The storylines, the subplots, they are thick right now as we go to Heisenberg, and Orch is on it.
Let's get some love for Orch in the chat, as well as for Trey. Guy has been through hell and back this run, going into the dark section of the factory. Ideally, this Heisenberg fight for Orch and Dist should be functionally an auto-scroller. Let's hope nothing big happens miss-wise.
Where Heisenberg dies, our previous commentators, Jabbo and Larkson, mentioned it. Where he dies is going to be very important because no matter where he dies, he kind of bungee cords back to the center. So if you can kill him in the center, optimal time save on this fight.
Very true.
And you cannot heal during this fight. So if you take damage, you better look out. There is no healing on this fight.
Got to keep that distance there, Orch. Dist has been known to miss a couple of rocket launcher shots in his past couple of PBs. So far, we're looking at good accuracy on the whole.
You really are a tough one. But I'm tired of chit-chat. Tired of die.
As QTT gets
Heisenberg talking trash now.
QTT's ready for the fight. First flash goes down. Mag dumping in. Massive rounds. Doesn't choose to crouch for it. Goes standing. Flashes a little earlier than I'm used to seeing. He's keeping him in the wall.
Clean.
Crazy.
Clean
Incredible.
fight.
The Taiwanese technology.
And QTT needed that. His last few splits, as you see there in the red, he needed that one in the worst way, and he got it.
Let's go. The QTT, the 7s in chat. You gotta love the community support for him.
Dist and Orchelon. Orchelon's got him down. It looks to be, if I can look at the numbers, we're looking at 4 screens at once, so it looks to be about 20%, maybe a little bit less than that. 13,000. Orange still has full health. Everybody got full health.
Trey is rounding the corner, wrapping in the door. It's Sturm.
See if Orchelon can bring him back to the center.
We're on board so far. No real misses, getting awfully close to that blade, buddy. You gotta watch that. And clean fight by Trey. Beautifully clean fight. Oh my word. And as Orch preps for the second phase of the Heisenberg fight, Enigma, we have the magic number.
Has it happened? Have we achieved it?
Oh, it's something pretty good, man. I'm not lying to you.
A pretty good one. It's not the ultimate one everyone wants, but this one's pretty good. We had a $41 contribution from I am Alawerton. Hope I said that right. $41 to bring us to $6,420.69. Beautiful. Beautiful
Nice.
work, everybody. Beautiful.
Dist, after getting what's known as a fast Heisenberg death straight in the center of the arena, he is now pumping shells into that metal body, keeping him stun locked, keeping him safe. It'll cost about 28 shotgun shells if he only uses his mag right here to keep Heisenberg from killing him. I can't see the ammo counter. It is intense. There we go. Heisenberg is down.
A lot of action on all of our screens right now. It is intense.
As QTT is still wrapping in the first phase of the fight. The times are synced to show that as QTT is just fighting the first phase of Heisenberg, Dist is wrapping up the second or the final half of it. Orch, though, if you want to know the difference between what you see on stream and what the timers reflect, Orch is wrapping up the fight at 1 hour and 37 minutes. Meanwhile, that same cannon blast is just hitting now at 1 hour 35:10 for Dist.
Unbelievable.
The consistency, man. It's been beautiful to see. And now it's time for the Chris section.
Dist was very nervous at the beginning of that, thinking he was going to lose a few seconds, but a masterful recovery, and he did get the death in the center, so there was no bungee pull to the center. And there you go, another gold split.
He's back in the gold.
That right there, you heard the frustration in his voice after that last propeller head fight. Recovered immediately, and that's what it's all about. That's what separates everybody.
And for the first time, we are seeing a sub 145 sum of best in the splits right now on Distortion 2.
It's surreal what is happening during this tournament. Unbelievable. He could be on pace to set another world record. 2 in a row. Could be, but you never know. Still plenty of time.
Plenty of time, and this tournament still has big hitters in it. Speaking of hits, Orch took a couple of manches in the start of the Chris section going down the hill. He will probably have to commit a heal a bit sooner than he'd like to here. As Dist makes his way down the hill. This man's heart has to be pounding.
This area begins and ends with your ability to get the lasers off on the Mega Mycete. You can get stuck on the lichens on the way. It happens. you know, junk and BS is known to occur here, but getting the lasers is #1 and nothing else matters right here.
We are on deck with Distortion 2 right now. And he always makes this look so simple, but there's so many temptations to take shortcuts. If you try to laser through the fencing even, the fencing will take the laser shot instead of the Megamycete. Wasting more and more time, let's just hope that Disc can keep his head in the game. If I'm him right now, I don't even bother looking at the splits. Chat is off.
I feel like that third grenade.
All focus.
Yep. All gas, no brakes.
All right, Disc is going to go in this little alcove here. First one is off. And here we go.
And that's that winner's mindset right there. You could hear him as he was planning and talking to himself leading up to the laser section. He said, maybe I don't need to throw that third grenade there. He's making routing decisions and planning future runs right here in the middle of a world record pace attempt.
On the fly in the heat of the moment.
It's got to just be his natural state.
I think did he just say I'm about to have a heart attack or something?
No, he said all right. He said, all right, one more attack.
Oh, one more attack. Okay.
Yeah.
I might be about to have a heart attack.
This
Like,
is if I leave those guys alive,
1-1.
then the next wave won't
my
spawn.
Fitbit says my heart
So I
rate
just
is a
leave
little
those two
elevated,
alive,
so I can't
so
even
I can
imagine
shoot
what everyone else is
freely
going through
without
right
any
now.
issues.
This guy's burning calories. Good for you.
Absolutely. I'm in the zone right now. This has been incredible.
All right, one more.
Oh, here we go. Dodging the Lycans.
Ooh, Orch having a bit of a rough go of it here, taking a couple of wide swipes, trying to get
Waiting
down
for that
into
charge.
the tunnel.
Oh, he's in caution.
He drops the charge too. This is terrible for him. He needs to create some distance.
Oh, he got hit again. Oh, the charge reset. Oh, my goodness.
No.
Oh,
The
my.
time hemorrhaging.
This is some. Oh, he had to reset. Oh,
He takes
my
the death.
goodness.
He's leaning in.
This is something that can happen, and it has happened.
Right now, eye contact with the IKEA desk says one day right in the kisser, buddy.
This is going to Urias, the final Urias. The play here is to shoot the little I can't even think. I don't not tentacles. The little tendrils. That's it. The tendrils in the back with the assault rifle. Hopefully you get 2 lasers and that's all you need. But that was a big loss for Orchelon. Keep an eye on that desk. It may be in critical condition. Oh, and look at all the... Oh, my goodness. Look at the splits. You can see all the time lost. Devastating.
Taking it all the way there. It's brutal.
Keep an eye on... important to keep an eye on QTT and Trey. We'll see what happens with them.
If you want some context for how close things were entering this Chris section,
Oh my god, I thought I
Dist entered this at 1 hour 35 minutes 39 seconds. Right behind him, Orch. Chris started at 1 hour 37 minutes 36 seconds. Then it was QTT, 1 hour 38:57, and then Trey, 1 hour 38:21. As Dist is having some trouble getting Urias to comply.
Dist at half health.
Oh, it's getting lower by the second, buddy.
Oh, man. He just had to use a heal. Jump in if anything wild happens, but just to give you an update on the times, Disc started this fight at 1:35, or excuse me, started Chris at 1:35:39. There looks to be about a little less than 2-minute difference between him and Orch going into this. Remember, Orch took a reset, Disc did not.
All right,
We're
so
not gonna be ahead.
this Chris Urias, Dist is recovering. It's not looking too pretty. Dist is sort of reserving himself to not being ahead much longer after that fight. A brutal one, to be sure. Really unfortunate fight.
We just hit a pretty significant number, by the way. Let me refresh my screen here. We have a few that came in. We had a $49 contribution from Le Royal Gamer. And we had $196.97 from Sablemind, and you may be wondering why that specific number. Our prize pool is at $6,666.66. Ooga booga. Thank you all very much. It's the devil's number.
Twice, buddy. It's not looking too good for some runner. They're getting cursed.
666. It's double devil.
Well, I think we just saw
that GTT here with the laser.
Someone needs to exercise Dist's run. Poor guy lost, a lot of time. 6 seconds to that Urias. Still world record pace. But you know it's not going to be the win he's hoping for, even if he does get it.
You know it's not what he knows too. He knows it's not what it could have been.
All right. That's going to haunt him. It's going to keep him up tonight. He's going to be eating his celebratory chicken nuggies frustrated.
With just a little more intense tearing of the meat with his teeth. Thinking of what could have been. Maybe drizzle a little more salt on those.
What's wrong, baby? You hardly touched your Coca-Cola.
I'm gonna need backup.
Freaking Urias fight.
So we're watching QTT on Urias, currently sitting at about half health. We'll see what happens here. Trey still going for the lasers here. It may visually look like there's much of a difference, but going into this, there was less than a 3-minute separation, and that is really impressive at this level. And kudos to everybody here who made it to the final round, final level, final round. I said lound, the final round.
Well, and also, can we talk about how this is the highest difficulty run available, and we've had really few deaths in this last round of play.
Absolutely, it's admirable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, you can attest, man. This difficulty will eat you alive.
It ate me alive 466 times. We counted. So
you have to count it.
All right, and Dist went to the merchant for the last time. Going into the Miranda fight, got one extra mine, upgraded the sniper as much as possible. So here we go. And Orch will be following soon, while QTT and Trey handle Urias. Dist may have this one in the bag, but you just never know.
You never know.
It's competition. There's big money on the line. Everybody's watching. There's a lot of eyes, and they know it. That can change things. We'll see what happens.
Interesting thing to note for this last Miranda fight, Dist is going in with an extra mine. I didn't get a chance to see if he kept the grenade launcher for the flashbangs, but we'll see.
He took a hit!
Oh, that's rough, buddy.
Oh, he took a hit. Gotta use a heal early on. And you can hear him right now. He said, I think the record's probably already dead. Oh, boy. And that may get in his head. Will that cause a domino effect?
You have to hope not. You know, when you've been running for this long, you have to hope you can keep your head in the game and just focus on what is important. What's important is finishing out your run nice and succinct, getting it good. But still, this is a tough one. Shots going down.
And she's about halfway.
Nicely upgraded sniper rifle here, doing a bulk of that work.
Also important to note, it doesn't matter what area of Miranda you hit her, she takes the same damage. You may see everybody point near the feet, or whatever you want to call that bottom part. It does not matter if you shoot her in the head or down below. She takes the same amount of damage. It's uniform all across the board.
Makes it a lot easier for these sniper shots, especially as she's moving all the way around.
Throwing pipe bombs through the Mega Mycete that she summons.
Nice.
Let's see what happens with Orchelon. He begins Mother Miranda. Let's see if he takes an early hit or if he can close a little bit of time. Dist has got her down, though, to a very low percentage.
It's looking close.
Ooh. Let's see what happens.
Oh, that's kind of wrong. This might be a PB.
Oh, it's looking like it's not looking good.
I actually don't even
Forge takes a hit, has to use a heal. Same fate as Distortion. Let's see what happens.
Don't think it's record. He doesn't think. No. I've been wrong about this before. Enigma, hold my hand.
It's held. Warm.
Please, please.
No record.
Record.
Oh, missed it by a second.
You are kidding me. Tragic.
Unbelievable.
And so close, man. You know what? No sadness. Zero
Absolutely
sadness.
not.
That
is still
world
an
record
incredible time. Let's keep an eye on Orchlon. Let's see what Orchlon's doing down here. Remember, times are not final until they are verified by those in charge of verifying them. So let's keep that in mind. Let's keep an eye on Orchlon, dropping the mines during the dark phase. Orch is at 47% health right now. Oh, and he takes another hit, has to use another heal. But that did big damage to Mother Miranda.
Got her low. QTT wrapping in the door too.
Pipe bombs through the Mega Mycete.
3,800 left to go. Takes a right hit. Ooh, he's taking tons of damage. That's not good if you're Orch. You have very little room for mistakes at this point.
This is getting very dicey for Orchlon. And remember, there's still percentage points on the line for second and third and fourth place. So remember that.
There you go.
Oh, that was so close.
We hit the safe point for him. Thankfully, she went for it. Final time coming up here for Orch.
God, minute 40. Minute 40 lost.
Saved a lot of time on his personal splits with that one.
That should still be
149.41. We'll wait for the official word, though. Let's keep an eye on QTT and Trey and see what they do.
It was such a good run.
Trey is on his way still to the fight. The QTT is halfway through into the dark phase. We'll be dropping the mines.
By the way, our resident, as Vash says, our resident oil prince, the Ark, has returned with $300.03, and we have hit the magic number. The prize pool is now $6,969.69. Let's say it all together.
I was literally
nice.
Ah, beautiful. Thank you so much to everybody who's been donating throughout this fantastic event. I'm sure the runners all appreciate it, and we just like seeing the support for this.
And yes, you got to give it up for Orch, too. That is a sub 150. That is still impressive. Sub 150 on Village of Shadows, that is incredible. All of these runs are going to be incredible. Sub 2 hours on this is incredible. Keep that in mind.
With so few mistakes throughout the whole run, excellent work by everybody involved.
Look at QTT6. Look at this.
Oh, dearie me. This could be interesting.
This could be interesting when it comes to second place.
Oh shit!
That's absolutely.
No.
And remember, second and third place depends on the percentage of the pot.
What the fuck?
Oh, he said, "Oh shit!" Oh.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
Not good. Not good. Not good.
Oh, there it is. That was a gold split for the finish. Remember, all times are not final. All times are not final, but it's looking like QTT may have finished in second place.
No, take a look. Our boy Trey. It's a fight for third.
Wait a minute. Yes, down in your bottom right, Trey. Wait a minute. We're not done here.
Not at all.
This suddenly got interesting at the end.
Remember, the internet outage did set him back in real time. But we don't care about the real world, baby. This
Easy
is
to forget because of the internet outage. Oh my goodness. Remember, it is not final until the officials say it is final, and we will get you the word as soon as possible. They still have to go over a few things. These are all unofficial right now.
Please, God, get it. Oh! Not quite a PB for him, but still a fantastic run with a lot of recoveries.
Dude, that was incredible. Trey, gold split on Mother Miranda. QTT6, gold split on Mother Miranda. Look at all these folks rising to the occasion with all eyes on them. Unbelievable. And that is incredible. If these times, everybody is double checking, but if these hold out, what a comeback by Trey. We are still checking the times, but I'm getting goosebumps right now. This is unbelievable. After that beginning, it looks so desolate.
Bros,
Not anymore, man. And you know
Composure.
what? Let's also acknowledge that
Holy
him
shit.
coming in when he did, Trey, happened on top of the internet outage. A bunch
this
of
is second
IRL
place for
stuff
sure, right?
happened that kept him out of pace with his other runners. He still turned out a really great run, and he didn't finish that far behind everybody else in real time.
That was a lot of adversity for Trey to have to come behind. That was unbelievable.
Guy is a monster, a machine, real gaming golem.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he's taking it. He's shedding
Oh,
the
the
material.
jacket is off. The headset is off.
Come on, Ethan, wake up.
Oh, look out now.
juggling.
Oh, wait a
I'm about
minute.
to go full screen, right?
These the clown
Or will I
shoes?
get-
Ah! He's gonna do it.
We
Yeah, let
are
me just
full
show the ending
screen now.
here in case. I don't know.
By the way, we're our background judges are still timing everything, so the official word is not in yet. So keep that in mind. We're still checking a few things. We'll take as much time as it needs to get the official word. He's gonna do a handstand.
Now this is just nice. Nice
Here we
body
go.
control. I love those pants.
Look at the grace, the flexibility, the black socks. I too am a connoisseur of the black business socks.
The core strength and stability as well.
Unbelievable.
Too much sitting on my ass.
Magnanimous.
Right.
And he did that with his hands after 2 incredibly demanding runs of Village of Shadows.
Shake it.
Whole
Can't
body
be
up
easy.
on fire.
Okay.
We are still waiting for the final
Full screen
word.
if you want. Okay. Okay. Let's go.
I'm just blown away by all of the contributions to the pot. It's just unbelievable. Thank you all very much who have contributed to this. Just a reminder, let me go over the percentages since we hit all of our stretch goals. 45% of that pot is going to go to first place because we were over $5,000. Everybody that participated was going to get something. Everybody was going to get at least $125 because our prize pool was over 5,000. So 5th through 8th place, even though they didn't join us in the finale, they're still taking home a few dollars, 125. 45% of that pot goes to first place, 30% goes to second, 15% goes to third, and 10% goes to fourth. So everybody's taking home something. We are still judging the final times. There are a few things we have to look at. There were some internet outages. There were some things that happened. We're still verifying a few things. Just a few more moments, and I'm sure we'll get that.
Okay.
Well, Enigma,
got
how are
second.
you feeling after
feels like
watching?
I'm-
just
I'm
watching?
gonna say this.
I see.
I'm very glad I put
usual
deodorant
charisma.
on before this run because I got
The usual
intense
charisma.
watching this, especially near the end. Unbelievable.
Official sponsors, buddy. Official
Okay.
sponsors. The antiperspirant.
Old Spice Kraken.
Ooh.
That's where we're shouting out. No hashtag ad, by the way.
Oh.
That's a legit.
Man,
legit.
I was so
What flavor is
stubborn
mine?
at the end. Like at the very end, like not the end.
What'd you say yours was? Kraken?
The daughter fight. I didn't
We use the
realize,
same
like, I could've
flavor of Old
crafted a
Spice,
heel.
dude.
My God, I like how you said flavor too.
Wait, what do you
You
mean?
could have
You don't-
crafted a heel.
Flavor? Do
You
we
don't-
taste it?
You don't?
No, I've never rubbed it
Oh,
on my
shit.
toast.
These things are
Oh,
like
shit.
adult push
We
pops. What
made
do you
it.
mean?
Oh, I'm happy. Turn
Well,
back. Thanks so much for
maybe
finding
Well,
this
well,
out.
well.
D-Hope, I think you also.
Anytime
need
you're
to
feeling
yourself.
lucky,
Let me
buddy.
open up my other- well,
Wolfthorn?
I
That's
just got a
gonna
brand new one. I guess if I'm gonna go to Flavortown, we'll do it Old Spice Kraken style.
composure.
People are trying to bump up
composure,
flavor.
okay?
Wolfthorn? It's what
And
broke tastes
composure.
like.
Holy-
Sorry, couldn't be me.
holy
All right, so
high
we
heavens.
are coming to a consensus here. All the same, I cannot thank everybody enough for their runs, their contributions, everybody from round one. Of course, we want to give a
Yo,
big
thanks for the
shout out
thank you
and
subs
thank
as
you
well.
to
Obviously,
Avokamu
thanks
for
all the
coming through,
follows,
especially on his
27.
birthday of
I
all
missed
days.
some
Big
other
ups to
subs as
him.
well.
Zirian, thank you as well. And we wouldn't be where we are
I got
without
second. I got
Trance.
second, okay. Holy.
That was
I
intentional.
fought
And
my
Red
way
Zoro.
back.
did that,
I
by the way,
died
yes.
early.
It's
I
good
fucked
if
up
it's
Maru.
authentic. You get the
Look at
accent.
that desktop on Orchelon's screen, by the way. Very classy. Look at that.
Oh,
I know them
Art
from
of the Hex,
somewhere?
thanks so much for gifting 5 more subs.
One.
That's Alice, right?
One might be
Alice
the
Hall?
Alice. Yeah.
I think so.
Oh.
Huh.
But yeah, shout outs to everybody, including everyone that didn't make it to the second round. Zirian, Red Zoro, Trance, and Avokamu. Everybody here that participated is worth your follow and your support. So make sure you follow all of them. And
just wanna open up
we're
the
getting the
Enigma.
official
actual
word
stream,
here.
If you'd
let
like
me
to
make
be
sure
honored.
that it's official. We have,
I think we have our final declared times. Let me make sure.
Yep, that's checking out. That's
I'm doing one last check.
a little bit of homework. We don't want to upset anybody.
Just getting one final clarification.
Any second now. The world is waiting. Pockets are waiting. This could be a dinner to Chili's.
All right, here we go. Getting the word. So here we go. Finishing in 4th place with a time of 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 44 seconds, and taking home 10% of the pot is Orchlon in 4th place. In 3rd place, with a final time of 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 10 seconds, taking home 15% of the pot, QTT6. Finishing in 2nd place with an hour and 48 minutes and 13 seconds, taking home 30% of the pot, Trey D. Got a little ahead of myself there. I'm reading a lot of numbers. Trey D in 2nd place. And our winner with a time of 1 hour, 45 minutes, 45 seconds, getting so close to setting 2 world records in this tournament, is taking home 45% of the pot. It is Distortion 2. Unbelievable. I want to see claps in the chat for all 8 of our participants in this one. This was intense. Congratulations to everybody. Unbelievable.
Everybody who is looking for an interview, we are trying to set something up right now. You'll know who in just a little bit, but absolutely congratulations to everybody in our top 4. Making it out of that first round was brutal completely. And then to come back right around and do it all again. Especially, and of course, we got to give a big shout out to Trey. I'm not going anywhere else but there, man. Coming back from all those mistakes, all those setbacks, both in real life and in game. And he's juggling right now as he does it. Guys, incredible.
Many skills. The handstands,
Absolutely.
the juggles. It was definitely incredible to watch.
Cannot be thankful enough to have him in this tournament. Of course, Orchlon, fantastic work during the course of his run. QTT, representing the Eastern speedrunning community, a bit of a bridge of sorts. And all the same, he put on an excellent show. So many people were rooting for him, and I cannot be thankful enough for that.
And it just goes to show you what we all said at the beginning, at the start. You just don't know what's going to happen. These runs are so intense. There's so much going on Village of Shadows. Even if it looks like a foregone conclusion in the beginning, not so. And we saw that at the end with a late charge by Trey coming back to 2nd place. You just never know what's going to happen, especially that end game with the Chris section. We saw what happened with Orchlon, got stuck by the Lycans. It happens. It happens to everybody. It's been incredible to watch how everybody reacted, knowing that so many eyes are on them and so much was on the line. It was incredible to see how everybody reacted to all of that. And I think everybody did a fantastic job. It was incredible to watch. And I think we've got something for everybody right now. Are we ready for this, folks?
As I live and breathe.
Behind the scenes?
I am here. What's up?
I think it is now time to speak to our winner and almost 2-time record holder world record setter, Distortion 2. Hello, sir.
Hey, Mr. Enigma. Hope you're doing well.
I am. That was incredible. So I'm curious. I know Vash has probably got some questions for you too, but I'm curious, and I'm kind of winging it here. I didn't really prepare for anything, but I'm just watching. What was we heard some audible disgust with what happened there before Heisenberg. What was going on in your head during all that? What happened there?
Well, I thought I had more than enough time to shoot him with the Magnum and kill him before he moved, but right as I shot the final mag shot, he just twisted his back and I just missed completely. And yeah, that cost me like basically the record in like 15 seconds. So
We were saying it before it started, like on Sturm, the Magnum shots are crucial, and if you miss one, it's just huge. And I think that
yeah.
proved, unfortunately for you, it proved it was not any hyperbole. It was, it definitely does cost you. But also, I had another question. You know, you set a world record in round 1, and that can kind of create a little bit of pressure in your head. Did you feel any kind of pressure going into the final round, knowing that you just set one world record? Did it add anything, or was it just paint by the numbers for you going into the second one?
Well, I've just played the game so much, it didn't really bother me, but you know, I was more so worried that, you know, this like the intro is the only part of this run that's like random, in my opinion. You know,
Mhm.
if you just get really unlucky, sometimes after you stay at the door for like the 2 minutes, you'll try to run to the house with the shotgun, and there will be an army of lichens like that. You just die. There's like nothing you could do. It's pretty rare, but you know, that's what worried me. Once I made it past like the siege at the start, I was feeling pretty confident. I just put so much practice in, so
Yeah, a lot of practice was done indeed. Very admirable.
Well, and I guess if I had asked a question, the biggest thing that I noticed is as the run went on, you of course were, I assume you had live split up throughout the run. And as you were seeing different golds come in, even at your caliber and level and time put into running, does that impact you at all? Does that make you play any more riskily, or does it get into your head in any way, even in a tournament environment?
um I mean, the only thing that scares me is if I'm on like an absolute god run, you know. If I'm like, you know, if I kill Lady D and I'm like 1 second off my sum of best, then I feel the pressure because it's it's insanely freaking good.
Yeah.
But I've just ran the game so much, like unless the run is like really freaking good, I'm not really too worried about it. I know that I can still save a lot of time, so it's not too much pressure. Been speedrunning for like 7 years now, so
Yeah.
I'm used to it.
Well, and not to jump too far ahead, but looking past this tournament, I was watching a couple of your streams, as a lot of people do, and I noticed that when asked what you wanted to do with this game, you said you didn't really have much interest in grinding it down to a sub 145. Do you still feel that way after your performance today? You're kind of cracked at this point.
I mean, after realize like that last run, you know, I could have PB'd by like 20 or 30 seconds, and you know, that's with the safe strats too. Like
Mhm.
the intro can be done 10 to 15 seconds faster than what I was doing in the race today. So I've kind of realized that I should probably like with how much time I've put into the game, I should probably keep trying to push it lower. I don't know about sub 145, but definitely like I can certainly PB by another 30 seconds at least, reasonably.
Is there in your mind a cutoff for that? Like you play a lot of different games, dude. You've been doing this for a minute. And when you swap games, is that sort of a function of fatigue, or is something new coming out that draws your attention first?
I mean, my least favorite part of speedrunning is when it gets to the point where, oh, you know, I lost 2 seconds on this fight, reset. I lost a second here, reset. Like, there's still, when there's barely any time save left, that's when I tend to move on. And like, I thought, you know, yesterday that there really wasn't much time save left. But then
Mhm.
after today, I kind of realized I was wrong about that. I can certainly still bring it down. Like, you know, like I said, like another 30 seconds, if there's
Mhm.
not new strats or if I don't realize I could save even more time, and I'll probably like switch up categories. I might do Village of Shadows with the out of bounds stuff like Waifu's been doing.
Well, I guess one last question before I pass it back to Enigma. With your amount of practice and the amount of time you've invested into this game, and also your whole experience pool of speedrunning, to get that last 30 seconds, do you think that's something that's reasonable for you to get before some kind of burnout hits? Or has this realization reinvigorated you?
I mean, I only did 2 runs today, and I
Mhm.
could have almost saved those 30 seconds, right? So, and
Yeah.
that's with the not fast intro. So, you know, I'm feeling a bit more energy now that I realize I could save more time. So yeah.
Yeah, that was
Yep.
going to lead into my next question. We were noticing, and a few people were noticing that your sum of best actually went down. I think it was 144 59. Is that
Yeah.
something
Yeah.
is that something that you noticed?
Yeah, I mean, I saw I got sub 145. I know Ray actually has sub 145 sum of best as well. My sum of best isn't really that accurate because I have like 10 splits in the run. So like each split is like 20 minutes long. So if I was using the auto splitter, I think my sum of best I would have a more accurate and like idea of what a really good run is. It's still kind of hard to know. Because like, if you have to do a 20-minute section perfectly, it's just so hard to get like, optimal gold on that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that's going to do it here. Again, this is our winner of the Waifu Invitational. Distortion 2 set a world record in round 1 and took it home. Distortion, congratulations. It was incredible. And thank you for joining us. It's been a
Yeah.
pleasure.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, Waifu, for hosting the tournament. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm gonna go take it easy. Get some.
Yeah, you
get some
deserve
food.
it. Go get some rest.
Enjoy those nuggets, buddy. You earned them.
All right, take it easy, guys.
See ya.
too,
Thank
man.
you.
What a nice young man.
Absolutely. He's great. Fantastic.
nice
You
guy.
all better treat him well, by the
I'm
way.
telling you know what,
folks in
man?
Distortions chat, you better treat him well.
I hate diss chatters, dude. They're so mean to him. They laugh at him. Put me
All
in,
right.
coach. I'll start banning them left and right.
I'm sure you will. But,
All right, guys.
This has been incredible. Waifu, you wanna
Yeah.
take over and wrap it up?
So I just wanted to thank you guys all so very much for coming out and watching, and especially like that prize pool is insane. I started this tourney because back like way long time ago, Twitch Rivals. I thought that was like a really awesome thing for RE2 Remake, and you don't really see that kind of thing in the speedrunning community very often. And we kind of, are more ones to let outside people come in and throw that stuff, like Twitch through that event. And I really wanted to do something like that for the speedrunning community because it's just given so much to me, and I wanted to give it back. But I never would have thought that it would have been as big as Twitch Rivals, or maybe even arguably bigger. It's kind of insane when it comes to prize pool even. But yeah, like, you guys are amazing. Thanks so much. The prize pool went all the way up to $7 grand. I started it with the intention of it maybe going to 1,000. I put 500 in myself, and even Enigma put in 1,000 because he's insane too. And you guys just like totally blew away my expectations, and all the runners just did fucking phenomenal jobs. Like, actually insane. Dist almost got world record twice in a row. Ray with that amazing comeback. Orch and QTT like with the super solid play throughout, and even the runners who didn't do as well, like, just like tried their hearts out and did like super good. Especially big ups to Kamu. I gave him like no heads up. He hadn't even run the category before when I asked him to do it, and it's his fucking birthday, so like that's super cool.
That's pretty incredible. I didn't know that. Wow. He didn't even run this before inviting him. That's wild.
Yeah, it was super awesome. Everyone did like a phenomenal job. Thanks so much for believing in me and letting me do this thing. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. I'd love to do stuff like this in the future at some point too, maybe. I just think that the speedrunning community deserves a lot of more big scale events like this and stuff, or even just small scale stuff, just whatever, just to celebrate and do awesome stuff. Because, man, there's a lot of cool stuff that happens sometimes, and this is one of them.
If I could jump in for just 1 second, I also want to thank all the helpers that helped set up the technical side and also watched the streams to help feed us information. Because watching all these different runs, if you miss something, it's gone. You have to have something in backup. And thank you to the helpers for getting us that info. You really helped make this an easy gig.
Yeah, for real. Thank you so much to like everyone that casted, Jabo, Larksa, Enigma, Vash. I had like a million people behind the scene helping with stuff. Fracture, Harby, Meta, Oten in particular helped me plan this thing from the start, like months before the game even came out. Is super amazing. And thanks for everyone who like shared it, told people to watch it, like believed in it. It just was such an awesome time, and we couldn't do it without you guys. Like, even with like everyone helping, it's still like everyone was doing a lot of work and trying to get stuff together, and we managed to do it somehow. Went off pretty much without a hitch, so Can't believe that, but yeah, you guys are insane. Thank you so much.
And that I want to jump onto that real quick too. Like we're watching a feed that, because we have to prioritize what you all viewers see, me and Vash have to watch a feed that's like a little less quality, so we really couldn't see any numbers. So the fact that we were getting so much information pumped into us or to give out to you was phenomenal. So I can't say enough about all the work they did as well. They deserve just as much credit as we do, because they were doing just as much work as we were doing presenting it. So shout outs to them 110%.
Yeah, and especially shout out to Tiffany Lockhart. She made the like super epic intro that got like, it was the precipice for all this. It made everyone super hyped, and we got a bunch of people involved
very
because
talented.
of it. So yeah, thank you so much. But
Beautiful.
that's gonna be it. First place was Distortion 2. He's gonna be taking away, I think it was 45% of the prize pool, and 7RAD getting that second place, taking away 30% of the prize pool. QTT6 taking away 15% of that prize pool, and Orchelon in fourth, taking away 10% of that prize pool. And thanks to everyone's contributions, we're able to give $125 to 5th through 8th just for participating, just for showing up. And like that is super amazing. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna find someone to raid. If you guys like the stream or whatever, maybe toss a follower. But it's not about me. It's about the other runners. Definitely follow the runners if you haven't. You know, especially those smaller runners and stuff.
Man, you can't say it. I will. Follow Waifu on Twitch. Twitch.tv/waifu. He's got the name. He deserves it. Works hard.
Right. You're already here. You might as well hit the button while you're here. We've made it easy for you.
Waifu, you got me
Thanks,
after
guys.
this, right?
Yeah.
Yes, oh yeah.
Okay.
We good?